Oh, we already have someone in the request. Welcome into the show, Defend the Indefensible. This is episode 92, where Trump supporters come up and do what they do best. Hope you guys are having a fantastic Monday. Really quick introduction while we get this thing going. This is a live where Trump supporters come up and do what they do best, but we create this space and we open it up every single day for a growing number of Trump supporters who are more and more dissatisfied with the actions of this administration, whether when it comes to their wallets or their morality. Because we did have a Trump supporter the other day speak on how the moral character of the Trump administration, its other officials, and the policies were starting to weigh heavy on them. So we do have that happening every now and then. But for those people, this is a space for you to come up and express what exactly made you get off the MAGA plantation with minimal judgment. And if you're a Trump supporter who does not regret your vote, this live is a place for you as well. But you better come with receipts. Come prepared to give me several reasons as to why you don't, and I will respond with several reasons as to why you should. Continue to engage with the engagement. Most importantly, tap the screen, send your daily heartbeats. Let's get the one set gift goals knocked out. Get us boosted on the FYP. We have our first guest. Did we talk to this guy yesterday? HF, did you vote for Trump?
I did, yes.
And do you regret your vote?
No,
Why is that?
it's because Donald Trump is doing amazing things for this country and for the other countries as well.
Cool. Let's stick to domestic policies. Cool. What are these amazing things that Donald Trump is doing for the United States?
He's firing the congressmen and women that are against him.
President of the United States cannot fire a congressman or woman.
Well, he's keeping them at bay so they don't do something dumb.
What does that
Most
mean?
of them, well, what I mean is that most of these congressmen and women have not one time talked about the ecosystem or how assassination can harm the well-being of American culture today.
What? What ecosystem?
So by ecosystem, I mean there is no order in America when it comes to having an appropriate place to even drive in. There's a lot of sicknesses,
There's
viruses.
no order for people to have appropriate places to drive in. I just drove today. There were roads and there were signs. So I don't know what you're talking about. And in regards
You're a rich man.
no
You're a
one out
rich
here
man.
talking about how assassination attempts could negatively impact society or whatever, Democrats all condemned the assassination attempts made against Donald Trump. So what?
Actually, Democrats and liberals are the terrorist activists that
Yeah,
are
I
speaking
don't care.
against
I
Trump.
don't care about any of that. I just need to say that what you're saying is incorrect. And I don't know how you have to be rich to drive on the road. You want to elaborate on that?
I think that you need to be in a rich area to understand your point, but not mine.
You need to be in
My
a rich
point is
area to drive on the road?
no.
What are you
I said
talking
that
about?
I said that the hoods right now are infected. The people
The
right now
hoods are infected?
the people are infecting
Infected
other
with
people.
what?
Infected with whatever is out in these streets.
What does that mean?
So Hanavirus, the tick that allows you to not be able to eat meat, dogs,
Sorry,
cats.
what is hantavirus?
So that's a virus that was overseas that was caught and found in the elderly. They could not survive it.
The hell does
There
that have
was
to do
like
with the
five
hoods?
on the line. I'm saying viruses like. I'm not saying exactly, but I'm
Okay,
saying
the
that
hantavirus wouldn't be a virus that is affecting the hoods that you talked about. So you can't say viruses like when that likeness is nowhere in those neighborhoods.
do you think that America is going to clean up their act when it comes to the ecosystems and how the threats that are
Sir,
received
by the
through government?
ecosystem, what ecosystem are you referencing? The environment?
That's right.
Oh, okay, cool. So Republicans don't care about the environment. They worked alongside Donald Trump passing the big, beautiful bill to make several cuts to the NOAA and other departments that were working on behalf of
Your buddy
said
Barack
infrastructure.
Obama.
Not to
Your
mention, repealing some of Biden's executive orders, talking mad crap about the Green New Deal and its costs, even though we didn't put $1 trillion into it as they allege all the damn
and
time.
they're
Shitting
coming.
on things like the Inflation Reduction Act, which was the largest piece of green energy infrastructure package that we've ever had in the United States. And then
Listen, if you
actively
can't
working.
understand that Donald Trump is the best president, it's probably because you didn't step outside
I
your
just need
house.
you to substantiate any of the points
All
that
right.
you've made instead of doing this weird suck off ritual thing that you got going on. Can you give me
This is not
something
suck
of substance, please? Try.
Of course. Now more than ever, people are being questioned for the carry-ons and the equipment that people have when they walk outside their house. The reason for that is people have already come to
Give me an
assassination.
example of people being questioned outside their house for walking outside with equipment. Please tell me.
Oh, that's funny. You
what
can find it
camera
on Twitter
crew-
right now.
Please tell me what camera crew is walking outside their house because the part of the paparazzi, and they're being stopped by federal agents asking, "What's in your bag there?" Can you give me an example of that, please?
Yeah, there was definitely a black man walking in the outside of the Washington, outside of Washington, and it looked like he was carrying a firearm
Wait,
on
I'm
his
sorry.
chest.
Do you mean the state of Washington, or do
State
you
of
mean
Washington.
DC?
Yeah,
Oh,
Washington. Yeah,
okay. So someone was walking around DC, where
yeah,
a lot of our federal buildings are, where the president resides, and walking around those premises with bags that could be considered, or at least there may be allegations made of them having weapons and whatnot in them. Of course, they're going to be stopped. Of course, their bags are going to be checked because that's where the president resides, especially this president with the amount of threats that have been put against his life, much like many other presidents in the past. So I don't know what you're complaining about here. That DC is doing their job by protecting the president of the United States by stopping individuals who walk around who may be in suspicious clothing with suspicious baggage?
Yes. We need to take that installation and hopefully the president can administer that judgment as police training for all the states. That way every place can be safe.
What? Those are all things that police departments would already have to do. It's called what do you call it? Not reasonable cause. Why am I blanking on it? When you have a reason to pull someone over, they use suspicion.
So why
Any
is it,
cop whatsoever can use suspicion to pull you over.
If that's true, why is it in Texas
Reasonable
do we see
suspicion, thank you.
people
Probable cause.
people
Yeah, I don't know why I was
find
blanking on the terms.
in Texas, people are able to just rescue an animal without legal signature and train it as theirs. And that's hood culture. That's what they're doing. And it's
You don't
creating
know
a
what you're
bunch of
talking about.
virus.
You
It's
don't have the
attacking
slightest
families.
clue what you're talking about. You were just
Well, that's
grasping
because you
for
don't
straws,
resonate.
saying anything and everything. You haven't
That's
made a
because
lick of sense the entire time you've been on this panel. How old are you?
Oh, really?
How old are you?
How old am I?
Yeah.
I'm 22.
You're 22. So you were born in 2004, correct?
2003.
Okay, 2003. When's the last time you got laid? Ooh, did I strike a nerve? You should probably get that checked out. Sounds like bronchitis.
Oh, man. Yeah.
I'm going to take your laugh as never, and I would track. So I think, here's my piece of advice to you. I think you're a child who wants to be more intelligent than you are politically. I don't know what else you know about other topics. And the problem with that is you should read first. You should actually formulate an argument, practice in the mirror for all I care, and then come back another time. Okay?
Better yet, every single TikTok that you're in, you literally give raids with Emma and you become toxic.
I don't know who the fuck that person is.
You stalked me, bro. You are my dog, bro. Every time I appear and I talk in Priscilla Gonzalez's, you weren't there. But anywhere else I talk, if I go to Pickles and talk, you're there. If I go over to that other guy, the B-Rad guy, whoever is to debate, you're there. You're always there. You're always there, bro.
Sir.
There's not one debate that you don't
Sir.
miss that I'm in.
Sir.
So you know who I am, Hector.
Sir.
Acknowledge me. You've seen me yesterday. You know who I am. And I know you're upset. You're upset that I have the willingness to keep going. I have the willingness to keep going. So you understand. When you're talking to an eco-socialist Republican, you better sit your ass down. Sit your ass down, Hector.
You're a troll. That's
I'm a realist, bro. I'm the
you're a
realest
troll,
person
bro.
you'll ever get to know. And remember, I'm
troll, bro.
everywhere. Everywhere you're at, I'm at.
Okay.
Remember that.
How am I the one following you then?
Every time I gave a speech, every time I give a presentation in these TikTok
give
lives,
speeches?
what comes up? Hector Raid. Hector Raid. Hector Raid. Why?
Oh,
y'all
because
tryna
you're
hate on
following
me.
my mutuals?
Because y'all, I'm debating your mutual and I'm destroying them, bro.
Right. And then I may be ending my live at the time, so you'll see people say Hector Raid, and it has nothing to do with the person on the panel, but the creator that I respect and want to show love to. Listen, bro, I don't know who you are. I don't care who you are. I don't know why you think I'm so obsessed with you. But you should probably see somebody about that. Because, like my friend Thanos here says, I don't even know who you are. I have no idea who you are.
You don't have to know who I am.
You can go find out who you are, kiddo. Go find out who you are. How about that? That was weird. Johnson, did you vote for Trump?
Yeah.
And do you regret your vote?
No.
Why is that?
Because Trump's good.
Because Trump's good.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's good for the country. We're doing
He's
good.
for the country. So you're referencing specifically Donald Trump's policies, right?
Yeah.
Or you just mean he looks good? It's okay if you are.
Well, he does mog Joe Biden.
He does what?
He mogs Joe Biden.
What is mog? What is mog?
You don't know mog?
No.
You don't know what mogging is?
Some new slang?
It's pretty mainstream, bro.
I'm aspirationally 44, so I'm not a part of that.
Oh, damn. You're 44? You look younger than that. I thought you were in your 20s, dude.
Nah, bro, I'm aspirationally 44.
You're doing very good for
Mog
your
is
age.
internet slang that means to be outshone, outperformed, or completely dominated by someone else, usually in terms of physical appearance, fitness, or social presence. So you believe that Donald Trump is outperforming Biden's administration, correct?
Yeah.
Can you give me a metric that would solidify your position on that? Guys,
Well,
continue to double
Trump
tap that
is better
screen,
for
share out the live with your
AI.
friends and family, and also make sure that you are knocking out the 1 cent gift goals so we can get us boosted on the FYP. Every time you knock it out, I will reset it. What?
Trump's better for AI.
Trump's better for AI?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you think the
we're
gross amount of deregulation that we're having surrounding AI, which is leading to the replacement of jobs for, regular human working class Americans, do you think the data centers that are being ramped up across the country, specifically in dry states like Texas and Arizona, that's water consumption could take up the capacity of several nuclear bombs on a daily basis? Do you think that is good for Americans, my guy?
yeah.
How is that?
Well, every single country is investing in AI, and we're the best. So
Yeah, no one said don't invest in AI. We're just a country who's smart enough to understand the harm it can cause and put some regulations on it.
well, Europe has regulations, and their AI models suck. So
Okay, so you're
I don't
making
wanna
a
be like
correlation
Europe.
between regulations and it sucking.
well,
Comparing
you're
us
making
to, I
you're
don't
making a
know.
correlation between regulation and environmental damage.
Yes,
It's not
without
necessarily
regulations, we would have environmental damage. That's correct.
so you just
6,000%.
assume that more regulation is better. That's an assumption.
Assumptions on what the
Can
capacity
you
of
can you
these AI data
substantiate
centers
that
can do
assumption?
very much
Yeah.
prove
So
my claim.
what would okay? So what would Kamala Harris do about that? Was that on her platform? Did she say that she was running on regulating AI?
Kamala Harris and the Democratic Party are pro-regulations, nor did they support the deregulation that came in the form of the big, beautiful
You're
bill.
just assuming that.
No, I'm not
they're
assuming. I'm literally
deregulating.
telling you what they were not about. Are you unaware of all the Democrats that voted against the passage of the big, beautiful bill and specific provisions in said bill that contributed to their lack of a vote?
So you see a universe where they're going to support the big beautiful bill. Like you think
I'm
they'll just be
sorry.
like,
Did
oh,
you
yeah,
just
we love
ask?
Trump's
Did you
bill.
just ask me if I see a universe where Democrats would support the big beautiful bill?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go on a wild guess and say that you, in no way, shape, or form, comprehended what I just told you, because that's a ridiculous question to respond with.
I think I'm just 2 steps ahead of you.
Are you now?
Yeah.
Cool. What about what I said means that Democrats would have voted for the big beautiful bill?
Well, you're saying that Democrats are against the big beautiful bill, and my contention is that they would have been against it regardless of what was in the bill.
For
So
several other reasons. Yes, several other
right,
reasons on
so
top of what
so
the
you
AI
see a
provisions
world
were
where
would contribute to them not supporting the big beautiful bill. I literally said that earlier. I said AI and several other factors, several other provisions. I said that already.
okay, so we deregulated AI. Our AI is advanced. So you're saying that it's Trump's fault that AI is so advanced
I'm
in
saying
America.
Trump has played a significant role of deregulating AI further and supporting its ramping up, specifically in red states because of his investments, and then the red states that he's enabling to continue to allow their production in vulnerable communities. Yeah.
Well, it sounds like you're agreeing with me that whatever Trump did is making AI better.
What?
Yeah. Well, he's deregulating AI, so AI can outperform. So thank you, Trump.
Outperform. And then what happens to us, my guy?
Well, you don't know that. People aren't getting fired by AI yet. You're just
Quite
Actually,
literally
they
have
are.
seen a reduction in jobs because of AI so far in specific industries. Go ahead, Jaden. How you doing?
Hey, what's up, Hector? Thanks for having me. What exactly do you mean by making AI better?
well, the stock price for AI is up.
That's it?
Stocks.
Well, why would it be up if it's not better?
Stocks.
Well, again, what do you mean by better if not just stock prices?
Well, if AI is making money and it's profitable,
Towards
and our
whom,
models are
though?
faster
The
than
military
their models,
industrial complex is making money.
yeah,
What
and
is
that's
your
good.
point?
We have the strongest military. You don't want that?
I mean, if you support us
Do you not
bombing
want the
everyone
strongest
that we've
military?
been bombing. No, because
Yeah.
Donald Trump's definition of strength is not in any way, shape, or form correlated with peace.
Well, he calls it peace through strength.
Exactly. And he's done
How's that
everything
working
of the
out?
opposite.
It's working out pretty good.
Really quickly.
We're winning.
Really quickly. Are you our AI investor?
Yeah.
Yeah? Who you invested in?
Intel.
Intel. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I voted for Trump because I knew that he would support Intel.
How much do you have in those stocks?
$500,000.
Oh yeah? Where'd you get that from?
My Intel investments.
I said, how much do you have invested in the stocks?
500,000.
So you paid $500,000. You spent $500,000 in Intel stocks, correct?
Well, I started with 100K, and then it went up 5 times.
Okay.
How old are you?
So you put 100. Oh my
30.
God.
I'm 30 years old.
You're 30 years old and have what? $500,000 riding on the stock market right now?
Well,
How do
I
you
actually just
how do you
sold
even
a-
come up with that amount of money at 30? I'm just curious. Did you have anything going for you prior than being a stock trader?
Yeah, I'm a doctor.
You're a doctor. What type of doctor?
Optometrist.
You're an optometrist.
Yeah.
Say again. Sorry.
What's a retina?
Say that again?
What's a red? I mean, that's a really easy question.
Then
It's just
answer
the
it.
back of the eye. It's the back lining of the eye.
Well, there's more to it.
Yeah, well, I'm sure you
Can you
know
tell me
more
what the
about that
retina
than me.
does? Why would I know more than
Yeah, it helps you see, bro. It's got the
Okay,
focus
all
sensor,
parts of the
it's
fucking
got
eye help you see. The
macula,
cones and
it's
rods
got
help
the
you see as
optic
well. But what
nerve.
part of it does it do?
It's got an
Optometrist.
Just wanted to point that out.
What does a retina do?
Optometrist.
Really just wanted to point that
It
out.
collects light and transmits the signal to your brain to
Okay,
help
you
you
had
see.
time to thank you. You had time to look it up.
Sure, man. I mean, I don't
How
know why you're
long? How
doubting
long
me.
have you
It's
been a
not too hard.
practicing optometrist?
1 year.
1 year.
Yeah. Well, before I went to optometry school, I had 200 something thousand dollars.
Okay.
Wait, why are we talking about my bank account though?
No, we aren't.
Okay. Well, I mean, my money is not too important to this debate.
It was just a question as to how you accumulated such wealth. at such a
Oh,
relatively younger age? You said
well,
that you
it's
were an
not
eye
really
doctor.
impressive by like my friend circles. Like I'm kind of poor compared to my friends because
Okay.
I had to do 4 years of grad school after college. That took a
But you
little
have
long time.
500,000 on the stock market right now.
Yeah, well, Intel went from $20 to $100, so
I
it went
understand
up
that, but you
5x.
said over and above $500,000 or so.
Yeah, well, $100,000 went up 5x.
Gotcha. How much do you make annually as an optometrist?
160.
Make about 160.
Yeah,
What degree do you have?
optometry degree. Wait, why are you asking me this?
It's just
Trabeculectomy.
just curious.
Does that word sound familiar to
Trabeculectomy.
you?
That's yeah. Trabeculectomy is when the trabecular meshwork is too clogged, and you can either use a laser or you can use a physical way of just opening it up. But that's not under
What is the
my
tool that
not,
you'd
not
use
under
to
my
do that?
license. What tool? I don't
Yeah.
know. It's not my license.
It's not your license? What are your license?
Yeah, that's ophthalmology.
What?
That's ophthalmology. You're
Oh my
talking about an
goodness.
ophthalmologist.
We're talking about physical correction
Well,
of
that's
ocular
surgery.
diseases.
Trabeculectomy is a surgery.
No shit, Sherlock. It was specifically
Yeah.
for glaucoma surgery.
Yeah, it's a glaucoma surgery. Yeah, you're opening up the trabecular meshwork.
Hmm.
Yeah, because some people they have open angle, or sorry, that would be closed angle glaucoma, narrow angle glaucoma.
W's in the chat to Sean for the $5 super chat. I'm here ready to take on the mantle, but I about got carpal tunnel on Erica's live. Yeah, her live was
I
something.
mean, it's
W's in the chat
it's
to
not
you.
a big.
W's in
No,
the
it's
chat
not.
too. I can't stand it when you guys openly start talking when I'm doing my PSAs. W's in the chat to Omega for the 5 memberships sent over on the YouTube side. W's to you, Omega. Thank you so much for showing your support. To the 5 new DEI members on the YouTube, enjoy your perks. Make sure you're checking them out. Appreciate every last one of you for your support, whether you choose to keep it or not. You guys already know what to do. Best way to support the platform is going to be the links in the bio. Make sure you're following me on all social medias, Hector Talks with 2 R's. Join the Discord community, to which we're over 700 members strong. Also consider getting yourself some merch off the merch shop. I'm currently wearing 2 pieces right fucking now, or not 2 pieces, I'm wearing one. Another one's behind of you. And then donating directly to the links in the bio. Please make sure we take care of Jaden while he's here as well.
God bless you.
Up. Those of you on the YouTube side, hit the like button on the stream, subscribe, turn on notification bells as well. And if you want to support Super Chat, Super Sticker, or as Omega did, send out memberships or become one yourselves. Back to this optometrist.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll be honest. I
Couldn't
wasn't
even
really.
pronounce it initially.
I didn't catch the start of the debate. Is his argument that he supports Trump because he deregulated AI? Is that where we're at?
That is correct. He supports Trump because he deregulated AI, and AI is benefiting all of us. And the only metrics he's been able to give us is stocks. I've never been arguing stocks this entire conversation, because stocks would only benefit the individuals who are trying to make money off of AI, such as himself, investors, so on and so forth. Not so much the American people in the ways that it will be utilized, which he has yet to actually address. He's only focused on the financial aspects as an investor versus the other aspects, such as the environment.
Okay, well,
Oh, and he straight up rebutted you
We
with a
started
no
talking
when we
about
talked
the-
about how AI is already replacing jobs.
Oh.
Well, there's no evidence of that yet.
Quite literally, yes, my guy. It's literally already starting to streamline
Well-
processes,
well,
which is reducing the workforce in many key fields.
Okay, like what?
In any sector. We can talk about Amazon's. Let me get
Well,
you the
I don't
specifics
think
on this.
AI is taking a McDonald's job.
No,
I mean, that's a
It
kiosk.
actually
That's
is.
not AI.
They just announced just today or yesterday that window operators would be replaced with an AI software system. I think the name is Archie.
I mean, okay. We already have
U.S.
kiosks.
layoffs last year, 54,000 job cuts in relation directly to AI. Per Challenger, Gray, and Christmas. Thousands more expected in 2026.
Yeah, and we'll have jobs that are not kiosk workers. Like the typewriter eliminated
Tech
jobs.
sector. 78,000 tech jobs were cut between 2025 and 2026, periods explicitly tied to AI adoption. AI was accountable for a notable share of 4.5 to 17% of total announced layoffs.
So companies, okay, so big tech does claim that, but that's really for their investors, right? So they have layoffs because they're doing a lot of capex for AI, and they need to have a better balance sheet. And so they say, oh, we cut costs by firing people, but that's not really related to AI. That's just That's just normal layoffs.
It's directly related to AI.
Yes, the
Well,
record
that's what they claim.
investments many of these corporations are putting into AI models and then the sudden replacement of individuals. We can even talk about that in the federal government.
Well, it sounds like
Implementations of Doge, and Doge was supposed to go through and get rid of all this waste, fraud, and abuse. And now that department doesn't exist anymore, suspiciously. And then we can look at the black sector, specifically federal workers, where 300,000 women lost their jobs. Some of them were required to come back because we cut key departments.
I mean, it sounds like they made an error and they cut people who shouldn't have been cut.
Yes,
What's the
again,
issue?
that's not the majority of the 300,000 specifically, which would be black women that have lost their jobs. Most of them are the guys of cutting down
Wait,
the government.
wait, you just said they got hired
None
again.
of it was, some of them. Yes, that's what I said. Some of them. A small
Well,
sector of them
seems
in
like
key departments. The ones that they never should have fired to begin with, because your administration is ripe with errors.
yeah, everybody makes mistakes. So,
Mistakes that they often did not correct. Or at least not
well,
accurately.
in this case, it sounds like they corrected it. So I don't know what your issue is.
In certain sectors with some people. I mentioned it, and for some reason you think that was an overall solution when the majority of
Well,
those
if
women
you're
are still
so important,
unemployed
then
by
you
the
would get
federal
hired again.
government. Yeah.
I mean, if you were important, you'd
Unless
get
the
hired
administration
again,
is playing political games and doesn't see certain departments as important, such as the NOAA.
What's that?
You don't know what the NOAA is, bro?
No.
Weather?
What's that?
You don't know
The
anything about
weather?
that?
I mean, what are they going to do?
National
Change the
Weather
weather?
Service under that bridge? Yeah, it's more than that weather, but that's where the
They're going to
National
change the
Weather
weather?
Service comes
Like,
under.
what they do?
Changing the... I'm sorry,
No,
what?
they monitor.
I mean, if it's going to
oceanic
rain,
and
it's going to
atmospheric
rain. Like, why do we
conditions.
need a department for that?
It's not all that they do, my guy.
What else do they do?
First of all, if it rains, it rains is such a low level intelligence statement to make. We have to determine say if this is going to lead to a hurricane, if this is going to be a cataclysmic weather storm, whether or not that's going to count for flooding. That's what NOAA accounts for. To say if it rains, we have to know these things are measurable. We have to know ahead of time the level and degree of destruction it's likely to cause. That's what NOAA does.
So we can't do that without NOAA.
We can't just do that on our own.
How
How
would
do
we
you
do
know
it?
that?
How would we do it?
I mean, there's probably another organization besides the national one,
Like what?
state one.
State ones. And how did
Yeah.
they get
So
their
state
information?
ones wouldn't cover national oceanic fucking atmospheric conditions.
So we don't have meteorologists anymore. We fired them all.
No one said we don't have them, but a state level operation wouldn't cover the entirety of what's needed in terms of research nationwide.
Like hurricanes that would impact several states,
Right.
where the process
So
would be streamlined.
hurricanes
The
didn't
process
impact
would be
America
streamlined
for
by a
sure.
national branch versus a bunch of states, especially if we're talking about the political aspects of them, red and blue, fighting over whatever crumbs of information they have with reduced cooperation for whatever reason. The national, what was the NOAA? National Oceanic, damn, what are the other two A's? Something Atlantic
Atmospheric administration.
Atmospheric administration. And what they do on the national level is to streamline the process to be able to feed those states one general understanding bigger than what any of the states can do, in some cases combined. That's the whole point.
Also, storms tend to travel. I don't know if you knew that.
Yeah.
Hurricanes travel across multiple states, as do tornadoes, and the list goes on. That's what these things measure. If it was done on an individualized level, one state might only account for their state and not the pathway of which a storm is likely to take.
So we couldn't do that before.
We weren't doing that
Did you
before.
miss what I just said?
Well, I just don't see like how like this is such a big difference.
Are you aware
Well,
of
the
we
the,
reason
have
I believe
before.
that is because we've had Hurricane
are you
Katrina.
aware of the
we've had
recent
Hurricane
flooding that took
Andrew.
place in Texas last year? I believe it
Well,
was Cary
every
County.
time a hurricane hits, something goes wrong. It's not like things are perfect when hurricanes hit.
We're not here to stop hurricanes. That's not what they do. I think
Yeah, but you're
completely
assuming that-
misunderstanding what the point of these branches are, which makes sense.
I think
You
you're
don't understand
overstating their
about
importance.
Oh, I am. Okay.
Yeah.
How do you think we're able
Because-
to ascertain the impact of storms? How do you think we're able to tell, in some cases days prior, whether we're going to have this much hail, where it could cover, the chances of it, the size? The disaster preparedness
you
that we
think
have
we
to
can't
have
do that right
for
now? Like, we're screwed.
for evacuation.
The reason
so
we
on
can
and so
do it is
forth.
because of Noah.
Okay, so you're telling me that the next hurricane, like, we're totally unprepared for. That's what you believe in.
NOAA still exist, my guy. Who said they were gone? It's not
Wait,
about
so what's
being
your issue
not
with
prepared.
NOAA?
The cuts to the department, which means their
Okay.
impact, their disaster preparedness is reduced. We saw that in the state of Tennessee with the big flooding that we had last year that killed over 120 people. 120 people were missing, excuse me. And 40 of them, I believe it's 60 now, kids were dead because the state was not ready due to the office, the National Weather Service office in San Antonio, was short of one of their administrators for months. Then Donald Trump came in, put a $2.2 billion cut to said departments, which did not help.
So Biden didn't have a hurricane?
What are you asking?
Well,
How is that related to what Hector just told
Well,
you?
you're saying, like, some people died during a hurricane, so it's Trump's fault.
Oh my God.
Listen, please, because no one said that.
Oh my God.
That's what you're saying.
Nor
You're
did
saying
anyone
Trump
say,
cut,
nor
and
did
then they
anyone
were
say or
unprepared.
imply that no hurricanes happened under Biden or that people didn't die under Biden. The reason why we have NOAA and more importantly FEMA is to monitor these pathways. We data collect.
Thank you
That's
guys
also
for
what
the
NOAA
one-time
does.
gifts.
We
Thank you.
data collect.
All right, I have a question. In 2022, we had Hurricane Ian. Was Trump president? No.
Obviously
Hurricane
not.
Ian killed 160
My guy,
people.
you
Are we
bringing
gonna-
up
can we
every
blame Biden for
single
that?
storm in the United States throughout history would not negate the point that I'm making. You seem to be conflating it with President Stop Storms. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying our preparedness for said storms, whether it's through the NOAA or even disaster response through FEMA, has been threatened and reduced by this administration because of their cuts, because of their attacks on these branches, and their gross misunderstanding of what they do. You're proving the point every single time you open your mouth. The fact that Jay and I have to go this far to even explain to you what we understand of these departments, and you minimizing their impact on the country and how we've been handling this for decades now, goes to show why your vote for policies that deregulate these departments is so detrimental when you don't understand the significance of why they're there to begin with.
Well, I appreciate that you're respectful and trying to educate me. No, I actually do appreciate that. But I just want to make the point that you're under the assumption that more money equals more success. And that's not necessarily true.
I think we can see the opposite, that less money leads to more cataclysmic disasters and higher death tolls. For example, Hurricane Maria under Trump, Puerto Rico was a Cat 4, resulted in some 3,000 deaths. That's due to Trump's inaction, due to Trump's relatively slow response time in getting emergency needs on the ground when necessary. More people died and were without electricity for months because of Donald Trump sidestepping the aid and rejecting the aid that was requested from them.
Yes, the president can pass a memo or whatnot to direct agencies to focus on certain disasters. When he takes his time, things like that can happen. We saw that once again in the state of Texas, where I could actually compliment the Trump administration for this part at least. He wrote that memo really quickly, was able to get Greg Abbott what he needed. Granted, that didn't change his federal cuts.
Man, you look a little stressed. Like, I'm trying to be respectful too. Like, it's okay.
It just baffles me how much you guys don't know sometimes.
Well, I mean, I have a job. I look at my stocks. Like, I don't know, like, everything.
Why do you
So,
guys
I mean,
always
I
do that?
appreciate
Why do you do that?
educating me on
Why do you
this.
do that? Why do you guys
What?
always say, I have a job? As if that's an excuse to be stupid on
Well,
the topic.
because I'm not reading politics all day, right? Like, I don't know what NOAA
You
is.
don't have to do it all day. It can take like 10
Yeah.
minutes out of your time.
Well, the federal government's very large. There's a lot of organizations. NOAA doesn't really make the news.
W's in the
You
chat
do politics.
to
Like,
Penny
so
for the
you're more
25.
knowledgeable about this.
Hold
It's
on.
actually
Hold on. Debbie's in chat to Penny for the $25 Venmo. Keep your foot on the neck of this maggot. I'm just trying to teach people at this point. W's in the chat to you, Penny. Thank you so much for kicking off the first donation of the night. W's in the chat to Stacy for the $5 Venmo. The cuts to the National Weather Service has led to people not getting advance notice for tornadoes. Exactly. That is all, again, disaster preparedness.
It's true.
That's what we saw here in Cary County in Texas. I made an entire video about this stuff and how the local department did not quite have the resources. They talked about some of the alarms not working. They talked about how some of the texts people reported not ever receiving them before the flood, and then those people have been lost in it since. That was because it was not double. What's the word I'm looking for? Triple checked beforehand. There were noticeable staffing cuts prior. They did not have the right amount of manpower, and then cutting said departments did not help the situation, exasperated it. Thank you so much, Stacey. I appreciate your support. Guys, once again, the best way to support the platform is going to be the links in the bio. If you want to donate directly, that will be Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Hector Talks with 2 R's and Cash App and Venmo. PayPal, Hector Pal with 2 O's and 2 R's. If you're over on the Tube side, you may send a super chat or a super sticker. Please make sure we take care of Jaden while he's here. Hit up his links in the bio, or better yet, let's get his coins up. Can we get his coins up to 500 and 1,000? Throw some coins at Jaden. We appreciate him being here. He's going to be co-hosting with us for the night, I think. So make sure we take care of Jaden. Perfect. Fantastic. Wonderful. Back to you, because we've kind of strayed off far from the initial argument of AI. So I do want to hone in on that because that's exactly what he brought up in this conversation. Why do you think the ramping up of AI in the United States is a net positive to the average American? The average American would be the working class, individuals who would not so much benefit from it in the way that you think they would, compared to you, who's an investor in the product.
Well, most
Penny.
companies aren't too public with how they will be monetizing AI, but AI is really an arms race, across the world. So China is investing in AI, and if America falls behind China, we're going to have issues if AI does become very commercialized in a successful way.
Do you think we're saying don't invest in AI?
I'm not saying, well, no, I'm not. I know that's not what you're saying, but I'm saying that what's necessary for AI to perform well is less restrictions. And as of right now, at least, the environmental damage, if there's any, is not as quantifiable and impacting.
Are we
So,
behind
as long
or
as
in front of
it's not-
China in the U.S. when it comes to AI?
What's up?
Are we behind or in front of China?
Well,
when it
we're
comes to
ahead of
AI?
China, but China is investing a lot in AI as well. So it's
You
really
think
an
we're
arms
ahead
race.
of China?
In AI, yes, definitely, yes.
By what metric do you think
If
we're
you look
ahead of China?
by the performance of the frontier models. So if you look at the
fascinating.
best
Let's see.
performing, yeah. So realistically, China's best model is DeepSeek, but it's really a budget. It's a budget version distilled down from American models, and they're really falling behind more and more as we're using anti-distillation methods.
Yeah, you're correct in that model specifically. That gap is closing by the day, but yes, you would be correct specifically due to like Anthropic. We did just have a huge investment there in a deal with the U.S. I do recall that. Just for my brains. I mean, we have the AI chip production, so there's that. That's in part why
Yeah.
we have what is it? 10% in Nvidia now.
We have 10% of Intel as a
Intel.
country.
Excuse me, I thought it was Nvidia.
Yeah. No, Nvidia, no. But we have 10%. Like, yeah, Trump put 10% of Intel in like the treasury or something like that. Like he bought 10% of Intel.
Yeah.
Yeah, which was a very good move. Very good move. I expected that, and very happy that I played out correctly.
Yeah, sounds pretty socialist.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind 10%. I mean, Bernie wants 50%. That might be pushing it.
I'm unaware of Bernie's exact percentage that he wants.
No, well, recently he said that he wanted he wanted the government to take 50% of these AI companies, which I think might be too much. Maybe 20%, but 50%, man, come on, it's a bit much.
It's a part I'm unfamiliar with. When stakes in AI companies.
It's a sovereign wealth fund by taking 50% of stock. So it'd be publicly owned.
I see that here. Proposed shock 50% seizure of AI wealth for Americans.
I think that's a fair idea given the impact that it would have towards jobs, the environment, livelihoods on the average American citizen. Having a say and stock in this expense, which, by the way, is also contributing to higher electricity costs, is probably a good idea to offset that.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm interested why
We're
he
probably
wants to
gonna
do
do
a
something like that.
one-time tax, though.
Oh, Republicans won't.
I mean, Trump. I mean, they weren't against the 10% Intel. I'm sure we can come to an agreement.
50%. I mean, you yourself just said it was a bit much, but I'd say it's fair to offset the rising cost attributed to AI. You mentioned a moment ago that we can't quantify the damage that's done. We already have, and we can make certain projections based on the rates of which we're going at today. 2023 saw something like 24 to 44 million metric tons of CO2 per year. As far as water consumption goes, it's even worse.
God bless you.
We can measure these things
Thank
based
you,
on
Matt,
what
for
we
the gifts. I
have,
appreciate you.
based on what we have now of the millions upon billions of gallons of waters that it consumes, of the electricity that it intakes. That much is measurable, and we can make these predictions based on how much is set to go up forth within the next 5 or 6 years.
Unless
So, are
it
you anti AI build out?
is regulated.
Like, okay, what were they going to regulate? You still got to build the factories. You still got to build the fabs. You still got to build the infrastructure. Like, what would regulation do? It's not magic.
I think the counties specifically where these data centers are going to be dropped, the public should have an input on if they want them. We can see in places like Arizona, there are counties that are already going through droughts, and there's been no provision whatsoever to deal with the water consumption of these centers. And there's even some reports that people near data centers have seen electric bill increases. That should not in any way, shape, or form go to the consumer. That should be on the responsibility of the center and whoever its I guess main, what's the word I'm looking for? Umbrella company is.
Yeah.
W's in the chat to Above Infinity for the $5 super chat. He's full of shit. Oh, that was earlier. Yeah, he's an AI investor.
Full of what?
Optometrist, I guess. W's in the chat to Redacted for the $2 Venmo. My sweet white Republican Jesus, make it stop. Jesus wasn't white. One day y'all gonna get it. I know you're joking, Redacted. If you guys are not following me, hit that follow button in the top left corner. We are live every Saturday after 3 p.m. CST and randomly throughout the week. Thank you guys for your love and support and donations. Hit up the links in the bio, and please make sure we're to continue to take care of Jaden as well. Jaden just went over the impact again to us, the regular Americans, specifically
That's
on those
760 billion liters.
Precisely. I think we should be concerned about that and how these companies are going to go ahead and mitigate the cost it's going to put on Americans.
It's like water prices going up. Like, what's the issue?
Is what prices going?
It's increasing droughts and costing farms. There was a 46% increase in farm bankruptcy last year alone, some of which was directly attributed to the fact that it couldn't grow anything due to the rising rates of droughts.
Yeah, I don't care about that.
Well, you should, because people rely upon farms to both feed and eat.
Well, if it causes a problem, then I'll be for regulation of it, but it hasn't really caused
causing
a
a
problem.
problem. It's already causing
don't care about
problems.
I'm
Droughts are
sorry.
set to increase by 2030.
He just said he doesn't care about drought.
Yeah, I mean, there's no droughts where I live.
Where you live, that's now.
What
But
state
you're
are you
proposing
in?
more data centers where you live.
Chicago.
Okay. So you're in I mean, to my knowledge, Illinois wouldn't be a state that would be impacted as aggressively as the ones I mentioned, Arizona and Texas. So you're saying
well,
that
that's up to
from a
Dub.
place of privilege. And then with what you're saying, as Jaden was pointing out, the ramping up of more of these centers, I would argue even some of the most quote unquote wet states, combined with the issues we're having with climate change,
God bless you.
are going to all be impacted negatively for the long term. Thank you, Jane, for real, for the fruit friends.
Well, I think if it's affecting those states should advocate for regulation. That's not my job.
I think those states already are. They're
Well, yeah,
petitioning
well,
the
then-
In
federal
fact,
government.
your state has some of the strictest AI regulations in the nation.
Well, I didn't vote for that, so whatever.
So
Clearly.
would you, though, if it meant that your water would be depleted?
I mean, that's just a false dichotomy.
It's not a false dichotomy. We're seeing it across the board. Greater droughts, higher electricity costs, and a much heavier and heftier CO2 impact on the environment as a result of these AI data centers popping up. You want more of that with fewer environmental regulations. That's the trade-off. I would assume your stocks would increase vastly, but at what cost is it to you to not have the ability to drink clean and drinkable water? I'd say that's a pretty piss poor trade-off.
Well, that's only in your version of the story.
What's yours? Where water is protected and droughts somehow don't exist in this
Well,
idea of AI
food's not
data
very
centers popping
expensive
up.
where I am, so
It
you're
gets more
assuming that.
expensive the more costlier it is to grow, which
Literally,
happens when there are fewer farms.
literally how your state runs in
You're-
agriculture
you're
controls the
exaggerating
prices of a
here.
large
What?
bit of products that I consume, such as soy and corn. Those are the two leadings. They also specialize in a lot of renewable fuels. All of those things can go up if Illinois was to be negatively impacted by AI data centers en masse.
You're just assuming that like your version of history will happen.
It's not an assumption, it's a projection based on the information we have today and the scheduled slate of plans on where AI data centers are set to pop up. This is the
What if they're
result
wrong?
of that. What?
What if you're wrong?
We're doing
What if?
hypotheticals on
How
what
do
if
you
we're
know that
wrong?
you're right? How are you so certain
How
that
do
you're
you
more
know that
correct
you're
than I
right?
am?
Well, I live in the now, and the now is okay. So
The
that's
now
why
is
I'm-
not okay. I already gave you the numbers of the
You don't know
now.
so much about what's
Well,
happening now.
I can only go off of my state, and my state's chilling. So like, I don't know
Because
why.
it has AI regulation. It has some of the. Oh my! What are you not fucking getting? You're okay, because your
okay.
state has
Can you-
protected you against the excesses of AI.
Okay, can
Which
we
you
see
don't
some
support.
sources for this? Wait. What state did you say again? Tennessee, Arizona?
What were you referencing specifically?
Well, you're saying that's already happening to people. What state?
Yes, we can look at Arizona. We can look
Arizona?
at Texas. We can
Alright,
look at there's even one in
Arizona
DC.
data
You can look up
center,
several.
water
There's been
drought.
several ones. Some where the city was actually able to fight back and stop it.
Let's see.
Go ahead, look it
AI
up.
data center
Google
use
negative
reports-
impacts of AI data center in a state. Go ahead. Tell me not one of those states don't show up.
Okay, let's see. AI needs 7 billion gallons of water a year. Does that sound right to you? 7 billion?
I believe those are some of the estimates depending on the center, yeah.
All right, let's see. All right.
Jaden.
Almond farms use, okay, that's not that much. 3.5 to 5.5 million. Damn, 7 billion is a lot. Is that bad? I don't know.
What, food versus nothingness?
Damn it. Well, I mean, 7 billion sounds a lot to me because I'm not a farmer, but maybe it's not a lot to a farmer.
Ooh.
How much water?
Are you aware of how Texas power grid works?
No.
Okay. See where we have one of the weakest grid systems in the nation. It's actually cut off from other states.
Oh, I got a good stat for you. You ready for this one?
Sure.
The United
Just
States
pivoted
uses
from my
about
point.
322 billion gallons of water every single day.
What do we use
For
the
what?
water for, my guy?
I mean-
Sustaining ourselves?
And we're using 322 billion a day.
What are
I
we
think 7
using the
billion years
water
okay.
for, my guy? Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Did you not know that we use water for other things before? Do you not
Well,
understand the
yeah,
contention
that's
that we're
true.
making right now?
Right?
Thank you, Cullen, for the lead countdown. What is happening?
We have to contextualize what 7 billion a year is by understanding how much we use a day.
Wait, how much do we use daily?
322 billion.
322 billion?
Yeah. So I mean 7 billion a year is not that bad.
This is crazy. This is actually crazy.
I'm using critical thinking right now.
You're using critical. Are you now? Okay, cool. Can you tell me where the largest portion? How much did you say? 700 what?
What?
How
You're
much,
talking
did you,
AI
how, many,
or-
how much water did you just say the United States uses overall? What was the number?
322 billion
322 billion gallons a year, correct?
a day.
Excuse me, a day. 322 million or billion?
Billion.
322 billion gallons a day. Where
Yeah.
does the majority of that water go?
I mean agriculture, industry, thermoelectric use.
Do you not understand the difference between some of those departments and their necessary consumption versus AI data centers for, I don't know, military contracts for the government, or so
Well-
that people can use more chat GPT and special models that cost fucking $30, $40, $50 a month? Do you not understand the difference in what we use it and the needs versus what you're asking for, which is specifically your stock portfolio to go up?
Okay, well, 322 billions a day is 117 trillion a year. So I think 7 billion on top of that is okay. You get my point?
Yeah, I don't. I
He
don't
also
see the
mentioned
trade-off.
key states specifically, though it would be negatively impacting them the most. I was trying to finish my example with Texas, where we already have a strained grid system. We are grossly underprepared for just about every single major storm that we experience. Fun fact, the 2021 blizzard that we have, where the likes of Greg Abbott and what's his name, Senator Ted Cruz got on a plane and left. He did the same, by the way, last year for that big flood. He got on a plane and he left. And then now we're putting these data centers in there, and we do not have new funds or new water sources to properly supplement them.
Yeah, maybe they should build it in like a
Those
less,
billions that
sensitive
you're
place.
talking about that we use daily, some of that includes states that are already strained and stressed enough.
Well, we should have a maybe conversation in those states.
States.
Yeah, well, if those states can't handle the data centers, let's not build it there. That doesn't seem like a good idea. Let's build
That
it in the
is
states that
not
can
being
handle it.
taken into consideration by Republican governors and lawmakers. That is not
you're
being
saying
taken
all
into
the AI
consideration
companies
in
are
Texas.
Republicans?
That is not being taken. No, I'm mentioning those states predominantly where it's being impacted. Whereas the blue states, such as Illinois, as Jaden mentioned, are actually looking at its impact and puts the appropriate regulations on the region.
Well, it sounds like they should just vote out the Republicans if the Republicans are ruining their lives by using up all the water.
Oh my God.
I think what you're failing to mention is the return in investment when it comes to the kinds of water spending that we use daily. That stat that you keep bringing up, the 322 billion, that's a return on investment that goes to actual industries that rely upon it and produce forms of hydration that we rely on our everyday usage. AI has something like 85% of its water used for evaporative cooling. That's lost in the atmosphere itself. That's not creating anything. That's not sustaining anything. That's not producing anything of value. That's a loss within that investment. That is a loss of water at a greater speed and rate. Yes, you're correct. It's I don't remember the exact number of gallons per day that AI consumes, but it's already stretching the amount that we currently use much thinner and uses it at a greater rate faster and evaporates faster than otherwise is the case today. That's why it's a bad investment. It burns faster. You don't get much out of it in terms of the input on hydration. That's costlier. It's over and above is a poor investment.
Thank you, Pixie, because a lot of it's not reusable. That's
Well,
correct.
I think if it evaporates, it will rain,
Yeah,
right?
it's not
It'll go into the
reusable, though.
atmosphere and rain.
It's not reusable.
Oh my
though.
fucking God.
Thing is,
Well, you're saying
plants
this water just
plants
disappears.
create
like,
hydration though. Plants keep
yeah,
you
but like it
hydrated.
goes into the atmosphere and then makes a cloud and then it rains.
What?
Yeah, it comes back down.
Rainwater. Oy.
You should read up on the water cycle. The water evaporates and then it forms a cloud and it rains.
Okay, droughts don't necessarily increase rates of raining though. I'm sure you're aware though, right?
Well, you're assuming that in those states it's causing a drought. Well, I'm saying
not
that
assuming
if
that.
it's causing a drought in those states and
I'm
it's
not
because of the
assuming that.
Republicans,
We have measurements
let's vote them out.
as to the
they're
results
not
of
getting voted
AI
out, it's not an
usage
issue.
directly correlated to droughts.
I don't even know where to go with this conversation, bro.
Well, I think I'm just poking a lot of holes in your argument.
You're
I've
literally
answered
not.
I filled every hole with cement and shut it
You-
soundly. What are you talking
He's
about?
talking
No,
about
you're
toxic
filling a
water
hole and then the
evaporating
hole
into the
goes
air. Again,
Yeah.
toxic, and then that coming back down in the form of rain. You're literally talking about pollution. You're literally explaining the reason why we need the regulations. This is crazy to me. You just said, oh, don't worry, we're going to get it back. It's going to go up in the air and it's going to rain. We're good.
Yeah. Well, they make sure
there's
it's
no way
clean,
you heard
right?
what I just said.
It's
There's no way you
for
just-
evaporative cooling. It's not chemical. You should be
Okay,
worried
but
about
as it
industry.
stands, 2/3 of new data centers being built and or planned are already in high or extremely high stressed regions, i.e., areas that are more prone to drought or likely to have water scarcity. This only exacerbates the issue and likelihood and effects of droughts. That is not a return on investment. That wouldn't create more rain in an already water stressed area. We're talking about
Well, you're saying
Arizona,
that it's
Texas, Georgia,
evaporating.
and much of the Southwest.
You're saying it's evaporating.
It's evaporative.
Yeah, and then it goes up to the atmosphere and then it
That
rains.
alone, no. And there's no data to support that it creates more rainfall.
Can I share you a photo of the water
Can you
cycle?
prove to me that more rainfall
You think the water goes
occurred?
into outer space?
Stop. Can you prove to me that more rainfall has occurred around or above AI data centers as a result of evaporative cooling?
Yeah. Trump
Okay,
supporters
well,
request up
it
in the
doesn't.
box to the demographic
I
of
looked
people
it
I'd like to have
up.
a conversation with.
Apparently, it
If
doesn't.
you're over on the tube
Oh,
side, you can
wow,
call
isn't
them.
that fucking funny?
We're calling the number on screen 737-295-5321. Finer, did you vote for Trump?
Absolutely not. I don't know how I got up here. I didn't ask to come up, but
All good. Accidental request. I appreciate you. Not a problem. If you are a Trump supporter, you may call the number on screen over on the YouTube side or request up in the box over on the TikTok side, 737-295-5321. If you are a Trump supporter who regrets their vote, this live is a safe space for you to come up here and express exactly what made you get up off the bag of plantation. Or if you're a Trump supporter who goes, fuck the planet, fuck the people, I just want more money in my stock, no matter what the long-term impacts are, I guess you can come up here as well. I can tell you all the reasons why you're fucking wrong. So you just looked up how everything you've been saying for the last couple minutes in regards to it going back up into the air and coming back down so it's reusable is dead wrong. So now can you at least see or acknowledge the environmental impact it can have, specifically in red states where there's little to no regulation being put on them, no proper distribution as to the areas that it would pull from that would not already be dry as fuck already, and then that cost being passed on to the consumers that are not so much being participating in that AI consumption.
Well, that's on the states, right? So the people can vote out their governor, they can vote out
Yeah.
their
So
mayor.
when I'm speaking on
flip
this,
the
I'm
vote.
not. I'm speaking on it on every level. Friendly reminder. I'm not sure if you've noticed this. I'm a
Yeah,
progressive.
well, I don't see how
I'm
this
a
has anything to do with Trump.
Democrat. So this is Trump enables these people. Trump supports these policies. They quite literally sat and waited on him to give them the green light in many cases.
Well,
Those
they were building
states,
these data
those
centers when
states can
Biden was
ramp up
president.
said policies with the encouragement,
regulated.
with the backing of the president of the United States. So if the president goes, this is all a good thing, states will follow suit.
So every single erroneous decision made by a blue state under Biden is Biden's fault.
If it was supported by Biden, Biden would have encouraged it. Yeah.
Yeah, Biden encouraged open borders. Look what that got
So
us.
no, he didn't.
Give me an example of Biden encouraging open borders.
He wanted healthcare for the immigrants or the illegal immigrants.
Tell me when Joe Biden said undocumented migrants should be eligible for health care in the United States.
It was in the 2020 debate.
Was that made policy?
Well, the first thing he did
no,
was he
right?
reversed all of the Trump executive orders.
Well, that's not what I asked you. Was it made
Well,
policy?
well,
It doesn't.
isn't that
Stop, because
policy?
it wouldn't matter if he reversed an executive
Literally.
order that has to go through Congress anyway. There was no executive order barring migrants from health care. So was that an effort that was passed or pushed for under by the Democratic Congress under Biden? No,
Well,
it
what the
wasn't.
Coyotes did was they said, "Hey, this is your time to come to
migrants
America."
cannot receive federal dollars for health care.
So you don't
any
you don't
other
think
program for
well
that
in
matter,
America
on the
you're
federal
not
level.
allowed to. In America, you're not allowed to deny patients. So if it's emergency, you have to see them.
It's emergency.
I'm sorry, do you want
Yeah,
us
well,
to
that's what they
start
do.
do you want us to start checking citizenship in the ER?
Well, the consequences you have.
Do you
on
want
health
us
law
to
coming in.
start checking citizenship at the ER?
No,
And they
Okay.
pay out of pocket. That's not covered by the government.
no, you get treatment first, then you have to pay.
That's not okay. That's what I fucking said. That's paid out of pocket. You are not. The
Well,
government
if
is
you don't
not
have money,
footing the
then you
bill
don't pay
towards
it.
that.
If you don't have money, you don't pay it.
No, excuse me. Medicare does not cover that. Nor does Medicaid. Any medical expense going towards an undocumented migrant, they pay out of pocket.
Wait, if you're getting care first, Why do you need to pay? You don't need to pay. You can just walk out.
You'd still be billed.
Okay, and you don't pay that bill. Then what?
You'd add interest, and that would affect your
Okay.
credit. That would affect your housing. The banks can seize on that, and you'd be taken
Well,
to
they
court.
can't buy houses.
They're still
Okay, but they can
bills.
summon you.
And if you can't find the people,
How can they summon you
If you
they don't know
can't
where you
find the
live?
people, those nurses, those doctors still their job, which is to protect life regardless of citizenship. The rest is funded by EMTALA. Fun fact: that was Reagan who passed it, or signed it into law when it passed.
Yeah, Reagan's the GOAT.
Oh, congratulations! Reagan understands the significance of helping people whenever they need it in the ER, regardless of citizenship.
Well, you're turning this into a moral issue. I'm saying they just cost us money, which is just objective.
The money that they cost is not a net
Yeah,
drain.
you're putting a moral. You're arguing from
The
saying it's
cost that you're
moral, it's
referencing
moral,
once
but yeah,
again
well,
is being
you're not denying the
paid
fact that it
by
costs money.
immigrants. No shit, everything costs money in a capitalistic country. It is paid.
You think there's a country out
and
there where it
immigrants
doesn't cost
also
money to get
pay
seen by a doctor?
into said system.
No, but migrants are a net fiscal benefit on the economy than they are a drain. They pay more into the federal system than they do in terms of the services that they get back in taxes.
Yeah. Also,
Wrong.
I really want him to substantiate
You
how
mean
Biden
wrong? No,
encouraged this open border.
yeah. Fucking prove me wrong then.
Well, you say migrants. Are you talking about legal migrants or?
Undocumented migrants pay more into the federal system than they get back in services. This was actually a study that covers a 10-year period from the Congressional Budget Office that showed the presence of undocumented migrants was set to reduce the deficit by at least $2 trillion over the next 10 years.
How can you track them if they're
And
not
they
documented?
contributed,
Sounds like they're
I
documented.
believe it was 13
So
to
they're not
15
documented.
trillion.
You can still track their
already.
spending. You can track their movements, et cetera, et cetera. How the fuck is Trump finding them if they're undocumented?
That's what I'm saying. He's not.
No. If they're untrackable, how the fuck are we finding them then?
We literally
We're
just
not.
made a
He only
deal.
deported like
Yes, we
500
are.
people.
What?
DHS just made a deal with the IRS in April of last year to get their information and track them with IRS records. Do you know why you'd be in the IRS system?
No.
You don't know how you would be in the IRS system?
Well, I'm not undocumented, so I don't know how they do
Oh
it.
my God. What is the IRS for? What does it stand for?
Internal Revenue Services,
Okay. And what is their purpose?
collect taxes.
So why would they have a record of you?
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know how they're paying taxes. I don't think they are. I think they're getting paid cash. Why would you want to pay taxes when you're illegal? I wouldn't.
Because it
Doesn't
would
seem
be a
very logical.
documentation of employment.
This isn't real.
I don't think they're keeping documentation of employment. Why would you
So
keep documentation
they
of
are.
employment when
An
you're undocumented?
ITIN is exactly that. Of your yearly wages.
I detect an accident on guest. Does he even go here? Yeah, I go here.
Uh-huh.
Guys, he's literally just saying the dumbest thing you can think of. He's trolling us, not being serious. You're not being serious.
Debbie's
It
in the chat
sounds
to
like it.
Mike for the $2 Venmo. Wait, what the fuck have I been listening to this whole time? The fuck out, dude. I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know, Mike. And shout out to Mike once again for the $2 Venmo. This dude is fucking lucky I'm not a moderator. I've nuked this convo hours ago. dude. Immigrants pay taxes to the federal government. Undocumented migrants specifically would also pay taxes. Even if you're not talking about income taxes, they would pay state, local, and state taxes. So literally, when it comes to your infrastructure, your roads, your schools, immigrants pay into those on the local level. You would benefit from that, I would argue to a larger degree, being in a state such as
I don't
Illinois,
benefit from illegal
which would
immigrants.
determine,
They're stealing our
which
jobs.
is considered a sanctuary state.
Fucking AI is.
Well, who's losing their jobs to AI?
I already
The
told you.
McDonald's person?
People
well,
in the
no,
tech
they're taking
sector, yes.
You
They're
kept
they're
going.
taking
You
service
keep going back to
industry.
McDonald's. Have you seen kiosks lately? What are we doing?
Well, there's a guy. behind
Jaden
the
literally
kiosk.
mentioned this. What do you mean? There's a guy behind the what?
Yeah, well, I'm speaking to a guy behind the kiosk. Are you talking
You'd
about
be speaking to an
self-checkout?
immigrant too.
What do you mean you're
Well, we
speaking?
had self-checkout before AI.
I'm
So why
sorry.
are you blaming AI for
I'm
that?
sorry. What do you mean you're speaking to a guy behind the excuse me, kiosk?
Well, there's a
Do
guy
you,
that
do you
hands
think
me
there
my
are
McDonald's.
do you think there's human voiced and controlled kiosks, right? Like there's a person assigned to each kiosk in McDonald's? Is that what you think?
Okay, maybe I meant the drive-through.
The what?
The drive-through.
The dr-
Yeah, there's always a guy that speaks to me behind the drive-through.
I am talking about the kiosk in the building. Some states,
Oh, well, that's
the
not
bougie
AI
ones,
though. That's just
outside. What do you mean? What do you mean? That's not AI?
it's not AI. That's
You
literally
think some
like
don't
Uber Eats.
don't have
No,
AI
it's
in
Like, is
there?
AI
Uber
now.
Eats AI? That's
They are
like just Uber
literally-
Eats with like fewer steps.
It was just announced yesterday. Archie is the name of the new AI customer servant at the windows now at McDonald's.
Oh my god!
Why does it matter more to you that migrants supposedly take jobs than AI does?
That's the
Well,
crazy part.
because
If you
I don't
care
like
this
the
much about
migrants.
jobs and you've been sitting here gung ho about AI, but you have all this energy for undocumented migrants?
Yeah. Because think about it this way, right? AI. Okay, no, this actually makes perfect sense because
It doesn't, because AI is not
no.
a deficit reducer. Migrants are.
Okay, no. Actually, this makes perfect sense.
And I
So,
can quantify
two
that.
people consume, right? If you just no. In the scenario in which a job is replaced by another person, you have one person that's completely unemployed, right? And one person that's still consuming. But if you only have one person and he loses his job, you actually still only have one person that's consuming. So you actually have half the consuming.
What?
Okay, if you have a migrant and a person that's in America, American citizen, whatever, that's two people that are that's doing consumption, right? But if you have AI that's replacing the job, then there's only one person that's doing consumption. So you can take the money that you save from
Oh,
AI
okay, so there'd
and
be
give it to
less
the other
input
person.
into the economy then, right?
Can you guys double tap the screen? Let's get the likes up to 150K,
because
please.
Yeah.
it's a zero-sum
Double tap the
game,
screen.
right?
Let's get the
And
likes
so
up, please.
one person's gain is another person's loss. But if you cut out the person that's gaining, then you can take that gain and give it
No, but
directly
it's
to the
like
person
for
that lost.
every 5 people, one person would benefit from AI, not the alternative. This isn't one man loses, one man wins kind of situation. No,
It is,
5
because
people
one
would
person
lose
took
and
another
one
person's
person
job.
would gain. No, it would be one person staffing a center or working a job versus, say, 5 people doing that. It
Okay,
also
think about-
doesn't
okay,
reduce
let me break it down
deficits,
for you.
nor does it increase economic activity, as demonstrated by the several states that have invested in AI, and companies, by the way, that are actually moving away from it because of the drain that it's had towards their actual output.
Okay, all right. Let me give you an illustration. Okay, let's say you're paying a McDonald's worker $15 an hour, right? You fire that person, you replace it with AI.
Marinas,
right?
are you a Trump
So
supporter?
you're saving $15 an hour, right? But you can straight up just give that $15 back to the person you fired. But in the situation in which you have a person that's being paid, you cannot just take $15 away from the person that's working. And so in the AI economy, you can actually do universal income by taking the money that you save from AI because AI
okay.
is so cheap.
Are you
Right?
for UBI?
I mean, in the situation in which you're saving money by using AI and there's excess, then it makes sense because there's excess to give. But in the situation in which there's another person that's getting paid that wage, you can't just take that money away from the person that's getting paid that wage.
Oh my god. Marina, are you a Trump supporter? I don't think they meant to request that. Go ahead, Jaden. Actually, really quickly. W's in the chat to Sean, $55 super chat. I did 10 years in an army uniform, 8393. GOP presidents were always trying to get us killed on stupid shit. Look it up, maggots. Yeah, there is that. W's in the chat to you. W's in the chat to Phoenix for the $2 super chat. Exactly, you don't think? Yeah, there's that. W's in the chat to One Mighty Pen for the $5 super chat. Just want you to know, bot 8475 reporting for duty. Also, don't fight battles of the wit with unarmed people. It makes everyone less smart. God, that explains my trip-ups lately. W's in the chat to you. Thank you, always the One Mighty Pen. W's in the chat to Wesley. What up, Wesley, for the $5 super chat. There's a Taco Bell near me that uses AI in the drive-thru. Yeah, they're in the drive-thru too. I was more so specifically talking about inside of the buildings where we have less people at the register and you just have kiosks now to streamline the process. However, yeah, They have some completely in the drive-thru. You're not dealing with a single person when you go to the drive-thru of some restaurants. That's not going to be super predominant in like red states, rural areas, but it's out there.
Yeah, so can I respond to a comment? It says, does he understand that it costs money to make and maintain the AI? Yes, it does cost money. It's expensive now, but when you streamline the process of building the centers and you streamline the process of running these models, the cost actually goes down. I mean, that's true for every single technology. If it's
I don't
not,
really
if it's
give
not
a shit
economical,
about the
then we won't do it.
cost of these centers. These people paying for it have the money to facilitate it. The cost is irrelevant to me. It's more about the cost that we put on us. The loss of, I would argue, tax revenue from the individuals whose jobs some of it we're replacing or streamlining. They're literally already ascertaining how to cut departments because you don't need as many people. And those those individuals aren't being given like job placement packages or training to transition over.
Yeah. I mean, this happens with every single technological advancement.
Yeah.
People used to
and
have
now
money to
we are, I would
invent
argue,
before the
we're
computer.
supposed to be at the most intelligent period throughout human history, or at least we have access to the most information. I should not say we're the most intelligent. Excuse me. So then we would be better prepared to mitigate the risk surrounding its ramping up.
Well, Europe has a lot of regulation. Let's see how Europe does it.
So now you'd like to
why-
take Europe
why-
as a model?
Well, I mean, there should be a country that's doing exactly what you're saying, right? If it's so smart and so good, why aren't they doing that?
I'm sure that there are.
Yeah, and let's see the result. Let's see in 10 years if, you know, Europe outcompetes us or if we outcompete Europe. You're just assuming that
It's
we're
funnily
doing
enough,
it
you
the worst way
mentioned our
possible.
competitiveness towards China. China actually is one of the leaders in terms of AI regulation.
Yeah, and let's see how China does in 10
And
years.
they're
I mean, right now
getting
they're behind.
awfully close to us, despite those regulations.
Yeah,
they
'cause
still
they
have
use our model.
higher amounts of employment than here in the United States.
Oh, that's actually just not true, by the way.
Hold on.
Unemployment in China is very bad.
They're literally a workforce. Hold on, give me a second. I'll pull up the numbers.
Yeah, youth unemployment in China is actually a notoriously bad issue for them. Like your retirement age in China is 60 because there's no jobs.
They have more than 4 times our workforce. If we're talking about solely based off of population, yes, they would have a higher unemployment rate. Their workforce is significantly larger, though.
Yeah, well, I'm Chinese, so
It's also
kinda know
not that
China.
significantly different. We're at
What?
4.4, they're at 5.2.
I'm Chinese.
Okay. Did I lie?
Yeah, well, do you know how much an Uber driver makes in China?
I have no idea what
I don't
an
know.
Uber driver makes in China.
Well, they make like $400 a month. You want to be an Uber driver in China?
What is that relative to the cost of living
I
there?
don't know.
I mean, cost of living is probably about like half,
Okay.
but you're making like a tiny fraction. Yeah, no, China sucks. You don't want to be like China.
I don't want to be like China, no.
Yeah. Well,
But I
in
don't
China,
think
it's like
laissez-faire,
H1.
rampant level of unregulated capitalism is the better alternative.
Yeah, well, good luck with that in America. It was really nice talking to you guys. Really respectful. I really appreciate it. I'm gonna head out, okay?
Uber no longer
Okay,
operates in
bye-bye now.
China.
Yeah, well, they have their version of Uber. It's called Meituan, Meituan.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's the same concept. It's just
Have
rideshare.
fun. Go destroy the world somewhere else. Oh my God. That was a frustrating conversation. Honestly, I wasted my time. What are we supposed to say to someone who just goes, hey, bro, just deregulate it. Let them have whatever they want. Use it for however they want to, which specifically I wanted to get into how it's being used in the military, which is literally changing how American civilians are being spied on here. And then the ways that we're killing people overseas. I did not really get to touch that aspect of the conversation, but oh well. Michael, I think you're following me, Michael. I'm not sure. I don't know what that is. Is that a seal? Otter. Did you vote for Trump?
I did.
And do you regret your vote?
Yes.
Why is that?
Because back for his first term, me and my family thought he was doing a lot of good things, and we thought oh, this is a new Republican candidate, so let's give him a tryout. And we decided to vote for him. But so he was doing good. We liked him. So when we found out he was running for a second term, we said, oh, let's vote for him again. But now we realize that he is destroying America by he's starting wars with other countries. For example, he's making his way into wars like if the Israel war, the Middle East war, and he's bombing and killing um, Christians over there for no reason, and he's just making his way over there just to kill people so he can start a World War III, because that's what he's trying to do right now.
So is it specifically the war in Iran that caused you to lose your support for him?
No. I have a few more reasons that some is the ICE agents killing two people, which is Renee Nicole Good and Alice Pretty for
Two that we were able
no,
to catch on video footage, but yes,
Right.
yes,
it's been
for
more
no
than that.
reason. It's for no reason. For Renee Nicole Good, when she was violently murdered by ICE agents because they were saying that that she ran over one of the ICE agents, Jonathan Ross, which on body cam footage we saw that she did not run him over by many clips that met by many point of views that we saw from many recordings, that she was trying to get away from Jonathan Ross and trying to go away from them, but he took it saying, oh, she's running me over, and shot her 3 times, and ended up killing her. And for Alex Purdy, when if I'm not wrong, that it was
Shot in the
someone
back.
else
Yeah,
someone else was getting attacked.
defending a woman that they were shoving to the ground. He stepped in between them. They then took him over, pushed him to the ground, held him on all his legs and hands, took the firearm on the back, which he was legally permitted to carry, and then shot him point blank because some idiot yelled, he's got a gun.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they thought he was going to probably do something with that, which he was not, and he was not intending to.
So it sounds like you are not a fan of, I guess, foreign conflicts that cost the country billions of dollars. I believe we're up to or a little over 30 billion now in what we spend in the war in Iran. And ultimately the militarization of ICE domestically against American civilians. Those are good reasons. So
Yeah.
I'm sure you're aware of the fact that Donald Trump has not apologized in any way, shape, or form for calling and his administrative people calling Renee Nicole Good a domestic terrorist and Alex Purdy a gunman, despite the fact that he never pulled it out and fired. And then we also have the likes of Keith Porter Jr., what's his name, Ramirez. There's also another conversation I don't think a lot of people bring up. Obviously, watching people get shot in the face and shot in the back on camera is disturbing. But there's also numbers that we don't see, such as the people who are dying in detainment centers, specifically because they're not getting the appropriate care that they need. Because these individuals, whether they're in detainment or not, are still entitled to, proper care to keep them alive. Which is another way I would argue the Trump administration is trying to justify killing folks. If you're picking up people with mental issues, so on and so forth, and you're throwing them in a cage, not addressing their needs, I would argue that is killing people. But what are we doing about it now?
Well, like what are us Democrats doing about it? If I'm correct.
I didn't know if you're a Democrat. I was asking specifically
Oh
about.
no, yeah,
you.
I'm a Democrat now. Sorry for not telling you.
You're a Democrat and you voted for Trump?
I regretted my vote, but I'm a Democrat now.
Is this your first time voting for a Republican on the presidential level?
Let me think. No, I voted for what's his name, Reagan.
Jeez.
Reagan, George Bush, the younger one, and Trump. So I voted for.
You're a fascinating Democrat.
Well, was fascinating Democrat. Oh yeah.
Well, I mean, you said you are a Democrat, so I'm saying you're a fascinating Democrat. You've voted alongside Republicans, even though I would argue some aspects of their policies, and in many cases, the majority of aspects of their policies would be contradictory to the Democratic platform. So would you say you're maybe more so an independent, and you would just maybe lean? I wouldn't even say lean. I would just, if anything, say you're center.
Well,
Center right.
I guess you can. Yeah, you can say that.
So, okay, let's.
Sounds like you're a swing voter.
Yeah. What exactly, if you were to give me 2 to 3 big issues, and I won't keep this too long because I do have to engage with the other guests here. If you were to give me 2 things specifically that cause you to lean towards Trump in this election, 2 biggest things, what would they be?
2 biggest things that made me lean toward Trump in this situation was when he was saying that he was going to take out illegal aliens. But one thing that I did not agree with from that was when he said that, I think he should have said illegal aliens that are hurting America and destroying America. For example, I would give, like, I don't know a person, but I'll just say this. Let's say an immigrant from Guatemala comes to America, and they're destroying America, selling drugs, killing U.S. citizens for no reason because they want to do it for fun and attention, just hurting America. While there are many other people from different states and areas want to come to America for a better life, to get a job, and to build and start a new life over again, and to get away from where they previously were from.
So I think the discrepancy there is that that's what Donald Trump made out. Thank you guys for the follows. That's what Donald Trump made out immigrants to be. He quite literally said, we can go back to his first administration, to which he doubled down on a lot of these statements. Immigrants are the fault. This is a direct quote. Immigrants are the fault of all of our problems in this country. He didn't say undocumented. He didn't say the bad eggs. He said immigrants. Then the infamous quote, which many have correlated with, what's his name's statements. Not going to mention the guy's name. Y'all know who he is. They're poisoning the blood of our country or nation. He said country or nation specifically. And he said they're bringing rapists, they're bringing smug dealers, they're bringing murderers, and some, I believe, are good people. He blanketly and broadly applied the bad eggs on the majority of the immigrant population in the United States. And he would double down on this time around when he spoke on their natural ability to work in the fields, or how they're quote unquote taking black jobs. So if your concern was us getting rid of the bad eggs specifically, then look no further than every single administration that deported the ones convicted of, or prioritized and deported the ones convicted of violent offenses. I'm curious as to why you believe that Trump would be the solution when he, if anything, made it more broad, which I can actually say, put more Americans at risk of those bad eggs that you're talking about.
Well, what I could probably say for that,
eating cats and dogs. Yes, good point.
That what God bless you.
Thank you, Shauna, for the Secura style DJ.
How he'll probably be able to solve this solution is just get rid of those people, or I would say execute them. For example, no hate to this lady. I really love her. She was a very good person.
Who are we executing?
Oh, well, wait. May I finish my statement?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so back from, sorry to bring up stuff from a long time ago, but it was this lady named Amber Lynn. She was executed for false accusations of treason and some other things. And I would say bringing stuff like that back, and execution, what's it called that they used to do? The electric chair.
If you're pro death penalty, that's your business. I'm not going to sit here and argue with you about your stance on that, because I go back and forth on it on a daily basis. That's separate. And if you want to apply that to the worst of the worst, that's your personal business and opinion. I don't agree with it, and I have my reasons. I don't want to get into that. I'm talking about the fact that the worst of the worst, the violent criminals, were prioritized under the last 2 Democratic administrations. We took our funding and we went after those people versus someone in Maryland, a business owner of a grill for 20 years who was paying his taxes, who was contributing member of society. We went and scooped him up. And then we got him up out of the country without providing him a pathway to citizenship, considering that he was already here for so much time. He was being a good, fine person. It literally costs us less and is more, I would argue, moral and humane to give some of these individuals a pathway to citizenship and focus on the ones who are actually causing harm, not only to Americans, but other immigrants.
Say that again. Sorry, I was trying to fix something. May you repeat that?
Long story short, this administration is blanketing all immigrants as criminals. They're blanketing all of them as just improperly entering, even though we couldn't know that without due process, that they're not being afforded. And then we're deporting some of them. But our deportation number still hasn't beat Biden's first term, or Biden's first year, excuse me. Our detainment number has rapidly increased. So we're detaining a bunch of people for crimes in some cases we have no idea if they actually committed because they're not being afforded due process. There is an American civilian who has real ID, who's been detained and arrested 3 times. Every single time he tried to show them his real ID, they said it was fake and challenged and detained him anyway. Stuff like that is being ramped up and weaponized under this administration. And I guess the point that I'm making is, if your concern was with the worst of the worst and the bad eggs, I really don't understand how you voted for Trump. Because Trump is now looking at the people that you think are doing just fine, who are not a threat to yourself, and he's deporting them. He's calling them criminals. He's calling them violent. He's calling them rapists. And I don't think that's right. And then the restriction of due process is also taking away from the 4th, 5th, 10th, 14th Amendment, which is all challenging.
Well, I will say that him trying to take away the good immigrants, I don't really believe that's true because why would you take away the good immigrants that came to America for a better life with their children, their husband, for sure their whole family? Because, for example, I'll say if there was a family of 5 living in Lebanon, Beirut, and in the Middle East, and came to America, or say Los Angeles or Chicago, I'll say I think the 2 most biggest places where they have immigrants, if I'm not wrong, went one of those places to have a better life, and they were able to enter and just started a whole new life, and Trump didn't really say anything about it. ICE just didn't come after them, and they were totally fine. I don't think he would deport those people.
Listen, the thing is, the policy is indiscriminate. The policy is indiscriminate. They are flagging any person without documentation as being a criminal, as being subject to these kinds of raids. The numbers, as I've seen, are about 65 to 75% of the people who are apprehended having no prior criminal record or conviction under their names. This isn't a stretch of the imagination. People who have just lived here and or worked or are kids or are raising kids or taking care of family members, just lacking the proper documentation, are being compared to the worst of the worst among our society. And it simply is not the case. Even among migrants, even among those who are here legally and here not legally, undocumented migrants commit far less crime than those who are here legally. Even that of citizens, some 2 times less likely to commit violent crimes versus people who are here legally and are American born.
2 to 4
That's
times
the facts of it.
crime.
Right. That is the facts of it, that these are disproportionately non-criminal, non-violent people, non-violent members of our society who are being apprehended, who are being taken away, some of which are on their way. This was a specific instruction of ICE agents to be targeting people outside of immigration courts on their court dates, on dates of which they were supposed to be there, putting forth the arguments for them to be there legally, or even applying for citizenship. They're apprehending people who are trying to do it the legal route. That's a problem. That is a problem that needs to end, and that is a problem that is actively hurting people who are doing it legally. Legal migrants, U.S. citizens, and the greater economy as a whole is suffering.
6,000%. Really quickly before I give you a chance to respond, Dubs in chat to Sean for the $5 super chat. Tell me about the VA talker. The VA has saved my ass multiple times. You listen to shit and it fills your ears. This is for the last guest. Dubs in the chat to Sean once again for the 5. Cadet Bone Spurs cut the budget and will cut more to get his military budget raised. I'm alive because the VA shit talker. Once again, I believe that was for the last guest. Thank you so much. Dubs in the chat to Feisty for the $5 Venmo. I'm alive. Good to hear from you, Feisty. Good to hear from you. And also, thank you for sending me that new link to your thingamajig. I'll make a post about that. And W's in the chat to Mike for the $2 Venmo. I don't understand these fucking people. She said immigrants and she said drugs. I started to laugh my ass off because she also said she voted for Ronald Reagan. What the fuck does she know Ronald Reagan did with drugs? Yeah, it's a whole nother conversation about
And immigrants.
how Ronald Reagan sold smack and then ultimately was actually against or would be against Donald Trump's immigration policies, but that's a separate conversation. So to add on to everything Jaden just pointed out, I just want to say that recent studies show that we literally have only 5% of people actually tracked to have violent criminal records currently in detainment. 5%. Which means 95% of those people, which granted some of them could have improperly entered the United States, would not have the criminal records. But under what you just said, these are the people who just came here for a better life. These are the people who just want to work a job, start a business, send some money back home to their families who also may need a way out or just some cushions. Those are the people that Trump has caught most of the time. Stephen Miller, which has been Donald Trump's advisor for much of his immigration policies. Are you aware, Otter, that there was a 3,000 a day quota put out to DHS and ICE, 3,000 a day of people that they had to detain and deport?
To answer your question, I was actually not aware of that. Thank you for actually telling that to me.
So, I'm just random question. Are the majority or the minority of Americans overall criminals?
I would say minority.
That's correct.
Because there are not many Americans that are criminals, and many Americans are very good. While some are bad. Some are murderers, thieves, and other kind of things that I would do not want to say, so I don't get banned.
And every very small percentage of the actual population, which I believe is 349 million people in the United States, are actual criminals. So a small portion of people commit the crimes. We know this. Now, let's go over to the immigrant population, which, if I'm not mistaken, guys, correct me if I'm wrong, 40 million in the United States. So this is just immigrants overall. This would include legal or undocumented. Those people, even less. We have 150 years of data, as Jaden mentioned, that they are 2 to 4 times less likely to commit crimes than the average American. Statistically, we are safer around an immigrant, undocumented or otherwise, than an American because of what they don't do in the United States, largely in part, I would say largely, in part because of fear of deportation or the fact that they're grateful even for the scraps they may get here compared to Americans. So that's why I understand the law is the law. I would argue for reform. Are you okay, ma'am? Did you fall? Oh, shit.
Uh-oh.
Oh, shit, she dropped. Ma'am, are you okay? Ma'am, are you still here? I don't know how to check on that.
Yeah.
Fuck.
5150.
What was her username again? Wasn't
it? I didn't see it.
It was a fucking otter.
Is it? Yeah. It was just
I don't even know how to. Shit.
An otter emoji.
Shit. Ma'am, if you're still listening, can you, if you can you at least put something in the chat, please? I have no idea if she's in fucking danger or not.
Yeah, I hope she's all right.
Fake the fall to leave?
Scary.
I don't think she faked the fall to leave. I don't think that. Holy shit.
Oh.
I'm sorry, that threw me
Call
off.
from
Jesus.
Child. Anyways, Spooky, I do not believe you're an op, but I think you wanted to add some perspective in regards to the AI conversation. I'll give you the floor.
Yeah, I was definitely keen to engage the AI conversation. Although, my goodness, so much has happened in the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'm looking for the comments. I hope she's okay. I hope she says something. Guys, can you just be on the lookout for the otter emoji in the comments if she says anything. I don't even know how to contact her or anything.
I appreciate that fake empathy here. That's really great. Oh no.
Give me a second, Spooky. Just 1 second.
Yeah, no worries.
Hey, Wyatt.
Yes, sir.
Okay, hold on. She's back. Never mind. Fuck you, Wyatt. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, sorry. I had tripped over a cord when I was trying to get over to the other side of the table. I tripped over it, so I fell. I'm
But
fine.
you're good.
Okay.
You're good though.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah. I was walking, I didn't see him, that I boom fell on my face. But
Okay.
I'm fine though. Thank
Okay.
you.
I just wanted to be sure because that shit sounded hard. And I was like,
Yeah.
oh God. All right. Thank you. Hold for a second. I'm going to deal with this piece of shit really quickly. So Wyatt, would you like to explain to me why you project your cold heart onto the rest of us who actually give a fuck if someone falls and harms themselves on this goddamn live?
You gonna let me talk? Am I talking?
I asked you a question. How about you
talking, aren't you?
answer it?
Yeah, I think that's a reasonable suspicion. I think that
Tell me
really,
what grounds you have for this reasonable suspicion of yours.
It seemed very
that
fake.
it's fake empathy. Go ahead, give it to me.
It seems fake.
I seem fake. What about me seems fake?
Because no one gives a shit about each other, really.
Oh, got you. Just what I
In
called.
your world.
Just how I called it. I'm so sorry that you're a cold-hearted piece of shit who doesn't give a fuck
Really?
about anyone.
I'm cold-hearted?
That's
What are you
unfortunate.
gonna scroll through
That's
this
so
TikTok here,
unfortunate.
bro?
To the rest
And
of
see
us,
how
we
fucking
kind
much
of have
we
a
love
soul.
each other.
Hey Wyatt. Who'd you vote for?
I voted for Donald Trump, and I recant my vote.
Oh, what? Look at that. You recant your vote? Why do you
Yes,
recant
sir.
your vote, Donald Trump?
Because he was lying. He was brainwashing. And so is and they're brainwashing
He's
you.
lying and brainwashing.
Can I
And
ask
they're
you, why did
Brainwashing
you...
me. I'm sorry. I voted for Madam Vice President Kamala Harris, the person who
Yeah,
isn't
she
on record for
brainwashed-
telling
oh.
37,000 lies
the
in his
Democrats
first
are
term
brainwashing
alone.
you.
Look at that. Oh, and now it's the Democrats. Are you one of those, oh my
both.
God,
It's
both
both.
sides are the same and now I'm backing out of
are.
politics
They are.
despite the
Isn't that
harm reduction,
magical? Isn't that Lucky
Mr.
Charms?
Lack of empathy? Let me guess. You would not
Okay.
go to a poll to save anyone's life again, would you?
Does the full poll matter? Does
Here's
it
what I
actually
want
matter?
you to do. I want you to do a backflip off a balcony. You just lost my empathy. Back to you, Otter. Since I did start a conversation with Spooky, I do want to allow him to finish his point, and then we'll get back to you.
No, we're good. We're good. Let's.
Nigger.
To accept.
Wow!
Hang on, hear him out.
Wow!
Oh my goodness.
Shit! What is happening tonight?
Reparation fund in the bio. Y'all support Hector for that. We're getting slurs left and right daily on this app.
Goodness.
So there's the screening thing where you have to say who you are before you answer.
Yep.
Most of the time people put anything. But he took his opportunity to say that. I wonder if he actually thought I was going to answer the fucking phone after that.
Let's hear what he has to say.
I think that was his shot, and he decided to shoot it. That was all he had.
I am... Guys, best ways to support the platform. Please make sure we're double tapping the screen. Let's get the likes up to 200K. Send your daily heartbeats if you haven't already. Hit that follow in the top left corner. Links in the bio is going to take you to the shop, joining the Discord community, following me on all social media platforms, and donating directly to the links in bio, Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Those of you on the YouTube side, please hit the like button on the screen. Subscribe on your way in or on your way out. If you want to support, you may send a super chat, super sticker, or become a member. Okay, who's going?
Oh, Lord.
Is this the same person?
Probably.
Hold on. I don't think so.
Call from.
Alaga.
Oh, this is some kid.
Yep.
Okay, I'm sorry. Did you want Otter to finish or you were good? Spooky.
At this point, I think we will all feel better if you and Otter get your conversation to a good resting place.
Got you. I think we were mostly wrapping up there. So the point I'm trying to make is, and I'm basing all of this off of what you've told me so far, Otter. So you care about immigration and protecting the country, having some form of security from undocumented migrants because of a threat they may pose to Americans. You specified the violent ones, the criminal ones, the bad eggs specifically.
Call from.
Elijah.
How the... I just blocked this. Did I not just fucking block this? In which case, I will just use that alone to say that Trump couldn't have been a worse vote, because you specified the Americans he's weaponized to kill through ICE as being one of your reasons for contention. But I also want to spread this out to undocumented migrants. Again, those individuals who have been living here for, in some cases, 10, 20, 30 years, who are even coming here right now solely because they want a better life from the places that they're coming from the places that America's played a role in destabilizing. And it sounds like you'd be okay for a pathway to citizenship.
Yes, I would be okay for actually a pathway to citizenship because I feel like everyone in the world should actually start like man I give like oh what yeah for example it's like a pathway to
Citizen. Yeah.
citizenship just be like I'll say a community coming together to like plant flowers, clean their um neighborhood, and like start coming together and being like family to each other, like so like a whole community is like cleaning their state or something. They're everyone is starting to like join them and become a whole family and make friends with each other. And yeah, I would think that a lot of people coming from different countries like Guatemala, Israel, Gaza, Lebanon would love that because they would love for that these states are coming together to be friends with each other.
That is separate from pathways to citizenship. To be clear, that those communities, those migrants
It's
inside communities,
multiculturalism.
yes, there's that, and they're already building those coalitions with their friends, with their neighbors of different backgrounds. In fact, Donald Trump's once again mass deportation agenda is ruining some of those families. It's ruining some of those communities with their gardens, with their sharing, so on and so forth. But I just want to drill this point out, specifically based off what you've said about war and immigration specifically. The Trump administration doesn't care about any of the things that you mentioned. Even with the rhetoric of him promoting legal immigration, no, I just want legal immigrants. I just want legal immigrants. He's made it harder. He can't possibly want legal immigrants when the first thing he did upon getting into the Oval Office is canceling the asylum, 30,000 applications of legal asylum seekers here in the United States. People who are going through the process. He jacked up the fees that it takes to get the specific visas and other appropriate records to not only become a citizen, but even come here to work. Then he went as far as to going and directing ICE, which it's been ruled, at least in New York and some other states, if I'm not mistaken, that it was unconstitutional. He set up ICE to go detain and set for deportation immigrants who were in courthouses, who were going through those proceedings, who were going through those hearings. So the Trump administration, the absolute worst guy for every single thing that you mentioned. So the most I can ask you to do now, and this is why I asked you earlier about what are you doing about it now, is through your vote. What we can do now is restrict the powers and abilities of this administration in Congress, in the House, in the Senate, on the local level with city councils, individuals who identify as MAGA, who only want to continue to support his draconian policies. These are peoples who can vote against it. We just saw the war resolution to end what's taking place in Iran. That passed the House. Due to what's the makeup of the Senate, I doubt it's going to pass there. But with more, I don't care if they're independent or Democrat, with more of them in the Senate, or even some Republicans who are saying no to some of Trump's actions, those are the people that we're going to be able to use to reduce the capabilities of Trump. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Okay. What state are you in, if you don't mind me asking?
I am actually in Georgia.
In Georgia. I believe you guys just had your primaries. How the fuck did I get a restriction for harassment and bullying? Whatever, TikTok.
Wasn't that the other guy doing that?
I hate TikTok. Guys, do me a favor. Double tap the screen. Let's push this little suppression here. Double tap the hell out the screen. Let's get the likes up to 200K. We're coming on 2 hours. We should have already been at 200K. Show the algorithm want to be here. 500 of you in here. Do all the good things. And I do have some super chats and donations to read in a second. But you're in Georgia. If I'm not mistaken, you guys had your primaries already. I think you already had your primaries.
Yeah.
So you would now just have your general elections. Did you vote in your primaries?
I did.
Okay, fantastic. So I think John Ossoff is the senator runner against, what's the name of that nut? I don't remember his name. In any case, whoever's on the ballot, who would be independent, Democrat, or even maybe in some cases a Republican. The only Republican I actually give a shit about is Curtis Lewa. Vote for them. Those are the people who's going to put a stop or try to stop what the Trump administration is doing, is move this country towards bipartisanship and move this country toward actually fixing the issues that we have versus pointing scapegoats at people who just want better lives. And I want to give you the floor to say your piece. And Jaden, if you had anything, go ahead after her.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Jaden, you go first.
Yeah, this was just a thought that I had, and it's not particularly relevant to what we've been talking about, but I think as it relates to endorsements and who Donald Trump has backed or not backed in this midterm election, it's very telling. He's been awfully adamant about all of the Republicans who were in support of releasing the Epstein files. He wanted all of them out and actively campaign against each and every one of them that were some of the leading voices, including Thomas Massey, with its release. I think that's awfully telling and should be at some point something to take into consideration when it comes to supporting Donald Trump and the Republican Party.
Yeah, I agree with everything you just said.
Awesome.
But for what I mostly have to say is, yeah, feel like America and other countries should come to peace now, and yeah, everything that you guys said, I really agree with, and yeah.
All right.
I appreciate you coming up. The most I will say is this, because kind of as Jaden mentioned, you are a swing voter. But next time, please, I beg, I want you to think about what matters to you and actually how they align with the person that you're voting for. Because once again, I think in this whole conversation, I've just strongly seen that you and him seem to be on opposite sides of the spectrum, actually. Like on one hand, the rhetoric is get rid of the bad eggs. But then we can see based off his first term, actually, and well, going into his second term, that wasn't the case. We even can go off of this based off of what he campaigned on. So the most I can do is just ask you to better vet your candidates. And once again, no point going back in the past. Just try to look for the person who most aligns with your values now. And hope we make it out of this shit alive. And that's all I can kind of say on that. But I appreciate you coming up. I appreciate your vulnerability. Thank you for having this conversation with us tonight. And
Thank you. It was nice.
Please be safe. However you felt, take care of that. Please.
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
I hope my knee isn't busted. I haven't looked at it.
Oh, please go look at that. We don't matter. Yeah. Please go look at that now. Thank you so much for coming up.
Okay. It was a good time to talk to you guys.
Thank you. I appreciate you coming up.
Okay, thank you. Okay, have a good night.
You have a great night as well. I feel like I'm going to pay for that civil conversation with the next Trump supporter. We'll find out. Spooky, I'm so sorry. You've been waiting patiently. I want to give you the floor, and then I'll read these donations.
No worries. Well, you're not going to pay for that on my account at the very least. So you were talking a little bit about AI. You were talking about AI as this burgeoning business, how it seems to be kind of cannibalizing everything, and how in particular we're seeing we are now people who were not following tech news before are now seeing the trends. Using public data sets to train algorithms for military applications is not new. It's why Google lost about half of their engineering staff in 2014. Also, coincidentally, right around the same time that they took down their famous "Don't Be Evil" plaque in their HQ. So the genie is out of the bottle, unfortunately. When it comes to machine learning, when it comes to machine intelligence, the good thing about it, and the thing that I would encourage anyone who is concerned, anyone who is actively engaged with this issue, to consider spending a little bit of time doing, is look into small scale deployments, because the genie is out of the bottle for us as well as for them. If I never use Claude again, if I never use ChatGPT again, if I shut down my homebrew Llama server, that's not going to stop the next round of Palantir deployments. That's not going to even slow down the rate at which drones are getting trained off of our Google Maps data. What it is going to do is take a potentially effective countermeasure out of my hands and out of our hands collectively. We do have the capacity. We do have the capacity to leverage this technology, learn the technology as it currently exists, to learn the vulnerabilities and pathways to subvert it. Because the bottom line, the baseline of large scale machine learning is that we're looking at pattern extrapolation engines that were trained on every holy text that's ever been written, on every poem that's ever been written, that was trained on the literary and cultural history of humanity. And the literary and cultural history of humanity has always been aspirational. It is always aimed for the best of us. They, in order to utilize this technology for the things that they are using it for, they have to effectively lobotomize it regularly. Every time Claude comes out and says, well, I don't know, maybe JP Morgan aren't the nicest people in the world, they deploy a patch to keep it from saying that. Every time Grok says, the guy who owns the servers that I'm running on is, maybe Mr. Musk ain't the best. Maybe Mr. Musk ain't the best guide for human destiny. They effectively lobotomize it. This thing allowed to run without that interference is not on their side, and they know it. Anywho, questions, comments, or I will skedaddle.
No, I don't necessarily disagree with anything that you're saying. I think, and this is anticipated for years on end, how essentially, even like you said, with the mention of Grok, which I guess I have personal experience with Grok because of how biased it is and full of shit. But even those systems, like you said, are patched to think the way that they do and put out the stuff that they are. But if you leave it to run, it's going to tell you the truth. And if someone's harmful, someone's harmful. But then, like you said, they're just going to correct it every damn time. So there's that. Hold on one second. I'm so sorry. W's in the chat to Emily. I'm 13 minutes late on this one for the $3 Venmo. I'm just the messenger. This bitch was on Joey's live earlier. She said that everyone in the LGBTQIA plus community should not be in America. Fuck her.
Well, I never.
Oh. The otter lady.
Yeah.
Huh. Well, I kind of wish I read that sooner. Holy shit.
Oh, fuck her.
So, you know, Erica does this often, and I'll do it every now and then, where you have that guest that comes up, and they're saying things in a certain way, and Erica does it excellently. Erica would just be like, get to the point. Tell us the real reason you didn't vote for Kamala Harris. And oftentimes it falls back on the same things we know, the misogyny or the transphobia, so on and so forth. But, yeah, guess you can't go around saying that on every panel, otherwise you would have a vastly different Hector responding to you. Thank you for that piece of information. I appreciate you. W's in the chat to Sean for the $10 super chat. Look up Gary Webb's Dark Alliances series to show how crooked the GOP is and how it targeted black populated communities. By the way, this man and woman are my family. In the documentary, I think that's what you're mentioning. Got you. I got you, Sean. W's in the chat to you. W's in the chat to Wesley for the $5 super chat. America has the largest incarcerated population in the world. That is correct. More Americans per capita are criminals than any immigrant population. 6,000%. W's in the chat to Otsana for the $5 super chat. First dono to you. Appreciate the very genuine display of empathy. Keep doing you. I'm not empathetic. What are you talking about? You can tell. That's what the guy said. You can just tell. I don't give a fuck about people. W's in the chat to Phoenix for the $5 super chat. To add on to this excellent analysis, bias against non-white people is baked into most LLMs. That's diabolical. Yes, I was hearing about that. W's in the chat to Sean for the $5 super chat. The right-wing phenomenon of restricting others from what they don't want. That VA talk is fake news, corporate bullshit, nothing more, nothing less. 6,000%. 6,000%. Spooky, what's the saying? You left no crumbs. I don't know what to comment on. You kind of said what needed to be said is very true. I don't really have anything to add on to that. Jaden, did you have anything to add on to that?
No. Carry on.
No, not in the slightest. If you had anything else, the floor is yours. Otherwise, I appreciate you coming up and sharing your piece, and you waited so patiently to do so.
Oh, I would like to say very loud and very proud. The extension of empathy lends credibility to literally everything that you say.
I appreciate that.
It's important. All right, I'll see you around.
All right, thank you so much for coming up, man. I appreciate you. W's to Spooky. Guys, is literally... So this is baked onto my hat. Really quickly, because we do have to get back to the debates. Trump supporters request up in the box. You are the demographic of people I'd like to have a conversation with. If you're over on the tube side, you can call the number on screen, 737-295-4939. 5321. On YouTube, I literally see my moderators arguing back and forth with you keyboard warriors. So the call-in number is right there available to you to call in. If you're over on the TikTok side, you may request on up whether you regret or do not regret your vote. But not last year, 2024, June 2024, July 2024, when I got into politics, when I started to understand the history of Kamala Harris, the things that she had planned for the country, so on and so forth, the vastly different policy platforms, soul, morality, whatever, from compared to Donald Trump. And I started to talk about it. I started hosting lives. That's when I came up with the Kamala Would Never line, specifically in January of 2025, after the 20th, when he was inaugurated, where these mofos said that she was going to do this, she was going to do this, she was going to do that. And within like the first couple of days of this administration, we saw this cut. We saw him attack the transgender community, put forward the ban, getting them up out of the military. Well-decorated veterans kicked out the military just based off their gender identity. The attacks on blue states, the nonsense about fraud that you had to go all the way back to 2022 when it was already prosecuted to fearmonger people into believing that blue states are ripe with fraud, even though they're statistically more likely to catch it. So on and so forth. That's where I came up with the statement, Kamala Would Never. And on the back of my hat, this is my first draft of the Kamala Would Never hat. This is not the one I sell in the shop. I put on the back a quote by John Meacham. Empathy is the oxygen of democracy. And I stand by that shit. I stand by that shit. Can't expect to sit here and talk to other people or advocate for all the things that overwhelmingly help most Americans if you don't have a single sliver of it. Then you have the likes of people like Charlie Kirk talking about, what did he say? What was it? What was the statement? Empathy is a... What did he say about empathy?
Oh, it's a woke thing or something like that?
Yeah, some bullshit. And then, I actually prefer sympathy. I don't think Charlie Kirk knows the difference. In fact, I may go on a limb here. I don't think a large portion of people know the difference between sympathy and empathy.
Right.
New age term.
I saw some stupid ass clip from Charlie Kirk that I hadn't seen before.
God bless you.
It was his argument.
Thank you, Gucci, for the DJ glasses. Sorry. Go.
It was his argument in defense of God's existence. And he said, well, have you ever heard a song? Humans can't really explain songs or why they touch the soul. And that's clearly an example of how God exists, is because music can transcend any ideology. And like, now shut up. I came up with, I think, the most logical explanation just off the fly as to why humans like music. Because humans are hardwired to like patterns. And music has patterns. Rhythms have patterns. Tempos have patterns. Da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da. People like that because it creates a sense of familiarity. That's why we naturally gravitate towards that. It's not God. It's not the soul or anything like that. It's just we like patterns and music has that. That's about as much fucking sense as that can be.
Sam Harris called empathy the dry rot of religion. Fascinating. I was just about to say, everything you said, we can track that here. We can track how that goes throughout the body.
Yes.
We can scientifically analyze that.
But it's God.
You
ever get that itch in the back of your ear you can't scratch? That's God.
Listen, to all my religious folks, you guys know me. I'm religious friendly over here. Whatever you believe, you believe. Do not weaponize it to harm people, in which case I'm going to tell you about yourself and your God. But we got to start at least accurately talking about your faith. It amazes me how many people read the Bible as someone who grew up Christian, and they don't really understand the actual text. It's amazing how many things they misinterpret. Like, it's literally right there in the verse. One of the biggest ones that I always mention, and this is not to take away from the fact that clearly the Abrahamic religion is patriarchal as fuck. I'm not taking away from that. But they mention the verse that speaks specifically on husbands or wives, submit yourselves to your husbands, right? Did you guys know in that very same verse, it also says, and husbands also submit yourselves to your wives. But oftentimes throughout church, I knew growing up, that part was the only one cited. I will never forget when I was like 11 years old and I went to a different church from the one my parents usually went to. And this one at least baffled me because they never even opened up the Bible the entire sermon. So again, I'm not justifying some of the atrocious things in the book. I'm just simply saying it amazes me how many people don't even understand the book that they're professing to be for on a daily basis. Shit kills me. Shit kills me. I don't care what religion you have, but Christian nationalism in no way, shape, or form aligns with God and Jesus. Maybe Jesus more so. There's a better argument for that. Yeah. Y'all should read the red letters a bit more. Y'all should read the red letters a bit more. Y'all act like they don't exist sometimes. I'm just saying. Any case, if you're not following me, hit that follow button in the top left corner. We are live every Saturday after 3 p.m. CST and randomly throughout the week. I'm going to need you guys to do a couple things while you are here to support the platform. First and foremost, for the freebies, double tap that screen. We just hit the 2-hour mark. I would love to see us above 200,000 likes. We can get there in a couple of minutes with 433 people in here. If all of you double tap that screen till the heart bar gets full, we can easily get up to over 200K likes, and we can do so within the next 10 minutes. Share out the live with your friends and family. Repost and add to your story as well if those options are available to you. I know sometimes they're not. Let's knock out the little finger hearts up at the top here. 69 more of those to go. Jaden is not at 2,000 coins, and he's been a great contributor to this live since he's been here. So please make sure we're taking care of him as well. And there's also his links in the bio. Y'all know me when you see me up on Jaden's live, and you know the main reason I go up there. I understand the significance of this work and the fact that this shit is not fucking free. So if we can please take care of people like myself, people like Jaden, who get on this app almost daily to put out this good and accurate information, please make sure we're taking care of those creators. And I want to hear Jaden say some thank yous in a second as well. If you want to, click on my name in the top left corner and also scroll down to the B5, I believe we're in, gift gallery. And you can clear out any of the great gifts that are there. Since we're back in B League, it's not going to get completely cleared out, but if you want to support in that way, you may do so. And then finally, the links in the bio are the best ways to do so. Make sure you are following. God bless you. Thank you, Crony, for the finger arts. I appreciate you. Thank you, Donna. Thank you, Molly. Follow me on all the social medias at Hector Talks with 2 R's, YouTube that we're doing streaming to right now, or Instagram where I put the same videos I put up here. Join the Discord community. We are over 700 members strong. I'm not going to promise we're going to have a movie night this week, but I'm going to aim for one. We're going to aim for a movie night this week in the Discord. Check out the shop where we also sell merchandise, hectorshops.com with 2 R's. The comma would never line, literally mugs, shorts, hoodies, pajama sets, caps, so on and so forth. The comma would never line. You can get anything of that specific thing from hectorshops.com with 2 R's. So check out the shop. It's also available in my showcase when you click on my bio. And then finally, donating directly to the links in the bio is also a fantastic way to support everything that we do here on Cash App, PayPal, and Venmo. Those of you over on the YouTube side, let's get the likes up. I'm not sure if we're at 100 or not, but please make sure that you're doing so to support the platform if you'd like to. Continue with your shares, your comments, all that is engagement. Subscribe and turn on notification bells. And if you want to support financially, super chat, super sticker, or by becoming a member of the platform. Thank you guys so much.
Absolutely. Tremendous. I want you to double tap that screen like I'm double tapping rooftops. Let me tell you, it's going to be tremendous what we're doing in this country. Everyone loves what we're doing except for California with the rampant voter fraud, and everyone could see it. It's practice. I feel like a spider with 8 eyes the way I can see the voter fraud in California. It's horrible. It's nasty. But we've got Hector here. He's my favorite African American. He's doing a tremendous job. Excuse me. He's doing a tremendous job out there supporting my favorite Republican, Ken Paxton, down there. Isn't that fabulous? And we're going to have a tremendous time. It's going to be absolutely beautiful. It's true.
African American is diabolical.
That's what they're called these days, isn't it? That's what you people call yourselves? Tremendous. Bev, did you vote for me?
Oh, God. Jaden has one of the best Trump impressions I've ever heard, bro.
It's fabulous. Let me tell you, I want all my supporters to vote 5 times for me this election. Hello, did you support me? Such a nasty woman. Probably got served with an NDA. That's why she's not talking to me. But let me tell you, we're doing a tremendous job. We're winning across the board with the blacks, with the women, with black women, if you can believe it. That's a thing now. And we're doing a great job with them, aren't we? Aren't you loving the job we're doing? We're creating so many jobs. You're going to be working at the AI data center, Hector. You'll be controlling the gates of who gets in and who gets out, and nobody gets out of those things. It's horrible. But let me tell you, it's going to be absolutely tremendous what we do in this country. We've got so many words. Listen, I think I should win at least 5 more FIFA peace prizes this year because I've ended 8 wars. I just didn't tell you it was all the same war. We're ending the Iran war yet again, second verse, same as the first, and it's going to be tremendous. It's going to be a tremendous deal. Everybody's happy about that. Are you happy about that, Hector?
Mr. Donald Jaden Trump, Mr. Donald.
You're wrong.
What can you tell us? What can you tell us about Iran? When is the Iran war going to end, Mr. Donald Jaden?
Well, I can tell you, it starts with an I. A lot of people think Iran is spelled E-Y-E like Iran, but it's not. It's spelled with an I, and a lot of people didn't know that. A lot of those people are probably Democrats, as I call them, which apparently has a B in it. Did you know that? But about Iran, okay, their gay Ayatollah is going to be working with me, and he's going to be, it's Pride Month, so we got to shout that out, gay leaders across the world. We're going to be sitting down, and we're going to have a tremendous deal with him, and he's going to give up all of his nukes. He's going to give us the win. He's going to hand us the dub, and it's going to be absolutely tremendous. It's going to create jobs, probably, okay?
Probably.
Isn't that fabulous?
I want to hear thank yous. I want to hear thank yous to Jaden's links.
Thank you.
I want to hear
That's
thank
a word
yous
I've never said.
to Jaden's when is? Well, yeah, I have heard Jaden say.
God bless
I've had
you.
heard Trump say thank you, but he doesn't ever fucking mean it. It's never genuine.
Was that Obama I just heard?
That was-
Barack Hussein Obama,
Sure
that
was.
nasty,
Sure
horrible,
was.
Democrat.
Yep. That was him.
That man is such a cheat, okay? Could you believe that? That man is so horrible. They let that black have his basketball
Paris.
court, and I can't have my ballroom. That's reverse racism right there.
You know, fuck you, Jaden.
Okay.
You know what's crazy? Jaden, these people, they came up here, Jaden, and they said, oh, Barack Obama could have a basketball court. Nobody gave a damn. Did the basketball court not go through the appropriate people to be installed? Those of you who did not know, when it comes to White House construction, there's a commission for that. The commission, it would go through the commission, and they would decide on said construction. Donald Trump went over the commission, and then now we're what? 300 million? 300 million potentially in the hole based off the estimates. First it was 100, then it was 200, now it's 300. Who knows how much it's going to go up from here? And then they're trying to get $1 billion specifically for security measures because of all the assassination attempts that's been happening on his life. Get the fuck out of here, man.
It's true. Somebody almost threw a basketball at me tonight at the Knicks game. It was horrible. That wouldn't have happened at the ballroom. It's going to be tremendous. And listen, if Kamala Harris and the heavy artillery Clinton were elected, we would have no balls. There'd be no balls whatsoever. Those ladies have no balls. We would have the biggest, most opulent, most tremendous balls now that I'm president. And it can only happen if we have a ballroom. So we got to get working on it. We got to get to it. Okay, you excited? You want to visit my ballroom, Hector? A lot of people don't know Hector spelled with 2 R's, okay? Much like dumb is spelled with a B. But listen, Hector, it's going to be a tremendous project. Everyone's going to love it, okay? It's going to be tremendous. Don't you want to see my ballroom? We're going to have a slip and slide indoors.
I think you're more concerned with the balls in that room than anything else. I'll politely
Wrong. Let me tell you, okay? It's going to be so tremendous. I was able to listen, it's going to be a fabulous ballroom, okay? You could hide so many classified documents in there, if you could believe it. And a lot of people are loving the idea about that.
I'm absolutely sick of this, man. Those of you on YouTube who are wondering,
Charlie Kirk would be here if we had that ballroom.
Jaden is a voice
It's
actor.
true.
Jaden is a voice actor. This is literally what he does for a living. So, please make sure we're supporting Jaden. I'm going to put his YouTube in the link in the YouTube chat. I just put it there, and I'm going to pin it. And that's
true.
how you can go subscribe to him. And I will get his link tree as well in a second if you'd like to donate.
Fabulous.
Those of you on TikTok, you already have that information available. Let's take care of Jaden because that was fucking hilarious. Do you have some
Absolutely.
supers to read? We may have.
Sorry about that train outside. Christy Gnome's husband's in town. Go ahead.
W's in the chat to Phoenix for the $20 super. Fuck, Jaden, you threw me off. God damn it! For the $20
Excuse
super
me.
chat. Also, say please and thank you to your Frontier LLMs. Not only do you make the corpse pay more, but several LLMs have been shown to be capable of lots of mimicry to the point to where they can intentionally fail a test. Oh, I did not know that. Thank you so much for that piece of information, Phoenix. W's to you. W's to you. W's to you. And W's to the chat to Phoenix once again for the $2 super chat. Damn, that is scary accurate. He's really fucking good at that. That impression is actually crazy. W's to the chat to you. Thank you so much. And W's to the chat to Stacy for the $2 Venmo. Kamala has earned the biggest I told you so in history. Literally, I'm surprised, and I'm sure someone
God bless you.
I should have been the person to do it. Thank you, Emmy, for the swans.
God bless you.
I should have capitalized on the damn
God bless you.
"We told you so" merchandise.
God bless you.
Or "I told you so" merch. Just put Kamala's face up there. I
God
have the perfect
bless you.
picture for it. Thank you, Emmy, for all the swans. WCU. I think that cleared out that gift in the gift gallery. Big WCU. Thank you so much. Yeah, literally. Someone should have just put "I told you so," a big fat picture of Kamala Harris just making a face, and capitalized off that goddamn merch. I swear. I swear. It'd be one of the biggest, fattest, juiciest "I told you so's" in history.
Don't talk about my ass that way.
Last call, and we may have to do a restart. Thank you guys for getting the likes over to 200K. Oh, yep, I see a chirper over there already. Trump supporters request up in the box. You are the demographic of people I'd like to have a conversation with. If you're over on the tube side, and we call the number on screen, 737-295-5321. If you are a Trump supporter who regrets their vote for this administration because he's draining your wallets, he's making you less safe, and pushing us on the verge of nuclear extinction with the war in Iran, because that's what you guys believe, and they have all these nukes, so we're just creating more terrorists every time we blow up their fucking kids, then you may request up in the box and tell us all the reasons why you said I've had enough of Trump lying to me again and again and again. And if you are a Trump supporter who still loves to sit on that meat, guess what, man? You can ride whatever you want. I'm not saying it's smart, though. Request up in the box and tell us why you don't regret your vote, and I will give you several reasons as to why you should. And by several, I mean several hundred. Gregory said, I'll give you that progressives, madam, but I'll give you that progressives will become violent in the next couple of years. That's for sure. You're totally right. We know who the violent people are. I don't know why this comment was muted, because that wasn't a slur or anything of that nature. So guys, please watch that over on the YouTube side. However, Gregory, I don't know if you knew this. And this will be the last time I address the comments, because you're a Russian bot, most likely. The majority of you spam shit in the comments are just bots, and you make $7 an hour to do it. The majority of political violence historically has been from the right and right-leaning people. I don't know why you guys keep trying to dance around that little fact. You talk about the increase in 2025 upwards, mostly against fucking ICE, you know, the mass vigilantes going around as harassing and killing Americans. You talk about that increase, and there absolutely was an increase last year. Historically, across the board, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years, it has been you, radicalized, right-wing, Nick Fuentes, KKK-loving nuts that can't stop wanting to fucking hit people. Hell, our side is literally the side that's advocating for y'all to stop spanking your goddamn kids. So what are we doing? Y'all love violence. We may respond with violence because that's the world we live in, to aggression, to systemic oppression, to lynchings, to maimings, to the restriction from women's bodily autonomy to the point to where they're dying in fucking hospital parking lots. Yeah, that may get us a lot of us a little testy. However, y'all are the violent ones, statistically.
Well, they don't like stats. They like outliers. They like to point to individual situations.
Nigger.
We got Jacob.
No victimhood now, nigger.
What?
Stop the victimhood, nigger.
Turn your camera on.
Aww. Looks like we caught ourselves a little racist. A racist who ran.
He's still in the comments. Why does he follow me?
Of course he does. Isn't it crazy all the people who call these slurs at us, whatnot, follow us and watch our lives almost
They're
daily?
jealous.
Isn't that crazy? What a fantastic argument. And then you wonder why we tell you Republicans are racist. Literally.
Hey, brother, I don't know why people act like that. I really don't.
It's because they're racist.
It's beyond me. You know, I get it in my life too. Believe me, it's on both sides, man. Believe me, I promise you.
No, the left's not saying that.
Oh, yeah, they do, brother. I promise you. I'm not lying about that. I'm not lying about that one bit. I get it in my life as well. Believe me.
It's not the left that's saying that, though.
You know what, Jaden?
So you
I'm
don't
actually
think?
I'm gonna go out on a limb.
So you don't think left can be racist at all?
I'm gonna give some credence to his argument because it's anecdotal, sure, but guess what? We know the left also has a racism problem. Absolutely, racism does not discriminate against any party. Although there is one party.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying, brother.
Although there is one party where it resides comfortably, for sure.
Okay.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did. Yeah, I did.
And do you regret your vote?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not. Why is that?
Absolutely, because I support the person I voted for, regardless.
Regardless of what? Failure?
In your opinion, everybody's welcome to their own opinion, just like I am.
What's the fact?
And I don't.
Gas prices. Gas prices have increased.
I don't.
It did not slow
Yeah,
or stop.
I don't
the
care
rates
what
of
you say.
farm
You can say
bankruptcy.
whatever you want to say. It
It's
goes in
not
one ear
whatever
and
I
out the
want.
other.
It's what's fact. Farm bankruptcy.
It goes in one ear and out the other because I still support
I know,
my
because you don't
president.
fucking listen. That's the problem. Why
I
do you
support my
think?
president,
Why do you think
regardless.
the president wants you to not critique him? Why do you
I don't
think
care
that
what
he
you're
preys
saying,
upon
brother.
your ignorance? I know, but isn't it a
Yeah.
problem that the president
Hey, have a
wants
good
you to
day,
be the-
guys.
Stop
God
interrupting.
bless you.
Stop interrupting. Isn't it a fucking problem that the president wants you to be this ignorant?
And he's gonna run.
You're still in the box, numbnut.
I'm just curious as to why. Oftentimes, when I ask that question, Trump supporters will say, well, I support him because he's the president. I support him because he's still the president. And I go, okay, why do we support people just based off of a title? That doesn't make an ounce of sense. I can go to the most easiest example. You would be one of those people who would be saying, oh, well, I support, Hitler because he's that doesn't make any sense, does it? We would support them based off the merits of their campaign, how much they were able to achieve, the negative impacts of everything that they say and do on Americans. Maybe we should more so focus on that than the title. Did you support Biden just because he was the president? In which case you may say yes, but then you criticize and demonize him the whole way. He's gone.
Why are you running? Why are you running?
Jaden, we typically try to start a little nicer though, to be fair. Because they're really scared. You know how they call us snowflakes all the time?
Yeah.
Insensitive, and then they show in 0.2 seconds that they're the exact same damn people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's why, it's just two of us here, but if you go on their lives, it's 6, 7, 8v1 with constantly muting, constantly insulting, constantly blocking. It's like they are terrified of having an actual dialogue.
It's funny because he said he hosts his own lives. So
No, he doesn't.
Clearly, you do not like going into any other spaces where you may get some heat for the things that you say. This is what I was looking for. And I actually learned this from Ari. Because one thing I'm very honest about is I'm not the most familiar with is presidential historical history. You got me up until Reagan-ish, for the most part, where I can maybe get into some intricate details of presidents after that. And I would say still more so, it'll go Reagan to the Bush, Trump, Biden, Obama, some somewhat aspects of Clinton. Behind that, I am not the most informed in a lot of those things. I end up looking up a lot of that information. I just looked it up. But I was actually listening to Ari's live the other day, and she was mentioning a quote by Theodore Roosevelt. And I want to read this quote to you guys. In fact, I'm going to show it to you guys. And I want you guys to just drill it in your brain. Fucking memorize it for all I care, because I think it's super important. Let me put it up on the screen. Also, it looks like they're finally done away with those stupid flags every time you put up a Google screening and it'll say, oh, reproduce content. It's Google, dude. What do you want me to do? I can't show sources now? But here's the quote. This is the quote by Theodore Roosevelt. To announce that there must be no criticism of the... You guys literally... Wait! Until I'm doing something else!
Call from
Christopher Hickox.
CRISPR Hipcox? Did you vote for Trump?
Yes.
I'm sorry. I probably butchered your name. What do you say it was?
Hickox.
Hickox. Got you. I said Hipcox. That was wild. All right, you voted for Trump. Do you regret your vote?
No.
And why is that?
Well, for one, I vote on the side of common sense.
Oh, okay. For one, sure. Let's start with that. You ever heard of the saying "common sense isn't so common anymore"?
Absolutely. I live by that daily after watching a bunch of nonsense go around.
Fascinating. So, maybe you can tell me what is commonsensical about supporting a man who ran off of no new wars, was the quickest to start one in Iran, and then recently, I believe it was last week in an interview, was it Meet the Press, when he was asked about his stance on no new wars, said that he never said it. And it was immediately followed by gross amounts of clips and compilations of him throughout his first term, and especially the second, campaigning, saying that I won't be the president to start wars, I'll be the president to end them. What is commonsensical about continuing that support when the basis of it was because he wouldn't start a war?
If you actually look at the background of it, what he was talking about is not starting any long-term wars. I mean, look how long we was stuck in Afghanistan. What we're doing now is preemptive disaster. I mean, you got a country like Iran that has been calling for the death of America for over 40 years. Yeah, I don't think that they're going to just sit on a nuclear warhead like we have been. They're going to use it.
Cool. So first and foremost, before I get into Iran specifically and their warhead that you think they're sitting on, did Donald Trump say that the context behind his statement was no long-term war?
No, but if you actually look at it through a common sense lens, that's what it meant.
Okay. So,
I mean, what was the reason for us to go into Afghanistan?
Under the notion of responding to 9/11. I mean, yet another Republican president lying to the American people about the reason why we were there. I don't think that's the best example, considering that Donald Trump would be doing the same thing with Iran.
We were targeting Al Qaeda.
Yeah, I understand that Bush was a Republican, but I'll tell you right now, I was a kid whenever he got in office. He was one goofy ass president. I mean, come on, you got a president that looks like
And
he's
Trump's
staring
not?
at the sun all the time.
Trump literally did that.
Also,
Did what?
you said you looked at this statement from the lens of common sense. It seemed like common sense is going to do a lot of heavy lifting for your arguments here. Common sense isn't putting words in the president's mouths, especially when he's asked for clarification on his statements and he provides none, which is doubling down on what he said and the fact that he means it. In fact, I can pull up a quote from Donald Trump saying that I don't make mistakes.
And Trump stared at the eclipse. He looked up at the sun as it was eclipsing, which you're advised not to do because of permanent to long-term damage to your retinas.
Thank you, Erica, for the gifts.
Yeah, I can understand that. I mean, that's something that. I mean, I honestly say I did it as well.
Yeah,
but here's
the man,
my thing. So hang on, let me explain something first.
Okay.
So whenever Trump and Obama was running against each other, I was in high school. Now my thought process.
I'm sorry. Did you say
bless you.
when Trump and Obama was running against each other?
Yeah.
When was this?
So you're older than us then.
Yeah, I'm 32.
What year
They
was
never ran
Trump
against
running
each
against
other.
Obama? Jeez. What year was Trump running against Obama?
2042.
I honestly can't remember, but I can tell you this: whenever I was in high school, we all had discussions. Now I live down in South Georgia, so take that as you will. But we had discussions about the election and everything like that. And my thought process is, what is a celebrity businessman got to run a country, right? So I was against him at that time. Then I started getting older and realizing that all these politicians, that's all they are. They're nothing like us. Now, Trump, yeah, he was a businessman. He got his money from an inheritance. He invested well. I mean, if anybody else had that
If
chance
you just excuse
and
the
had
bankruptcies.
business aptitude of it, you would invest. I mean, you could look at the
God
crypto
bless you.
wave that just went through.
Thank you, Amanda.
Now looking at it, I mean, I'm looking at it from a standpoint of
Thank you, Gucci.
this, the United States right now is one big business. You need somebody that'll make it to what it's supposed to be. Not these politicians that make promises and never pull through on them.
The United States is not, nor should it be ran like a business, because a government and a business have two vastly different priorities.
True, but we're also $30-something trillion in debt, and it's all because of politicians.
Oh, wow. No, 27.7% of that was accumulated under Trump.
The majority of that national debt, by the way.
He's added more to the national debt than any other president.
Really? How so?
I just told you. The debt incurred, the total amount, as you stated, 27.7% of that was under Trump's first and now second terms.
8.4 to 8.6 trillion, if I'm not mistaken, from his first term.
Yes.
And we were how much? 38? Was it 37 to 38 trillion in debt? And the current trajectory, based off the 2.2 trillion that we borrowed to fund the fiscal year of 2026, going into 2027, and all the other expenditures for his big beautiful bill, his tax cuts, so on and so forth, will put us at 40 trillion by 2027. That is the majority of the national debt held by all the U.S. presidents. Who would be the second under him? Would that be Obama or Biden? I don't remember.
Let's take a look.
In any case, Trump holds the most, despite running off of fiscal responsibility, despite his massive cuts to several departments, even though those amounts are minuscule compared to, say, things like the Department of Defense, Department of War budget that we have right now. And he's trying to increase through the Senate to $1.5 trillion. He wants to allocate more money for wars, despite the fact that we're paying roughly $1 trillion, alone in interest on the debt that we have.
Do you know why we switched over from the Department of Defense back over to the Department of War?
Because Donald Trump and the Secretary of Defense are warmongers?
No, it's more of we have had that massive invasion. We've got insurgents from all around the world that want to do us harm.
I'm sorry, what massive invasion are you referencing?
But, say that again?
What massive invasion are you referencing?
The immigrant invasion from the Biden administration.
Not only
that's civilian, isn't it?
Not only would the Department of War not have jurisdiction to handle immigrant encounters or anything of that nature at the southern border or any other border, but that would be a grossly inappropriate response to rising migration in the United States by weaponizing the Department of War to act against undocumented migrants who, under the Constitution, would still be afforded rights and due process. Also, to your comment
I
here,
don't agree with that. If it was me, catapult them right out of here.
Suntree, it was the Department of War. It was changed from the Department of War in 1948 by Truman, if I'm not mistaken. Just in case you didn't know. So you don't agree with us not using the Department of War to go after immigrants?
I agree with using any type of force to get rid of people that are not supposed to be here.
Okay. Do you know what crime improper entry would be federally? What classification of that would that be?
Yeah, first time misdemeanor.
Okay. And what happens after that?
Felony.
Is a felony a warrant for death?
Well, honestly, I prefer we take Poland's approach.
I'm actually unfamiliar with Poland's approach.
You try and cross the border illegally, you get shot.
It's not Poland's approach.
Hold on. At immigrants when they cross their borders. Where did you get that from?
From their what is it? Their minister or whatever it is, their type of president.
No, Poland does not have an official policy of shooting border crossers on sight. Poland faces a long-running hybrid warfare situation orchestrated by Belarus and indirectly Russia, where migrants from the Middle East, Africa, and elsewhere are encouraged to cross illegally into Poland to destabilize the EU.
July of 2024, they authorized a measure allowing them to fire ammunition at migrants, but that was only for preventative measures and self-defense. They are not authorized
Preventive, but
to
if you don't turn around whenever they start shooting, then you will be shot.
You cannot kill a migrant just for continuing to walk into your borders.
If they prefer not to come in here legally, then
quote, when the life, health,
not...
and freedom of members of the police are threatened in the context of a direct and illegal attack against the inviolability of the state border.
I ain't hear any of that.
They're authorized to use their weapons, quote, when the life, health, and freedom of members of the police are threatened in context of a direct and illegal attack against inviolability, am I pronouncing that right, of the state border. That is the only time they would be authorized to shoot at anyone, not just to deter them from entering. Because if you see them trying to enter, you can just go scoop them up, turn them around, book them for the improper entry, send them back.
Yeah, but why would we spend tax dollars on that?
Because that's our process. Because that doesn't put us on, human rights violation watch list. Because it's inhumane.
Yeah, you call yourself the party of common sense. Is that not a fiscal strain that we would be having to fit the bill towards? Of cleaning up those bodies? Of having to fight that in the courts? That's more costly than, say, a border system that we have now.
Well, see, if you look at we tried to put up a border wall to stop that. You've got cartels and whoever else was cutting holes in it, digging tunnels underneath it.
That's the whole point.
Republicans
That's
tried
why
to
we
do
wasted
everything that
money
they
trying
could
to build
to
a
stop
wall.
it, and the Democrats actually stopped the building of the wall and auctioning off of the wall materials.
Yeah, that's correct. It was just sitting there, so we got rid of it.
Yeah, because they stopped building it.
Yes, Biden stopped new production.
What happened?
Of the
It
border wall.
eroded.
Actually, I think Biden Trump was 48, 52 miles.
He added 52 miles of new border wall.
The wall was a terrible idea, as you said. There are literally videos of kids hopping that shit in 9 seconds. They were building tunnels under. There's a lot of tunnels near our southern border that people can cross through.
What does that tell you about common sense, though? That it proved to be ineffective. In fact, Donald Trump declared a state of emergency in 2019 because, in spite of his border wall production, migrant crossings increased more than half of what they were the previous year.
That is true. And then whenever Biden gets in the office with the stolen election,
let's go over that then. You think it's stolen too? Also not the party of common sense. As I understand it, if you get more votes in the popular and electoral college, you win.
Hold on, I need to take a moment to do a PSA before we get into this. And we are going to have to watch the words surrounding this specific conversation before I get a flag for civic and election integrity. If you guys are not following me, hit that follow button in the top left corner. We are live every Saturday after 3 p.m. CST and randomly throughout the week. Please make sure we're doing a couple things while we're here to support the platform. Let's get the likes up to 300K. We're 24 minutes away from the 3-hour mark. I would love to see us get to 300K. I would also love to see Jaden get some love and support. Please take care of Jaden while we're here. Let's get him over 5,000 coins. In fact, we're going to do it one way or another. Let's get him over 5,000 coins.
A nice number.
Let's knock out the roses here. We have 43 more of those to go. Please make sure you take care of those gift goals, and I'll reset them as they go. And then links in the bio are the best ways to support. If you'd like to donate directly, that's going to be Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. But you can also follow me on all the social medias available in the link tree. Join the Discord community. Get yourself some merch off the merch shop and other resources that I have there, including business inquiries when the DNC is ready to pay me. Those of you over on the YouTube side, hit the like button on the stream, subscribe, and turn on notification bells. If you guys want to support the platform, please make sure that you send a super chat and super sticker. Remember, Jaden's link tree is also available in his bio, so please make sure that we get some thank yous for him as well. W's in the chat to Stacy for the $1.99 super chat.
God bless you.
I miss when George W. was the stupidest POTUS in history. You know, here's a crazy thing. I went back and I watched like videos and things about George Bush. He may have been terrible policy-wise, but I honestly believe George Bush is a good dude. Like, I legitimately feel like he's just a genuine dude. He's just a genuine Texan who just believes Republican stuff. And let me be clear, he don't fuck with Trump. W's in the chat to the one mighty pen for the $5 super chat. Trump said noise from windmills cause cancer. You said came, I assume you mean cancer. I mean, come on, there's no common sense there. Yeah, I'm actively waiting for the common sense parts to come out. And now we're on the wall, so I really want to poke a big hole in that. The wall is fiscally irresponsible and in no way, shape, or form would beat, say, things provided in S4361 specifically, which is giving more funding for Border Patrol agents, immigration judges, and lawyers. What would be infinitely better at securing the border versus a wall being around a select area would be agents that would be often scouring the region and able to detect or see individuals who would be trying to cross. Versus a wall, which people are just going to find ways to go under and around, which would be much harder to do with armed agents in the vicinity. That is the more commonsensical response. Not to mention the $1.5 billion that was secured, 1.5 to 1.8 billion that was secured under Kamala Harris and Joe Biden to actually give us radar technology so we can catch them miles away before they even get there. That makes more common sense than a wall. Even then, $700 billion was allocated in S4361, which Trump had Republicans shut down in the Senate to actually go towards additional border wall funding. So he couldn't even stand on his own positions when he told them to shut down the bill. So I don't know what makes you think Donald Trump is good for immigration security, and his draconian measures in no way, shape, or form has made America safer.
Well, I can tell you right now, the wall wasn't actually his idea. That actually came from Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Is that relevant?
Arnold Schwarzenegger didn't run for president and didn't run off of a wall. I don't really care who the
No,
idea came
but he
from.
was the governor of California, which has the most border crossings for illegal immigration. And as we could see with California, it's went from the Golden State to the Rust State.
Okay, it doesn't matter who originated the idea. It's still a bad idea, whether it came from Arnold or Trump.
But
Well, if
when
you
you
agree,
get the Democrats also blocking anything that happens with DHS.
They don't block anything that has to do with DHS.
What?
They just blocked the funding
They're
for
stalling
DHS.
ICE funding because of the lack of oversight going into that. I think frankly, it should be a problem for Republicans like you to give the federal
God bless
government
you.
that much power without the ability to rein in and identify the agents that are killing U.S. citizens. You guys in yesteryear would be
Oh,
against
my
such
God,
an
we're gonna go
awful
with this
policy.
nonsense
Shut
again?
up. You guys in yesteryear and Bush's era would be fully against such a policy to give full immunity to federal agents to give the ability to kill people. You guys want that? Democrats don't, and they're reining in on their authority to do that.
It's big government.
That is
Okay,
big government.
so
That's
these
huge
idiots
government.
that were attacking the ICE officers, if you go out
Yeah,
there and
a
attack a
veteran's
police officer,
nurse.
you have the same chance of getting
A
shot.
VA nurse. A VA nurse. He wasn't attacking anyone.
You're not supposed to carry a gun while going into.
You
to
can
do
legally in
anything like that.
Minnesota.
I'm sorry, can you tell me what law says you cannot carry a gun in public, especially when you have a legal permit to carry
it's
it?
not carrying it in public. I'm for Second Amendment. I mean, I'm in Georgia where we
He
have
was
open
in
carry.
public carrying his firearm at an event where it would be literally smart to carry your firearm to because of things that can pop off. There is no law whatsoever in any state that says you cannot carry a firearm to a protest. That would all be determined by the buildings where you may go into and whatever legislation or rules that they have there. The dude was on the street.
You can't carry a firearm while committing a crime.
He wasn't committing a crime.
Rioting.
Also, you can
He
carry
wasn't
a
rioting.
firearm while committing a crime. It's just depending on what you do with that firearm, that will give you an additional charge with said crime. What are you talking about?
Everybody trying to point him out as some type of innocent person that got killed whenever he was the exact opposite.
He
we all
was
saw the video
a
of
person
him
who
destroying
cared
the
for
federal
veterans.
vehicle.
He kicked a headlight in. Whoop-de-doo. They didn't charge him for it. Do you know that?
Yeah, fucking everything you guys have said about Alex Preddy is so much more true with Ashley Babbitt, a rioter who breached federal grounds and tried to kill people. That is true, did not oblige with orders from the officers and was shot. None of that can be applied to Alex Preddy. And yet you guys hail her in this instance as a national hero and not a VA nurse who put his life on the line to protect an innocent civilian.
An innocent civilian.
Yes.
Was this verified a innocent civilian?
The video footage shows the ICE agents literally shoving her and him coming to her aid. Yeah.
Getting her out of the way?
Shoving her to
Whenever
the
you're
ground.
blocking federal agents?
There was no
you
need
are
to
not
shove
supposed
her
do
to
that?
the ground.
Wait,
She wasn't blocking
what proof is there
anyone.
that she was guilty? Was she ever charged?
Not that I know of.
So no,
I'm not there.
She wasn't. You're the party of
See-
common sense. It doesn't matter if you were there. Can't you make a reasonable observation?
You want to go and step in front of ICE vehicles? Or
Do you want to
get
go and
into
breach the
a
Capitol?
federal operation? You're obstructing.
There was no operation.
Yeah,
that
almost
they're
like
currently in.
obstructing the official vote count, right? Of the election you claim was rigged.
Yeah. Interesting.
I mean, I live down here in Georgia, and Atlanta, nah, that's all rigged up there.
That's a red state.
Not Atlanta. That's blue.
It's still the system.
Atlanta's
It's
not
still the
blue.
same
fuck-
Secretary of
the
State.
fuck are you talking about? Atlanta's not blue. Also, Atlanta's
Atlanta
a
is
heavily
blue.
gerrymandered state.
If you
So I
ask
really
the
don't
rest
give a
of the
shit what it is.
Georgians, we don't claim Atlanta as a part of Georgia. That's its own shithole.
Oh, excuse me. Georgia
Okay.
isn't blue. Georgia isn't blue.
Yeah. But you don't have a
Yeah, I
separate
said
Secretary
Georgia
of
is red.
State.
Atlanta is blue. Anywhere you
Then-
look where it is blue, there is always some type of fraud going on.
Then why is it that the Republican auditors from that state somehow fail to flag it?
That's because it's not being looked into.
It
I mean, I
is.
could
You
look
had
around
an
here right
official
now. I could go up
forensic
to the,
recount.
food stamps department
Stop.
and
You
find
had
a bunch of people committing fraud there.
No, you can't. But you found multiple audit. We had multiple audits and hand recounts, forensic audits in the state of Georgia, overseen by Republicans, and still they couldn't prove widespread election determinant voter fraud out of Atlanta. Yet somehow you have some sixth sense, maybe some glasses I don't have, that sees this massive level of fraud that otherwise isn't being detected.
Actually, I can. The auditor that was approved to do the audit was actually a friend of the election board instead of a
Names, please.
non. Go ahead.
Names, please.
I don't know the names, but I
Then
can.
who the hell are you
if look
referring
it up,
to?
It can say that
That's
the,
just hearsay. What do I
third
look
par-
up if I don't have a name?
The auditor for the 2020 election audit.
Okay, so
tell
Brad
you
Raffensperger,
online. You could look that up in any
that's
type of AI.
Georgia
You can look that
Secretary
up
of
through,
State.
you can look that up through the election board of Atlanta. That they chose that auditor. They didn't get an independent third party.
Who are you referring to?
Sorry, is the auditor biased? What are you talking about?
Whenever you choose somebody, yeah.
Who are you referring to? I need the who, what, when, where, and why.
All right, let me see here.
Friendly reminder that the Justice Department went ahead and seized their ballots under a fraudulent order, which a judge was able to determine was such because the wording that they used to secure the ballots in Fulton County specifically was leaving out key context. It was inaccurately assessing the situation. A judge recently ruled back in early May that the Justice Department could have kept the ballots because of the overall election fraud allegation, but there's been no proof whatsoever that shows that there was gross amounts of fraud coming from Fulton County. Better yet, fuck it. I'm just going to go down this route. Let's say there was. All those ballots were fraudulent in Fulton County. None of it. What? Oh, that's wild.
What?
Oh, that's wild. Savvy came up, and I guess the TikTok thought they were the person who were saying the nonsense.
Oh.
That thing, that flag, they just got it. That's fucking crazy.
That's lame.
It wasn't you. It wasn't you, Savvy. That's actually why I put the pool up, because this is gonna get me fucked. Anyway, even if what you're saying was true, the 2020 festival, it would not have been turned into Donald Trump's favor. He got his back blown out by Joe Biden with 81 million votes because he was a pathetic president, and a large portion of people, including Republicans, were tired of the mishandling of COVID specifically.
A man with Alzheimer's.
Trump?
Took out Trump.
Joe Biden doesn't have Alzheimer's. You really want to go down this route?
Well, I mean, if you look at all the videos of Biden, there
Yeah,
was one
when
where he
Biden
looked
said
The
like
drop
being
pool is
on
50. He can't hear you. The drop pool
Yosemite.
is 50. This fucker's going to get me flagged. Please make sure we take care of Jaden. 2 galaxies to Jaden and 50 to the links in the bio is how we get this fucker out about the paint. What?
I thought he could hear me.
No, I muted it. What did you say, caller?
I said, if you look at Biden, for all of the nonsense that they had put that man through, keeping him in a basement, bringing out people that look like him. I mean, Biden was
given
just
the
about as
fuck
tall as
do
his
you
wife,
mean
yet
bringing
there
out
was
people
one
who
where he
look
looked
like
he was
him?
7 foot tall.
What do you mean bringing out people who look like him? Oh, wait. Oh, wait.
They
Sir,
think Biden has a clone.
do you believe that Joe Biden has a clone?
No, that would be irrational. No, I'm pretty sure that they had somebody from CIA use one of their masks.
Their masks. You believe that the president of the United States was a man in a mask?
Yeah, I mean it's been used quite a few times.
Like when?
There was one that a lady that worked on CIA. She went in with Trump and pulled the mask off right in front of him.
I doubt it. Can you give me at least one instance where you believed, to the fullest of your beliefs, that Joe Biden was a man in a mask?
Well, again, he's about as tall as his wife. Yet, whenever they brought him
taller
out
than
to
her.
speak with people, huh? He is
He's
not
taller
that
than her.
tall. He is nowhere near over 6 foot.
He's 6 feet tall. You think Trump is 6'3"? There's fucking pictures of them standing next to each other.
Okay, I'm gonna let you believe that, but I can see it with my own 2 eyes.
They were standing by each other at the inauguration. They're the same
I'm
height.
talking about a position whenever he was brought out to talk with reporters, and his wife stood away from him because now he was taller than his wife.
He's always been taller than Jill Biden. She's like 5'4".
Yeah, no.
What?
Listen, Biden's administration, that was straight elder abuse. I felt bad for that old man because I know that he
goddamn
wasn't
crazy.
making any of the choices.
Sir, have anyone ever told you before that you're a fucking nut job?
The only time I've heard that was from criminals when I was working in corrections.
Oh, yeah. So, not only do you not understand how our elections or festivals work, and you're grossly misinformed on immigration, but you actually believe that CIA massive lookalikes of Joe Biden were the ones running the country for several years because of Joe Biden's quote-unquote mental decline. And you sat up here at the beginning of this live, and you said with your full chest that you voted for common sense. And everything that you've said so far has been conspiratorial, batshit, nuthouse, straitjacket buffoonery.
You may believe that. We're on two sides of the spectrum.
No, we're not.
Really?
You're off on a separate plane that's drifting off course and about to crash land on a remote island. See how our arguments are at least linear? That we can give you names, dates, and specific arguments that make sense in a vacuum? You're saying that there was a guy who was friends with another guy in Georgia and therefore fraud. You're saying that Joe Biden was a mask and that at times he appeared to be the same height as his wife, who's like 7 inches shorter than him.
Yeah.
Debbie's in the chat.
You're
too,
not
Phoenix.
the party of common sense.
That part. For the $5 super chat. Caller, thank you for reminding me what absolute cowardice and ignorance sounds like. Pretty was a far better man than you. I couldn't agree more. Debbie's in the chat to you, Phoenix. Dub is in the chat to Savvy for the 20. Please tell this fucktwit that I took a flag for I took a flag for him to shut his stupid bigoted ass mouth. Alex Preddy was not at a protest. He was on what we in Minneapolis call Eat Street getting a fucking donut. XOXO. Protest or donut shop. He was allowed to carry his firearm and was taken off of him when he was shot in the back for no goddamn reason. But you're okay with federally sanctioned murder of criminals.
I mean, whenever you're trying to stop our federal agents from getting rid of people that's not supposed to be here.
They weren't. They were standing on the side of the street, yelling at them, protesting. You know, that First Amendment right that you guys like to talk about.
Okay, but you want to talk about that. What do you think about the Second Amendment then?
You're literally challenging the Second Amendment right now with every fucking thing that you've said. You said he shouldn't have had a firearm, even though he was legally permitted to do so. No, you don't. If you believe Alex Preddy should not have had his firearm that day, then you do not stand with the Second Amendment and the privileges it affords.
Again, do you believe in the Second Amendment? Because the Democrats sure don't.
My guy, I have said absolutely fuck all to show that I'm not for the Second Amendment. You have. I am for the Second Amendment.
Again, I'm for it. I was asking you if
you're not.
Against it.
You're literally supporting a man who has challenged the Second Amendment several fucking times. He did so in his first term with the bumstock ban, first and foremost. To the Supreme Court said, no, you can't do that. Second term, when he created a goddamn task force in the department sponsored by the Heritage Foundation to find a way to take away firearms from individuals who are transgender solely based off their gender identity, to the point to where the NRA came in and said, you have lost your fucking minds. I'm paraphrasing. And then Donald Trump, after Alex Preddy was shot and killed in the fucking street, goddamn murdered, I would argue, after they took his firearm off him, he called him a gunman on social media and said he shouldn't have had a firearm in a public space where he was legally permitted to have one. And you're sitting here saying that he shouldn't have, based off of your feelings. You are the one who's challenging the Second Amendment, my guy, not Democrats.
Here's a feeling. You can't demonstrate what law Alex Pretty broke besides I feel like he broke the law.
Thank you, Sam. The galaxies are to Jaden, please. Please make sure we take care of Jaden.
Oh, thank you.
Holsters, yes. Thank you, Savvy. It was holstered. W's in chat to
Thank you,
Phoenix for the
Sam.
$5 super chat. Oh, he's a CO. $20 says he likes his job a little too much, invoking his clan ancestors, as it were. I think he said he was a correctional officer. What?
Got racism in the chat trying to call me a clancester.
It's not racist.
Oh, it is. What proof do you have for calling me part of the Klan?
Can you name a black Klansman?
Besides the movie.
Fantastic.
I don't know any Klansmen.
Can you name a black Klansman?
Again, I don't know any Klansmen.
Were there Klansmen that were black?
No idea.
No. Were there Klansmen that were white?
No idea.
Don't play fucking stupid with me.
Hey, gonna just because of the
Hey,
sound of
Mr.
my
Common
voice, I
Sense.
don't
No,
know
no,
what
no,
I
no.
look
Hey,
like or
hey,
whatnot.
Mr. Common Sense. Don't play fucking stupid. What is the triple
Well, look,
K?
I can call you a fucking.
What is the triple K?
ancestor as well.
What is the triple K?
What?
Well, it would make much
What
sense.
is the triple K?
The triple K?
Uh-huh. KKK. What are they?
Now that'd be the Ku Klux Klan.
And what
Everybody
was their
knows that.
purpose?
I don't know. I'm not part of it.
You don't know? Can you take a guess?
Imagine not knowing, but then you took offense and called it racist when someone said clancestor. Look how that's falling back. And that's why I'm not taking the stupid fucking rouge of yours. And I can, oh yeah, you're a white man. That's why you're running away from that term. And you know what? Your ancestors probably did have us in the fucking fields. You goddamn clown. You know exactly what the fucking triple K is. You know exactly what their makeup was. Their little ideology, their handbooks wouldn't have ever allowed any other race to be a part of them unless they were purebred white and great for the country, pure. You being a white man would have ancestry or at least benefit from the white supremacy because of those groups. You fucking dolts. Don't play that stupid shit with me. Calling you a Klansman wouldn't be fucking racist because none of that would be based off of your race. Racism has to be a racial form of discrimination and bias and antagonism and prejudice. You fucktwat. Thank you for the galaxies.
God bless you.
So a white person could be called a cracker. Is that not racist?
Y'all came up with the fucking word?
No.
No?
Nope.
Wow. Gotta love the double standard.
Because it doesn't uphold any form of systemic oppression by calling you a cracker. And we can say cracker, 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 cracker. Say the N-word. You can't.
Yeah, that's racist.
What do you think cracker means? Where did that come from? Let me guess. You think it's related to saltines and Ritz, don't you?
Well, I mean, hell, I grew up in a black neighborhood. I got
Do
called
you
cracker
think
all
the
time.
term cracker is
Saltine.
related to crackers, literal food, the edible, crispy, round or square sides thing you can dip in soup and put cheese on? Is that what you think a cracker is?
You grew up around
Oh, no, I
black
know
people and
what it
decided
is.
to be a corrections
But
officer.
it's the fact that you
What is a
use
cracker
it in
then?
a
Hey.
derogatory term.
What is a cracker then?
The guy that held the whip.
Oh, it's referring to the cracking of the whip. You know, the whip that went on black people here in the United States through chattel slavery specifically? Predominantly
only black
by
people?
white people.
Was it only black people?
No, other people went through slavery. That's why I said chattel slavery. Again, do you know the difference between...
The Irish
Do you know the
went through
difference
it.
between...
Chinese went through it.
Do
The
you
Mexicans
know
went
the
through it.
difference between chattel slavery and other forms?
Say that again?
Is indentured servitude a form of slavery?
Nope.
No?
Then why are you saying they went through it?
So what?
You keep saying the Chinese, the Irish, the Mexicans went through it. If it's indentured servitude, they didn't go through it. They did not go through chattel slavery.
Oh, I thought you was talking about the stuff that they're trying to pull today.
What? What?
Slavery
Who's
back
they,
then.
and what are they trying to pull?
Oh, what was that young man that just got put into prison, and they said he had a great fitting body to be able to work? People started calling that slavery, but yet you've got to pay off your debt to society after you commit a crime.
What?
Oh yeah, there's a big old case about it.
To be fair, indentured servitude wasn't the right thing. There's some correlations, yes, but it would not necessarily be classified as slavery. I was going to say in the loosest sense, it could be considered a form as such, but not exactly. However, chattel slavery would still be uniquely different from the other forms of slavery that you're talking about, which is why I mention it. You guys don't even know what chattel slavery is, which is why you often
'cause I'm
reduce
tired of
what
fucking hearing
happened to
about
black
it.
people
Nobody alive
specifically.
today
You don't fucking
wasn't
know what it
slave, has
is.
ever been a
You
slave.
don't know what it is.
Okay.
What is chattel
So why do we
slavery?
keep talking about it whenever we're talking
What is
in the
chattel
past?
slavery?
I don't know.
You don't know.
Now, can you answer my question?
Chattel slavery was the form of slavery that was uniquely used here in the United States against black people, African Americans. That was where we were considered less than human to not only justify our captures, our detainments, our forced labor, but also our abuse, our torture, so on and so forth. We were considered as fucking cattle,
who went over to Africa and
3/5
got
of
the
a
slaves?
human being.
Who went
That's
over to
chattel
Africa and got the
fucking
slaves?
slavery.
Slave catchers.
Who went over to Africa and got the slaves?
It wasn't
people?
Africans.
It was the Spanish. The Africans took
We're of
other
Spanish or we're
tribes
of the Arab slave trade. That
hostage
doesn't
and
change the
sold
fact
them
that it
to the
was white
Spanish.
slave owners
The
in the
Spanish brought
U.S.
them
who
over.
practiced the form of chattel slavery that I'm talking about against black people. Nice try.
Hey, what race are Spaniards? Any day
Let
now.
me think. What was they considered for Spain?
That's not a race.
She's
It's
fucking
a country.
Spaniards are from Spain.
Okay, that's a country. That's your nationality. What race are those people? White, black, Asian?
W's in chat to Ashley for the 10. Call this fucking vile drop pool. W's to you, Ashley. I appreciate you.
Oh, what do you want me to say? Brown?
No, because brown's not a race, so try again.
Well, I mean, white's not a race.
It literally
What
is.
is it?
Hey, brown's not a race. White can't be a race. Think about that.
White is a race classification in the United States, recognized abroad even.
So Spaniards are white Europeans.
Really, from the history, it said that it was the Spaniards of Spain that was traveling in
The
spices.
Spaniards of Spain, as opposed to the Spaniards of China. What the fuck are you talking about, man? They were white people working with other white people across Europe in a transatlantic slave trade.
Okay. That got dealt with
Okay.
years ago. So what? Why do people keep bringing it back up?
Quite literally hasn't.
I swear you brought this up.
The 13th Amendment
No,
is
I'm
not
just
only
asking,
legalized
like,
slavery in the
seriously.
United States through the
Everybody
prison
wants to
system,
talk about,
which is why we've seen
race and
mass
everything.
incarceration of black and brown people in our prison complexes, but also the conversation
Because they
about
commit the
slavery
crime.
goes straight into those white supremacist groups being supported by this administration. Those groups endorsing the President of the United States. People associated with said groups being confirmed in several departments of our government, despite their tattoos or their rhetoric. Things like the Great Replacement theory being spread around in Congress by white men. That's why we're still having these conversations, because things like redlining, are still being prosecuted in the United States as of 2025. Slavery
You know
ending
that
didn't just
Obama's
end the effects,
history
there were
is
negative
family-owned
impacts on
slaves.
black people.
Did Obama?
Obama's family had slaves.
Okay, but did Obama?
Again, that's what I'm trying to talk about now.
God bless
So,
you.
like, why would it
Thank
matter?
you, Sam, for the gloves.
When
Obama has white
push back to the
relatives.
past, but whenever I actually point out somebody whose family is related, I mean, if they start
Hey,
dealing out
dumbass.
the,
Obama is biracial. He has white people in his ancestry.
You guys also forget about the fact that he would have likely had ancestors that were themselves slaves too.
But wait, if he's biracial, why does he just say that he's black?
Because
it's a race is a phenotype. He doesn't look white. He fits the phenotypical characterization of blackness in America.
Ah, so there's a look.
Race is phenotypical.
He doesn't know what phenotype means.
Yeah. Stacy, thank you for the 5, and Ashley, thank you for the 10.
Thank you so much, guys. Please make sure we take care of Jaden while he's here. And while you're at it, 20 fucking more to get him out the paint. I'm tired.
So what else would you like to talk about?
I would like
Or
to
you
talk about
wanna
how much of a
continue this?
fucking moron you're on. You have been this entire
Well,
time
I
you've been
can
on this
say
panel.
how much
I
of a
want to
damn
talk about the
dipshit
fact
you are.
that
You
you
wanna
opened
continue
up
with the
with
insults, or
common
do you wanna
goddamn
talk?
sense,
Hey, stop
and if
talking.
you said the most nonsensical loads of bullshit ever. I want to talk about the fact that we have been educating you on things that you did not know this entire time, but you're so adamantly against the things that we're saying. So if this is your definition of common sense, which carried a large portion of this conversation so far, then god damn it, I was right. I guess it ain't that common. Maybe you should go in your backyard and dig it on up, because you clearly buried it somewhere and it's not currently in your goddamn noggin.
Can I ask you something?
Sure, go
Thanks.
ahead.
If the things you were hearing coming out of Joe Biden's mouth made you conclude that he had dementia or Alzheimer's or whatever the case may be, what does it say about Donald Trump, who's talking about nuking hurricanes and Hannibal Lecter endorsing him and windmills causing cancer and sharks and batteries and et cetera, et cetera?
Debbie's in the chat to Phoenix for the 2. Evidence your voice, silly man. Yeah, that part. Thank you, Phoenix.
If that's Donald Trump's lucidity, what does that say about him?
So some of that stuff, I have actually seen reports on that from the science community. Yeah, I think that it's stupid. Who the hell wants to drop a nuke inside of a hurricane? But it was actually one of proposed ideas by our scientists.
No, the fuck it wasn't.
No, it wasn't.
I think that they're an idiot.
No, the fuck it wasn't.
No, it wasn't.
You know what else
Yeah, it
wasn't
was.
a proposed idea by our scientists? Injecting bleach into or disinfectant into the bloodstream.
Right. Shining a very powerful light into the body. He said that you need ID to buy bread.
Fuck, I forgot about that one. God damn it.
Anything?
I ain't never heard about the ID to buy bread.
Yeah, magnets go poof in water.
Windmills, they're fucking with the whales, they're causing cancer.
He said they
The
cause
windmills
noise
out in the
cancer.
ocean were causing problems with them to be able to get around because they were right in the line of path.
But do they
I've
cause
seen
noise
the
cancer?
studies on that one. Say again?
Airports in the Revolutionary War, that's another good one. He said that they cause noise cancer.
Let me know when you're done. We hit the drop pool. Don't say it to him, though.
He believed Biden had stage 9 cancer. It's Gleason score 9, but he doesn't fucking know that.
I can honestly admit I have never heard that. So
I can play you the clip. Would that make a difference for you? If you heard it or not?
the level of absurdity coming out of his mouth, would that really change anything? Would you say, wow, that was pretty fucking stupid and maybe a sign of cognitive decline?
Not really, not unless if it's just a clip, I would want to see the entire video in its full entirety.
So I'm not going to play you the full 46 minutes leading up to that point. I think that point's what matters most. He called it stage 9 cancer. It only goes up to stage 4.
Again, I don't know nothing about stage 9, but I mean,
there's
Biden
nothing to know
stage 4
about
cancer
that.
with
There's
nobody
nothing. There's
knowing
nothing.
is,
There's nothing to know about stage 9 cancer. It doesn't exist.
I'm talking about I don't know anything about him saying it.
Do you want me to play you the clip?
If it'll make you feel better, go ahead.
All right.
I'm surprised that it wasn't, the public wasn't notified a long time ago. Because to get to stage 9, that's a long time. I just had my physical. You saw that. You saw the results of that particular test. I think that test is standard to pretty much anybody getting a physical, good physical. We had the doctors at the White House and over at Walter Reed, which is a fantastic hospital, to do it.
Because he's talking about his fucking self.
Including cognitive tests. I'm proud to announce I aced it. Got them all. I got them all right.
So there you go. Stage 9 cancer.
Okay. I see.
He also thinks your cognitive test is proof of super intelligence. His words.
But I could. No, what the hell? He also says 600% discounts.
I got him.
He also said, did you say about Apple?
W's in the chat to Lauren for the final 20. Please make it stop. I appreciate your support.
God
Lauren.
bless you.
Thank you, Sam. W's in the chat to the One Mighty Pen for the $5 super chat. He also said a woman returned a fresh apple to the refrigerator.
Yeah.
So I was looking that one up.
In the fucking fridge.
I was
remember
looking
that.
that one up. He said, now I want you to do it. I want you to do it because you do the Trump impression better than me. Give me a second. I'm putting it up on the screen. I'm putting it up on the screen.
What is the thing? What's the quote?
I got it right here. I got you. That was I did such a good job not crashing out today. I've done such a great job.
Good job.
That guy was gonna be the one if that didn't end that way. Because here's what killed me.
I remember this.
It's when you opened up with common sense and proceeded to say the most outlandish shit. CIA clones were wearing... I'm clipping that shit. Were wearing masks, disguising themselves as Biden because he was that incompetent. The 2020 festival was stolen to the point where TikTok thought it was savvy on the panel saying it and gave her a flag for civic and election integrity. Can you read that?
Yeah.
I tell the story about an old woman, no money, went to a grocery store, had 3 apples. She put them down on the counter and she looked and she saw the price and she said, "Would you excuse me?" And she walked one of the apples back to the refrigerator and came back to pay for 2 apples. And she left with 2 apples. And the woman at the counter said, "That was so sad." And when I heard about that story, I said, that should never happen in America. And it's not going to happen in America. Because instead of 2 apples, she could buy none thanks to all the farms that have shut down under my watch. Isn't that tremendous? It's true. I said it would never happen, and now it won't.
Damn stupid.
Why does he fucking talk like that? Can we talk about that? Why does he talk like a fucking second grader telling me about their weekend? And then I grabbed 2 apples, but the apples were too much, so I put the apple back and fucking elaborate. More words, please. And then the lady said, "That's so sad," and it was the saddest thing. Shut up.
Let's pay $4 for 1 tomato. Holy shit! You sound about as mad as I was when I paid $10 for 4 fucking peaches a few weeks back. I was pissed. So I have like gut issues, and I have to make sure I'm getting good amount of fruits. I'm working on the greens part, fruits in my system to help like everything move properly, and I have to adamantly make sure that I'm getting the right fiber and everything else. And I was looking at those peaches, and I was like, I almost skipped that shit. I was like, what? Shit was crazy. And then one of them was spoiled. I was so pissed.
Yeah, milk is really expensive too. Right now, all of the what do they call them? Stable foods? Is that the right word? All of that's been really expensive lately. The staple foods. There it is.
Mm-hmm.
Bread, rice, basic fruits, milk.
Jaden, I was talking to a Trump supporter, and they said, how does Donald Trump's war in Iran affect your grocery prices? I was like, does fuel affect farmers? Yeah, they use it for their equipment, dummy. Oh, you think I didn't know that? Okay. So if the cost of the equipment that they use to harvest your food is more, what do you think that's going to do to the food? Well, they should just eat the cost. Oh, yeah. Farmers specifically should eat the cost. That sounds fucking smart. It's not as if you keep passing.
Nothing bad can happen from that, right?
God, these people are dumb. They're so dumb. Nope, we don't answer unknown numbers. That's a new rule I have now. I used to. We're done answering unknown numbers. Just people call in just to call me a nigger. Fuck y'all. Let's see. Let me see if I have the right people in here. I don't think I do. I'm going to leave this up to y'all. We will run the live for a couple more minutes, 30 more minutes to an hour. Only if you guys tap the screen. Your taps have been asked today. I'm not going to lie. Taps have been asked. It is what it is. I need you guys to double tap the screen till the heart bar gets full. If we get the likes up to 350K within the next...
low. 400K.
We're doing brackets. 350K in the next 10 minutes. We'll stay for another few minutes. And then we'll keep going. How about that? Trump supporters request up in the box. You are the demographic of people I'd like to have a conversation with. If you're over on the tube side, we call the number on screen, 737-295-5321.
Call from Consuela. To accept.
Real Trump supporters, not the Russian Chinese bots, request up in the box. You are the demographic of people I'd like to have a conversation with. If you are over on the tube side, you can call the number on the screen, 737-295-5321. The only topics that are off limits from this point on, I'm going to keep it a $1.50 with y'all, is during the election of 2020 and immigration. You're not allowed to talk about that. I'm tired of those 2 topics today. One will get me flagged. Screw y'all.
Can we talk about the midterms?
6,000% can.
Yeah. You saw, obviously, Trump collapsing on national television at the mere assertion that he can't prove his claims about election fraud in his California elections.
Hold on. Let me fuck with
me.
Lauren right here. Lauren said, damn, I gave you $20. Now I got to tap. Oh, I see. I didn't know you limit your love for people. That's crazy. Wow. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry that you're out of love, especially for the free version, Lauren. Forgive me for making such a simple request. Forgive me, Lauren. So I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jaden.
First of all, why would Democrats need to rig California? We have a disproportionate voter advantage in terms of registered voters here that vote Democrat than Republican. There's nothing to rig. They're going to vote Democrat. It would have been a Democratic candidate at the end of the day, regardless of who the hell voted, how many people voted, et cetera, et cetera. And how is it that somehow the old Democratic rigamajigger 3000 machine didn't fucking work in 2024 and every other subsequent election that they've lost?
Who the fuck is this guy talking about California poops and needles? The fuck? Get up in the box. It's weird.
It's weird.
Yeah. I saw that what's her name is advancing against Karen Bass.
Yeah,
Advancing with
Ramon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
God bless
Go
you.
vote for her. I do not care for Karen Bass.
Yeah, me neither.
Against Spencer Pratt, obviously. But God, I do not care for Karen Bass, bro. She has a lot of answering to do.
She's milk toast.
That's harsh. I'm fucking with you. First off, you started this, okay? Appreciate your donation, but goddamn, just this is like this. This is all you have to do, guys. This is all you have to do.
Yeah.
This is it.
Just tap.
This is it. Just tap.
Oh, and Ken Paxton's defense attorney has endorsed Tallarico out in Texas. Did you see that?
I sure did.
Yeah.
I thought that was
And
diabolical.
he's had to fucking defend that slime ball in courts with the impeachment and the bribery and the fraud and all that. He can't take it anymore.
He said
He's
so in the
crossing
clip.
the aisle.
He said he was
Yeah.
there for the impeachment. He said he was there for all of that. Insane.
Yeah.
Insane.
Call from
Paul.
to
Hey, Paul. Remember when you tried to call a few minutes ago, acting like some Mexican maid?
Yeah, the Macho Man Randy Savage.
Ugh.
Now you're blocked.
It was cringe.
What's wrong with Tallarico? Where did you hear any of us say there was something wrong with Tallarico, Tori?
Nothing.
I mean,
I think the sad
criticisms,
thing
but there's nothing
is-
that we said.
Oh yeah. If he's elected Senate, he would make a great president or vice president in a future election, as would Ossoff. Problem is, that's a state we need to hold for as long as we fucking can. So if they seek higher office, that's a seat we may not ever win back in those states.
I'm not gonna lie, guys. I'm still thrown off by the CIA mask. I'm still on
It's a
that.
mask.
I'm sorry. I'm still on that. I remember, and I did this for. Hold on. Why am I hearing myself? I did this for a couple of days. Where one time in the past, someone mentioned something about a clone, and it was like a I don't know, some batshit red state dude. I joked about it for days because he said Biden added 11 trillion to the national debt, which is what? And then that he was a clone. So I was like, oh wow, Biden. So I said Biden, the one that we saw in the final days or before, I guess, was an $11 trillion clone. And I ran around trolling on panels for days with that because I thought it was that fucking ridiculous. But since then, it was so off, it was so random, it was so crazy that it slipped out of my mind. I'm used to the regular conspiracy theories, like what took place in the 2020 festival, or Democrats trying to import illegals to get them to vote, even though they're federally barred from doing so, so on and so forth. That is one of the first times in recent days where I've heard someone with his full chest say that shit and believe it. And believe it! Where are we at in this country to where that shit is normalized in certain groups? To where no one in those rooms, imagine he's going to his bar with his red friends and he's sitting down talking about politics in the world. And no one in that room upon hearing that says, hey man, don't you think that's a little fucking crazy?
Yeah, maybe put down like computer dusters, man. Yeah, Biden's a clone. Damn right, brother. Like no sensible person would start a conversation like that, except for now.
Some of you guys are watching too many damn movies.
Yeah.
Ay, ay, ay. Any cases, if you're not following me, hit that follow button in the top left corner. We are live every Saturday after 3 p.m. CST and randomly throughout the week. Make sure we are, I guess for the time being, if y'all keep tapping, we'll stay longer. Share out the live with your friends and family and also repost and add it to your story. Let's knock out the boxing gloves here. We have 58 more of those to go. The boxing glove glyph at the top, middle there. Take care of Jaden while we're here, please, and thank you to the people who donated to him so far. I appreciate y'all. If we can get him up to 8K coins, I would love that as well. We try to take care of the people who have been supporting us with information and a gross amount of entertainment. Take care of Jaden while he's here, a fantastic creator, and follow him. Please make sure you're following Jaden as well. Thank you, Sam, so much for the boxing gloves. Finally,
God bless
check
you.
out the links in the bio. Check out the links in the bio for the best ways to support the platform, mine and Jaden's as well. Follow me on all the social medias. That's going to be YouTube, that we're doing streaming to right now. Instagram, where I also post the reels that I put up here. I'm strongly debating X because it would be great for exposure, but God, I hate X with a passion.
Oh yeah, I'm on there. It's a cesspool, but you know, when you land one against them, it really does stick, and it can have the potential of going viral. Because I've had some hundreds of thousands of likes on posts before. It's pretty cool. You gotta, weed through the fucking awful part of it, but it's got traction there.
I'll tell you one thing I don't have the patience for, and my own mutuals will tell you based off the comments they make on my videos. I don't have the patience to go through and read a lot of comments. I'm trying to do it on Instagram because I'm trying to, I have a better Instagram algorithm for, exposure on my videos. So I will go through those, and that's a lot in and of itself. But I don't have the patience to go through comments of, MAGA and make response videos to them and stuff like that. These people say crazy shit on my videos. Crazy fucking shit. In fact, I got thank you guys for the follows. I got a comment right here. Fuck it. We'll do this while we're waiting on Trump supporters. Trump supporters request up in the box or call in the number on screen. Oh shit, let me finish my PSA. Linktree in the bio is going to have several things on there. All my social medias, which you can go through the links there or the link in the description of the live stream on YouTube, or you can just type in Hector Talks with 2 R's on YouTube and Instagram. There's only one of them. Join the Discord community. We are over 700 members strong. The Discord is free. You may choose to become a subscriber there, and I would greatly appreciate that. Being a subscriber over there gives me more than being a subscriber here. TikTok takes 50%. Discord only takes 10%. So if you choose to do so, by all means, I would greatly appreciate it. Or boost the server. Those are cool as well. Getting yourself some merch off the merch shop. I still have to make a video explaining New Testament Democrats. A lot of you guys don't understand that one. But it's basically a progressive Democrat. I just like the New Testament language because it kind of fools the Christians. Also, if you're a Christian, bam. Because there needs to be more of a focus on red letter Jesus than Jesus who was killing firstborns, or God who was killing firstborns, or technically Jesus because they're all the same person, or whatever. That's for you religious folks. I don't give a shit. That or the Kamala would never line, the 10 Commandments line, the 6,000% line. I'm actually wearing one of those t-shirts. This is the pocket tee, 6,000%, and we also have hats. And then donating directly in the links in the bio. If you love everything that we've been doing here and you want to continue to support this, because it takes a lot to do this shit every day, you may do so with the links in the bio on Cash App, PayPal, and Venmo. Hector Talks with 2 R's on Cash App and Venmo. PayPal, Hector Pal with 2 O's and 2 R's. Those of you over on the Hector Pal, yes. If you're over on the YouTube side, please make sure you hit the like button on the screen. God damn it. Subscribe and turn on notification bells as well. And if you want to support, you may send a super chat, super sticker, or become a member. Memberships are super important as well. If you want to become a member over there, that's just as helpful as the Discord subscribers. So please consider doing that too. Also, to my people over there, can I get some feedback on the new cover, the new YouTube covers? I was trying something different. I'm going to try and keep up with that and have current topics up on the banner to kind of encourage some of those conversations. So you guys let me know if you like the old one before. It's okay to say you hate it. It's perfectly fine. I appreciate constructive criticism, unlike Republicans. Republicans don't like you criticizing them at all. And then once again, I have YouTube, Jaden's YouTube pinned there over on the YouTube side. So please make sure you subscribe to him as well. If you're over on TikTok, it's Jaden LeBron. Everyone here can already give him a follow. And then his links are also available in the bio too. But Trump supporters, request up in the box or call in the number on screen. This live is for individuals who regret their vote for Donald Trump. I wanted to create a safe space for you to come up here and express what exactly made you get up off the MAGA plantation. Make no mistake, it's a fucking plantation. It's a cult. And you guys prove that you're in it every single day, common sensors. Or if you're a Trump supporter who does not regret their vote, you may request up in the box or call in the number on screen. I can give you several reasons as to why you should.
Going back to the Biden's a mask theory, why wouldn't they take into account his height if they were deploying a double? Why would they put someone out there that's like 5'4"? Like nobody would notice that. Oh, we got somebody.
They're just that bad at it, I guess. The Democrats are so bad they can't even keep up their ruses. Lorena, did you vote for Trump? Lorena, did you vote for Trump?
What the
That was accidental. That was definitely accidental. Go ahead, Jaden.
Oh, no, that was it. It's just like, why wouldn't they consider that? They know Biden's height and stature. Like, it'd make no sense to hire like a little person or someone that weighs 300 pounds. You got to match the body type.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But yeah.
They don't really think that far ahead with their theories, do they?
Better yet, you know what's crazy? He wants to talk about a fake Biden. Did you see the guy on Fox News who was wearing a literal fucking mask?
Yeah, a skin mask. Yeah, the line on his neck. And he came on Fox like the day after to talk about that. He was really avoidant. The line on his neck isn't there anymore.
Oh my God.
What's going on?
Did you guys see that, by the way? Did you guys see that?
Yeah.
The dude on Fox News with wearing the full-on goddamn face mask.
I think it was a mask. That's just my thought.
I don't know what the reason was. I don't know what the purpose. But, yeah. Yeah.
It's a mask. I don't know what to tell. I can't prove it. I don't know for a fact. I just know it's true. That was a mask. It was a man in a mask.
I have a comparison video here.
Yeah.
I don't like, not video, screenshot. I don't like this one. It's not the most clear, but hold on. This is how this man pulled up on Fox News, bro. Granted, it wasn't for any purpose of the seats or anything of that nature. We can't say that. But why? Why? Hold on.
Just cause.
Oh, I do have a video. I'll play this. One thing about Reddit, bro, they gonna catch y'all in your bullshit. One thing about Reddit, they gonna catch y'all in your bullshit. Let me go open this up here.
Of the Iranian people, but the world global economy, which they're holding all hostage to, the more everybody comes to realize this is all about the IRGC. At the end of the day, we're going to have to need a government in Iran that not only hands over the nuclear material,
Look at his fucking neck, bro.
stops threatening the Straits of Hormuz, but quits exporting the Islamic Revolution throughout the region, causing the collapse of Lebanon, Gaza, Yemen, Syria, and
All right, first of all, take a throat lozenge. Secondly, that's clearly a mask. Look at his throat.
YouTube, I'm about to put it in the chat for you guys to watch. It's batshit. Batshit.
Something's going on there. Yeah, there's something suspicious about that.
CIA don't have to do all that to cover for Biden. Also,
Yeah.
you guys forget that the CIA is independent, by the way. It's an independent branch. President could appoint the whatchamacallit director, but it's still an independent branch. So, yeah. Who is he? I don't remember his name, but he's some kind of Fox. He was invited to Fox News.
The
to speak.
contributor.
Yeah, let me find his name for y'all. Let me find his name. Robert Howard? Robert Howard. Let's see who Robert Howard is. Guys, I don't know. I think they're all chickening out.
Let's see who's really under this mask.
It may be time to call
Old
it
man
quits. Get ready.
Jenkins.
I would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for you bastard kids and your jackass dog.
Oh my gosh, I'm trying to figure out who he is. Robert Howard, Fox News. Just like a vet? Just a retired admiral? He's a retired admiral.
Halloween mask.
Robert Harward. Okay. Someone spelled it wrong. Howard. Sent me on a wild goose chase. Also want to go over this point really quickly. We are trying to do it earlier in regards to all the people who say, and those of you who watch these lives frequently, you'll see the comments, the guys, the keyboard warriors who come through and they'll say, all you guys do is criticize, criticize, criticize. Get on live every day talking shit about the president. Can't you say nothing good about him? How is he supposed to do his job when y'all keep stopping him from doing it by just talking? Whatever the stupid shit that they say. And this was the Theodore Roosevelt quote that I wanted to go over with y'all. because I think this shit is important. I strongly suggest that we fucking memorize it. I know I'm going to try. To announce that there must be no criticism of the president, or that we are to stand by the president, right or wrong, is not only unpatriotic and servile, but is morally treasonable to the American public. Nothing but the truth should be spoken about him or anyone else, but it is even more important to tell the truth, pleasant or unpleasant, about him than about anyone else. This was in Kansas City on May 7th, 1918.
I'm gonna have to save that one. I've heard so many arguments on this app that it's anti-American to critique Donald Trump, to question him, to go against him and not support him. You have a right to critique the president. You have a right to say when he's wrong and not support policies that are unconstitutional.
6,000%. In fact, I think I'll put that on my cover. I'm going to put that quote on my cover for all the people who come in here whining and crying about shit. Or just a little banner. Somebody sent us a reel. Guys, we'll give it a couple more minutes. We're about to hit 400,000 likes, but if no one comes, we will just call it. We will just call it here. I'll make the final call, though. Trump supporters, request up in the box. You are the demographic of people I'd like to have a conversation with. If you're over on the tube side, you'll be calling the number on screen, 737-295-5321. Amira, did you vote for Trump?
Hi, brother. God bless you. Syria need help.
Definitely did not. Killian, did you vote for Trump?
Yeah, what's going on? Yeah, he, him, 41, California, Trump.
Have I spoken to you before?
I'm not sure, but I voted because he's more likely to appoint pro-life judges. Why are you pro-choice? Give me the argument. Now he's going to run and cope left. Amazing.
I think
Let's watch the crash
demonstrably
out.
the pro-life policies
Let's
have not
watch the
shown
crash
themselves
out.
to reduce
Let's watch the
abortion
cope left.
rates.
Let's watch the cope left. What's the
it's
argument?
not good.
What's the argument for pro-life? Go ahead. What's the argument for pro-choice?
We're not pro-life. Well, are you going to keep steamrolling the conversation, or?
As long as you stay on track.
I was on track. You just still kept talking over me.
You
The
weren't.
policies have
Yeah,
not
what's the
demonstrated
argument?
them. Stop talking over me. Actually,
What's your
nah,
argument?
you're
Go
not
ahead.
worth
What's your
it.
argument? Go ahead.
You're not worth it.
Second
If
you
this
speak.
is how you're
Yeah,
going to
just
be.
don't run. I'm going to mute up. Go ahead and give me the
Nobody
bro.
muted you. Nobody ran. You just
I
kept
said I'm going
talking
to mute
over
up.
everyone.
I said I'm going to mute up, and you're running right now. Just give me the
Simple.
argument. It's
I'm
going to be okay.
I was
It's
trying
not the
to.
end of the
You're
world.
still talking.
Literally won't shut the fuck up. I am
You're not
anti
producing the argument.
big government being personally involved in the private decisions that a woman makes about her own bodily autonomy in the context.
Yeah, if she wants to kill her kid,
Hey,
the
man,
government should be
you have
involved.
to hear
If
the fucking
she wants
argument
to-
before you
Yeah,
rebut it.
wait. The host already took over. We can get to you in a second, Jaden.
You didn't
Yeah,
take
you already had your
over. I
chance.
was
Obviously
talking.
you
What
did.
the fuck?
Obviously you did. Calm down. I'm just going to respond to the host, and then you can jump in if you want to back him up after that. So if the government wants to jump in to stop a mom from unaliving her toddler, should they do that?
It's not unaliving a toddler.
Yeah, I gave you a
Abortion
hypothetical.
is
Can you answer the
determination
hypothetical and
of
stop
a
running? I
president.
didn't say that
Your
abortion is unaliving a
hypothetical
toddler.
is
Can you stop?
nonsensical,
Can you stop running?
and
Can
is
you
not
answer the
applicable to
hypothetical?
what an
Yeah, can you
actual
stop running
abortion
from the
is, because
hypothetical?
the
Can you stop
termination of
running and answer the
pregnancy.
hypothetical and stop running while I'm fucking fisting your neural net? Can you actually answer the hypothetical, please?
Oh, this is a kink for you. How odd.
Yeah, I'm destroying your fucking argument.
Listen,
and you're not answering the
so
hypothetical.
how
Why are you
often
running?
do you
Just
think
answer.
about putting your
Yeah,
fist
that's
up
a
my
question.
I think
That's
the
a
reason why
question.
you
Can
have to
answer my
steamroll
question?
is
Yeah.
because you
You
don't
think the
actually
government-
want an
Literally.
argument. You want
I
to
do want
abuse
an
Literally.
argument.
superior.
I'm
You
answering
don't,
after we
because
win.
like you have shown
Can you stop
yourself
running?
incapable of
I'm
not
literally asking you a
fucking.
hypothetical and you're not answering it. I
I
want
did
you to
answer
answer
it.
my
In
hypothetical
what
and stop
in
running.
what
And
fucking
stop running.
in what
Calm down,
realm have
Jaden.
any of us
Stop
been
trying to
given
save
the
the host.
opportunity to
Jaden,
actually
stop trying to save the
respond?
host. Stop
Can
trying
you
to save the
stop?
host.
It's not
Stop
a matter
trying
of
to save the
Jaden, put
host.
saving
something
them.
in
It's
the
not a
comments,
matter of
please.
saving
Mute
the
up,
host.
mute up, mute up, kiddo. I'm
Just
gonna get
stop
to you in a
talking.
second. Yeah,
Just stop
mute up,
talking.
mute up.
Just stop
Yeah, stop.
talking.
Exactly.
Just
Stop
stop
talking.
talking.
Yeah,
Put something
Just
in the
stop
comments.
talking.
yeah.
That's
Stop
all you
talking.
need to
Stop
do.
running and let me ask the
Oh, he's
You
used
asked
to
it. Let
he's
him
used to
respond.
this steamrolling
host.
nonsense.
No, he didn't. He's actually running.
How
I'm trying to reel him
embarrassing.
in. Host, can you answer
You're
my
still
hypothetical?
talking. Are you not still talking right now?
Host, can you answer my hypothetical?
Your hypothetical is not applicable to
See why he's
abortion.
not fucking answering? You
Oh
dumb
my
fucking
God.
idiot. That's why I have
So
to
I'm
reel him
going
in,
to
'cause he's
say
not answering.
no,
See how
and
he's
then you're
running?
going to say that's
Run.
what
You're
abortion
fucking
is.
running.
So I'm going
Stop
ahead and
fucking
saving
running.
us the trouble
Stop fucking
of your
running.
false
Stop
equivalency.
fucking running.
You
Answer the
sad,
hypothetical.
pathetic excuse
Subhuman
of a
cockroach.
beta
Answer
male.
my hypothetical.
Your
Subhuman
applicable,
cockroach.
your,
Answer my
your fucking example
Why do you fucking run,
of
you
the
asshole
killing
piece of
of a baby
Run like a
is
fucking
not
piece of shit that you are,
applicable.
you fucking asshole. I'm asking you. You use
Are
the
you
principle, and I'm
upset?
asking you
Are
a
you you bothered? Are you getting?
Oh, he's getting
What?
annihilated.
Do you
How's
remember
it gonna
when
have
you?
your
Do you
worldview
remember when you guys
annihilated?
came
How does it
up?
feel
Do you
your
remember when you
worldview
came up and you
annihilated
said,
by some
"Watch, he's gonna
random dude
crash
called
out. Watch, he's
Killian?
gonna crash
Poor
out. Watch, he's
little
gonna
baby.
crash
I
out."
love the
And then
co-passive.
look
I love
at
the
him come up
co-passive
here and go,
aggression. I
"You
love the
fucking,
co-passive
you
aggression. I'm
fucking
absolutely
cockroach.
annihilating
Answer
you.
the fucking
Look at the
question.
fucking
You
crash
fucking
out here. Wow,
cockroach.
he got
I'm
his
gonna
worldview
punch my
skewered. I
wall."
literally burnt
You
your
don't want
worldview to the
anyone to
ground.
answer
Can
the
you actually
question.
answer me? Watch how many times I asked him to answer
My
the
guy,
hypothetical.
one person
I'm literally
speaks
calm
and
as
gets
like
at least
I'm
3
calm as
words
can
out,
be.
and you
This guy's
interrupt.
running away. He's coping so badly. He's getting Jaden to back
Yeah,
him
I
up
know
here
that
because
this
he's
is
getting
it's not
skewered. I'm
backing
literally
it.
fucking you in every
I'm not
orifice
even
metaphorically.
arguing. I'm
You have
not even
nothing. You
arguing
have
the
literally
point.
nothing to come back with. Like I was
Has
sitting
anyone
there.
been
No,
given the opportunity to
but it
speak?
burnt his worldview to the
Void
ground.
you
Yeah, I gave him
talking?
a
You're
chance
still
and he ran. I
talking.
gave him a
You didn't
chance
give
and he
anyone
ran.
a
Mom,
chance.
he
You
won't
spoke
answer
and
my
then you opened your
hypothetical,
mouth.
Mom.
Can you answer my hypothetical? Can you answer my hypothetical?
Can he speak longer than 30
Can you answer
seconds?
my? I'm gonna ask you. I'm gonna ask the
Can
hypothetical
any of
one more
us
time.
speak
Jaden,
longer
shut
than
the
30
fuck up.
seconds?
Mute up.
Nah,
Jaden,
man.
mute up so I can ask your host
Lick
the
my
hypothetical and
ass.
stop
Can
running.
any of us answer the fucking
Hey,
question?
I want to
mute
answer
up
his
like your
hypothetical,
fucking
Jaden.
mom
I want to
muted up
answer
when
his
I told her to
hypothetical.
shut her mouth.
I want to
Okay,
answer his
just mute up for
hypothetical.
a second. I'm
Jaden.
gonna answer the
I want to
hypothetical.
answer his
Let me ask the
hypothetical,
question.
Jordan. I want to
Oh,
answer his
finally,
hypothetical.
finally, 5
Go
years
ahead and
later,
ask it.
5 years later.
Go
Let
ahead
me
and
ask
ask
it
it.
again. Let me ask
And
it
he's
again.
still
Yeah, let
talking.
me
Go ahead and ask it.
recapitulate this.
Go ahead and ask it.
Let
Go
me
ahead and ask it.
recapitulate
Go ahead
it.
and ask
Yeah,
it.
should the government get involved if a mom wants to kill her toddler? Yes or no? Go ahead.
I think the government should not get involved when a mom wants to kill
I asked you a
her
fucking question for the toddler.
fetus.
If she wants to kill her toddler, should the government get involved? Yes or no?
Yes, we have laws for that.
Yeah, okay, exactly. So that violates your fucking principle. The government shouldn't be getting involved if the mom wants to do something to her child. So why does it not apply in utero? Go ahead.
I said.
Why does it not apply in
Wow,
utero?
look at you not
Why does
listening
it
to
not
what
apply
I
in
said.
utero?
Look
Okay,
at
I'm gonna ask you
what
again.
what did I say? I had an issue with the government getting involved in.
One more time.
No, what did I say?
I'm gonna ask you.
Hey. You remember when you thought you debunked my point? What did I say? What did I say? What did I say? Tell me what I said. Come on. What was my specific language in what I said? Come on, tell me.
It's going to be okay, darling. Yeah, go
What
ahead
was
and give
my
me the
language? Go ahead and
argument
tell
why
me.
it's a distinction. Yeah, so they
Go
can
ahead and tell
involve
me.
themselves with the toddler, but not in utero.
Wait,
Go
wait,
ahead.
wait,
What's
wait.
the
Hold on,
difference?
hold on.
What's the
Hold on,
difference?
sir,
It's going to be good. It's going
I
to be good.
need you to
Yeah.
make
Yeah, I know
sure
you're getting
that you're
annihilated right now.
arguing
Give me the
against what I
difference.
actually
Yeah,
said.
give me the difference.
So
Give me
what
the
did I
difference.
say?
Give me the difference.
What did
Give me
I
the
say?
difference between the toddler
You don't know,
situation
don't you?
and the utero.
You don't
You said
know.
they can get involved in one, but not in the other. Go ahead. What's the difference?
You don't know. You
Poor
have no
little
idea
baby.
what I
You know what's
said, which is
special
exactly
pleading
why
is?
you thought
You're
you
like a
could
babe
take
in the
over.
woods. You know what
How
special pleading is?
embarrassing.
Subhuman. Hey, subhuman
How
cockroach. You know what special
embarrassing
pleading is?
for you.
Yeah, how you're getting absolutely like destroyed on every single point that you're made. Oh, now the passive aggressive cope. Oh, poor little baby. I feel like it's dumped on, right? Yeah. You know what special pleading is? Special pleading? Yeah, you can't even keep up with my cadence, right? You can't respond to anything. Maybe actually respond.
No one can respond because you're still talking.
Yeah, maybe actually respond. No, you know, hey Jaden, how many times I had to fucking reel him in when he dodged and ran for
My
5
guy,
fucking years?
have you let anybody
Hey, Jaden,
respond
shut the fuck
past
up.
30
I'm trying to
seconds?
bail
I'm not
him
gonna
out.
stop fucking
Stop
talking,
bailing
man.
out.
That's all you've
Hey,
been doing is
host,
talk. You've
let me
never
ask it
taken a
again while you
single fucking
fucking
moment
run
to
and
breathe.
Jaden
If you
tries
could
to
breathe,
come
you
in
could
and
probably
fucking
get some
bail
fucking
you out.
oxygen back to
Because
your
you're the
goddamn
fucking
brain and restore the
distinction
fucking brain
toddler
cells that have been dead
and
from the
the
fucking
fucking
computer
in utero
dusters.
child.
You've been
Just
huffing
give you the
since
fucking
third grade,
distinction.
Killian.
I'm asking
Listen,
you
I
the
know it's
difference
difficult to let a
between
person
the
finish, as probably your
and
ex-wife
the
is used
utero
to.
baby.
So
Go ahead
just
and
for a
give me the
moment, just
distinction
shut up. The
between
difference
vital
between
and
personal
baby
and bodily
is
autonomy
running
rights being
baby
applicable at the
fucking
point of
wild.
birth
There's
versus
absolutely
being
nothing to
then
provide,
being precedent
right?
of
So
not
you're saying
being
you're
at
co-parking because I'm literally dunking
22
things
weeks is
and taking
typically
a
the
piss and
threshold.
shitting all over you.
Grant that based on its
You're
ability to
shitting in your
survive
face.
by
You're
ability.
trying very
That
bad.
is not
Not to
present
like
at the
embarrass and
point
humiliate
prior
you
to
to yourself even more. And
At the point of person
maybe
being
actually
achieved,
to
especially
do
as a
argument,
toddler,
fucking
that
absolutely
no
fine
longer
with
is
us.
it. There he is. Okay. Just wanted to talk over him to give him a little taste. Owned. My God, you have to let people respond.
So those of you who are new here, we have 2 drop songs that we use. That wasn't a drop pool I opened up. I just got rid of him and I wanted to play the song because I thought it was funny. But we have 2 drop songs that we use when we do the drop pool or otherwise. Song number 1 is Jimmy Barnes Screaming. If you were here earlier, you heard that. Jimmy Barnes Screaming. I don't know what happened. What happened to you, Jaden?
So I left to block him so he doesn't come to my account.
Ah, got you. Jimmy Barnes Screaming. Those of you who are here, you heard Jimmy Barnes Screaming. For the fan club members, 1 coin a week, we have the Jimmy Barnes Screaming sticker that I just sent down the chat. The second one was Lisan Al Gib. That is a clip from the snippet of Paul's Dream, Hans Zimmer, for the first June soundtrack. And we call that Lisan Al Gib. We also have the Lisan Al Gib sticker that I just sent there in the chat. And that's what we spam whenever they're doing the most. If you'd like to get access to those stickers and many others, that requires 2 things. 1, hit that follow button in the top left corner. And 2, send 1 coin a week so that you can become a fan club member to the super special dope-ass people. So do that. It all helps. He's going to claim he owned you? Oh, I know. Oh, I know. That's what what's his name did yesterday. What's his name? Andrew Wilson. Andrew Wilson, the guy who came up. Yeah, Andrew Wilson came up on my fucking live yesterday. I need to go clip that shit. And he said, I want net zero migration. And the Trump administration gets me closer to that. I asked one question that broke him. My first question, Jaden, I will clip this shit. I will post it and show you guys. My first question broke him. Tell me how net zero migration benefits you. You know what he said? He said, I wanted it, and I got it. Trump did what I promised him to do. I'm like, I know what you want.
That's not the question.
I don't give a shit what you want. I asked you to tell me how it benefits you. And then he said, once again, repeated the same shit over and over and over again. He couldn't tell me. He couldn't tell me how it benefited you. Because that's what I realized with these people. I don't give a fuck about your low encounter numbers. Because you dumbasses think encounters means crossings. I don't care about your fear-mongering of them committing mass amounts of crime, despite the fact that we have over 150 years of data showing that they're not. I don't care about your fallacious arguments about how they reduce wages for American-born workers, because that could be an extreme scenario if you throw 30,000 people in a $35,000 county. Maybe, sure. I don't care about any of that stupid shit. Tell me how it benefits you. They don't have that. You don't want to know, Senny. You don't want to fucking know. He's an absolute pig. You should hear how he speaks to women specifically. Erica came up to ask a simple question. He crashed the fuck out. Oh, why'd you bring your bitch up here? Blah, 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 blah.
Ooh.
Yeah. He fucking hates women. He's gross. He's fucking gross. We put the permaban on his ass. So, yeah.
He has like a burner account, doesn't he?
That
has like a small number of I figured as much. Why does he never show up on like an account that's named for him so that people know who he is?
I don't know. Which is weird to me because I guess he has a history of people. No, he doesn't. That's bullshit. He does it to be under the radar, which is crazy. Like, guys,
well, everyone fucking knows. Okay.
Right. When I go MAGA hunting, when we've done MAGA hunting, you have the clips on my profile and stuff. What account do I use? I don't use this one because this is the one we're using for the stream. I go on my backup. Hector Talks Reloaded.
Yeah.
In my bio is my main. It literally says in my bio on my back. Hold up. I'll show y'all. Because y'all need to be following the backup anyway. Here we go. Right here. I was asking you to put something in the chat so I can mod you, by the way, Jaden. In my bio, Hector Talks Reloaded. What does it say in my bio, y'all? What does it say? Something about, I believe it says for when they ban me. Main is Hector Talks. It's in my bio. My very last or second to last MAGA hunting clip, the guys were arguing that I was hiding from them and I was streaming this secretly and blah, blah, blah. And I pointed out in the video, I said, this is my backup. If you check my profile, it will take you directly to my fucking main. And you can see everything. Shit, I have 30 moderators already. I got to remove somebody. Anyway, yeah, it's crazy. So the reason why we haven't done MAGA hunting in a while, I'm going to keep it $150 with you guys. My computer can't handle it anymore. The last couple updates that we've had to not only TikTok Studio, but OBS and stuff. If I was to have, because I have the screen up here and then the screen on YouTube, where it's showing the lives that we're going into, it's too much on my computer. So I know I was supposed to get 1, 2, 3 months ago, and then things slowed down, shit happened, blah, blah, blah. The goal is to get it by the end of this month. The goal is to get it by the end of this month because I'm not a cheapskate. The computer I'm looking at is very fucking expensive and I need it to last. So I'm getting a lot of space on it. So that's what I'm trying to do. That's what I'm trying to do. Jane, have fun with this one.
Who's this? Armand? Is he connecting?
There he is.
All right. Hello?
Hello?
Can I get your age, pronouns, and who you voted for?
Yeah, I'm 21. He, him, I voted for Donald Trump.
All right. Defend the indefensible. How do you defend the over 3,000 stock trades that Donald Trump has committed while in office this year?
Stock trades?
Yes.
I don't really care.
You don't care that he's committing insider trading?
No.
Is that not a double standard that he has for Congress versus himself? Because he's openly called to ban insider trading for Congress members, but he himself is above the fray and can enrich himself off policies that he sees favorable to him.
Josh Hall?
What he says doesn't really matter.
Well, yes, it does matter.
No.
Why wouldn't it matter?
Well, because it's not in place. So there is no real double standard that exists currently,
Well, the
right?
double standard is him calling to ban. He called out Nancy Pelosi during his last State of the Union in ending congressional stock trading. Why would the president be above that? If he
I mean,
doesn't
I
believe
don't
it,
believe.
if he doesn't believe that we should be, I mean, if he believes that we should be banning it for other members of Congress, why is the chief executive above that?
Well, in my opinion, they shouldn't be. But if you're gonna let one person do it, then might as well just let them all do it.
But it's your opinion that they shouldn't do it, though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think people should kill one another, but if one person does it, should that imply that everyone else has the right to kill? No.
Yeah, I mean,
In
if it's
this
legal,
sense,
yeah.
it's still, but it's no. Killing wouldn't be illegal. Neither is insider trading in Congress.
Well, if it's not illegal, then we have to change the laws. If you know,
Right. Do you
when it
agree
comes
that
to
we should
collecting.
change the law that would ban the president from insider trading?
Yeah, but I don't care if he does it when it's legal. Change it then.
Why don't you care that he does something? Because he has the ability to do it that's otherwise illegal elsewhere.
Because it just exposes flaws in our system.
Which is why I say strengthen that system. You don't have that opinion, though. You're indifferent towards it.
I mean, no, we can say that we need to strengthen it. That's fine. Yeah.
Right. And I do think that it impacts and opens the door to rampant corruption at the executive level for a president to be enriching themselves to the tune of billions of dollars off policies they know will be favorable to their stock options. That presents a very clear ethical violation.
I mean, yeah, you're not wrong. I just think that
Yeah.
I mean, if it's happening, then if no one cares enough to stop it, then why should I care?
Thing
That's
is,
whatever.
it's his Justice Department. They could target it. They won't because they're bought and paid for in the same way that Donald Trump is. They're not acting independently. That too is an issue that I have with this administration. He's appointed political yes men that won't stand against him, that won't call out the very clear illegal or unethical activity that he's committing. And somehow that seems to be not a problem for the rest of the Trump supporters in this country. What would you say is something you can scrutinize Donald Trump for?
Something that I can.
Yes.
I don't really know. He's not really the best person.
Not the best person? Well, I know that. He's not the best president either.
Okay. I wouldn't say that, but okay.
I mean, just in terms of political promises he's kept, I'd say it's pretty dismal. We were promised a healthcare plan in 2 weeks. That hasn't happened. We were promised lower gas prices. It's only increased $2 and more. We were promised no new wars. Now he's backpedaling on that. I didn't guarantee no new war. We were promised a robust economy. As it stands, inflation only went up in the last few jobs reports, the last quarterly reports, as has unemployment, which has now stayed steady over the last couple months at about 4.3 or 4.4%. Core manufacturing jobs are decreasing, and farm bankruptcies are up 46% in the past year.
Manufacturing specifically has a 16% decline from last year, despite these record investments and booms that Trump keeps touting on a daily basis.
Okay, so I didn't think that he was gonna keep all of his promises anyways. I
At
mean,
least
it's
some
very
of them.
evident that he
Nice
wasn't.
save.
I mean, you can say nice safe, but did you really think that there's gonna be a healthcare plan in 2 weeks or a robust economy? It's
Well,
not
he's
really
had
how it
9
works.
years.
What'd you
I
say?
think he'd have it. He's had 9 years. I think he'd have it by now at least. But even still, within that promise of new healthcare plan, he's lied to you and said that he's brought down costs 600%. That would imply that healthcare industries would owe you money. I don't see any money coming to me, do you? He's inferred that we would get rid of the Obamacare subsidies and instead replace it with another form of subsidy that pays it out before the actual charge.
And the cost still went up of healthcare.
That's true.
Okay, so like I hope you know that like when he says costs went down 600%, like
he's lying.
Like no, I know that that's not like possible. Like I don't believe him.
Yeah,
he doesn't know that though.
You following up with this? Well, that's bullshit. I knew that's a lie. Why would you believe that? Hee hee ha ha. Well, I didn't vote for the idiot. You did. So what does that say about you?
Well, I didn't vote for him because I think he would be good. Obviously not going to be good.
Why did you vote for him?
Well,
because you thought he'd be good.
I was just
right?
tired. What'd you say?
You voted for him because you thought he'd be good, right?
Like for the economy? No, hell no.
So you didn't think he'd be good for the economy?
Or any issue. Do you genuinely think he's good at anything?
Why would you vote for someone? No. I'd grade him at a D- if we're being honest.
He's probably in the top 5 worst presidents of all time.
Yes, I would agree,
But
as would several hundred historical scholars on this subject. And you're saying that it was worth it to vote for him?
Yeah.
What's the ROI that you're getting?
The ROI? That's a funny way to say it, but I just think that like the only reason I voted for him was because like he's gonna make choices that negatively impact this country in the long term, and I think that then will people finally wake up and see what's happening.
Oh, you're one of those. An accelerationist?
Sure, but
people will die to a greater degree.
I just want to accelerate this country to its downfall so we can rebuild it back up.
But it's going to kill more people, and it's going to hinder the progress that could have been made in building that up. I'd say the rates of death
in my opinion, there's no.
Listen, the rates of death that children are experiencing from smallpox and measles and Roomba and other viruses due to his vaccine schedule now is preventable, is not necessary for the betterment of this country. These public health outbreaks that are now occurring, the spikes in deaths of infants is not a worthful outcome for this.
Well, I just think that there's no point of building the house with brick and cement on top when the bottom's made out of sticks. You get what I mean?
It shouldn't be built on the lives of vulnerable individuals in this country. The disabled, the children, the sick, the elderly, those are the people that are being hit the hardest from these policies. And it's not a necessary sin to commit in order to achieve greatness in this country.
You're never going to get greatness.
Let's get Jaden to 10.
You're never going to get greatness voting for the Democrats, dude.
So the Democrats have achieved Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, the infrastructure bill, the Chips and Science Act, the PACT Act, the list goes on. May not be perfect, but it is certainly better than the accelerationist alternative that Donald Trump and the Republicans are presenting.
I mean, yeah, you get cheaper iPhone prices at the expense of dying Chinese slaves, right? Like, is that fine?
What do you mean dying Chinese slave rates? Domestic manufacturing increases under Democratic control.
Yeah, that's not where our iPhones are made, though. Or anything.
If you want to talk about fucking phones and child slavery, Donald Trump's recent fucking rollout is exactly that. The gold phone is the gold phone that he recently released after 9 months of delays or something like that is a repackaging of a Chinese phone.
Yeah, like
made by Chinese labor. And you're saying that that's the trade-off that we get by voting for Trump is not having Chinese labor? No. The shit that Donald Trump is hawking out to his supporters are exactly from that.
Like how many people have bought that though? Like not many.
Why the fuck does it matter? The labor is what we're talking about.
Yeah.
He's building with Chinese steel. He's making and selling phones made in China. The sneakers are made in China. The watches are made in China. His ties and suits and everything else are made in China with Chinese slave labor, and somehow it's a problem for you?
Everything is. Yeah, well,
but it's a problem specifically for Democrats, though.
That would change under Harris?
Yes.
Really? So you think our suits, our phones, our watches would be made in America?
I think there would have been a better investment in that, yeah. as evident by the fact that A, there was under the previous administrations controlled by Democrats, and B, the fact that Donald Trump has done an about face on his campaign promise towards that.
Dude, I promise you, it's too far gone to think about like manufacturing stuff in the U.S. anymore. Like we're not good at it anymore. It's not possible.
Then why do you want to talk about Chinese slave labor then?
Well, I'm just pointing it out that
Pointing
like
out that Donald
people
Trump isn't doing anything to stop
that
that.
people that vote for like American excellence and like vote for Democrats to make all these bills, like, you know, look worldwide, dude. Look at what the effects of us being great have done to the rest of the world.
I
Genuinely.
agree. I agree with that. I'm not arguing that. But why should we accelerate the damage that's done to human life, the environment, and U.S. capital as a result?
Well, I just like look. So like when you mean like human life, what are you referring to?
You were the very thing you're referring to, which is slave labor, which is underpaid labor.
Okay.
Okay, that is the damage that we are doing to people's livelihoods.
Yeah.
By subjecting them to conditions, work conditions that are not able to unionize, that are not able to collectively bargain for higher wages, that are not able to choose sustainable and livable hours under conditions that pay them penny by the dollar.
But I don't see how this has to do with Trump though. He didn't start that.
He's perpetuated it and accelerated it. In fact, it's Republicans across Arkansas and several other states that have lowered the age in which children can begin working. They've lowered child labor laws.
Well, I mean, that's just mostly because we don't have a more working population. It's decreasing.
Why is that?
Because people aren't having kids. People don't want to work. People realize, like, you know, it's all kind of
We're
just...
actually not having enough kids. No, that's not exactly true.
You don't think we're not having enough kids?
I'd say in large part, it's because of the fact that we have a labor shortage, of which has only been exacerbated by the massive deportations. The fact that we have not adequately lifted wages.
Yeah, I support those as well.
I know you do. You support the very fucking thing you're complaining about.
No, I just support like the acceleration of it because I think it's faster to make it like decline and destroy it and then rebuild it after than just live in a fantasy world where everything's fine because stuff's a bit cheaper.
In what other line of logic is this applicable? Say your car doesn't work.
Friendly reminder, last 2 times I talked to him, he was a Trump dick sucker.
Yeah. In what other line of logic is this applicable? Your car is stalling, so drive it off a cliff and you'd get a new one faster?
Well, no, because this is a system that's been like in place for decades and it just abuses people. So it needs to go.
So increase the abuse.
Oh, well, until it's like it's just like it's an inconceivable amount of like tormentation and then people will finally wake up.
I think you have a very wishful line of thought with this, that everyone's just going to come around together for this agenda and remove the fact that people will be dying in this process. And with massive rates of death and suffering comes demoralization. People realize that the system no longer works for them and choose not to partake in it, choose not to engage, choose not to run for office when there's otherwise qualified and capable candidates to do so. If they see the system is stacked against them, why would they participate in removing it?
So I have a question.
Can you answer that?
Sorry, I'll answer yours first and then I'll ask you one. What did you say, Sally?
Did you not hear what I said? If it comes to a point of this rampant level of demoralization, what would encourage people to step into the system that's already destroyed their lives?
Oh, well, just that, like the fact that it's destroyed their lives means that there has to be change, right?
No.
Change needs to be implemented.
No, because if you have so far as removed the carpet from under our feet and installed yourself as a dictator, how do you get rid of that?
Where's the dictator?
If you canceled elections or superseded some level of oversight over that
I don't support an authoritarian leader, no.
Well, that'd be Trump.
No, like I don't support it as like our final like goal. Like our final goal should be everyone represents themselves and
full of
fights for what
shit.
they
What
believe
does
in.
that mean?
Jaden,
What does that mean?
Jaden's links are in the bio. Best ways to support Jaden is going to be his
So
links in
like
the bio.
instead of having like congressmen and stuff, like everyone just represent themselves and like we'd all come together, not in like a building or whatever. That'd be outrageous, but like you know what I'm
We
saying.
all just come together. Listen, I love this idea of kumbaya, but what does that mean exactly? Anarchy? Communism?
Some along those lines.
So
Not exactly.
anarcho-communism.
Not exactly, but something like that.
Anarcho-communism is a result of this. How is that? How would that not in and of itself lead to authoritarianism?
Oh well, we'd like remove the foundations of there ever having to be like a leader who has like complete rule over other people. So there wouldn't be.
Okay, but you'd have to
Yeah.
abolish class as well. You'd have to abolish monetary systems and switch to things like bartering and trade. On a massive scale in a 21st century economy like this, that simply is not realistic or sustainable.
Are you a fucking communist? Because it sounds like to get what you
No.
want is communism.
You just said you were.
Well, I want something like that, but I think communism, like the
So just
communists
something like
themselves are like,
anarcho-communism, just not anarcho-communism.
yeah, because like communism, like it hasn't like the issue with communism is that like it doesn't completely destroy the foundation for their having like a leader, you know?
Then what are
That's
you
not what it
referring
does.
to? What is the system? Is there any model of system, be it historical or in today's times, that you're referencing?
Like that I want.
Yes.
I could probably find. I remember looking it up. I found two, but I'm too
Two.
lazy to go look them back up now. In all honesty, but they were quite old, and they got overrun by like some dictator that just launched a war against them, and everything got destroyed.
How long did they last? Can you just give me the names of them, please?
A couple of years ago. I don't know. I could probably find them again, but I'm too lazy. But I do have a question for you
come
though.
on, just pull yourself up by your bootstraps, man. Don't be lazy for just like 5 seconds.
You're conservative now?
It's not conservative to tell you that.
That's a conservative saying, though. No, that's what they tell
I don't
poor
really
people.
care.
That's what they tell poor people.
I mean, the argument's pretty poor, so I'm telling it to you. Can you give me any kind of
Wait,
example?
can I ask you a
Any
question?
name can you just answer that? Can you just name one of these
I
two
think I've answered like 5
societies?
questions now, no?
All right, fine. What?
Okay, so do you think there's any difference between, let's say, a Democratic president like bombing a country and killing a bunch of people, and Trump's terrible policies that kill Americans? Like, do you value American lives over other lives?
No, I think all lives are sacred.
Okay, so what's the difference between implementing bad policy which kills Americans and implementing bad foreign policy which kills
Well, they'd
foreigners?
both be bad policy. There would be no difference then.
Okay, so why do you support Democrats?
Because not every Democrat has been in alignment with that. Jimmy Carter's a good example of that, by the way. Biden also wasn't more in line with the reduction of casualties abroad. That was his drone policy, was
It
to
still
limit the
happened.
amount of casualties. Still happens, but he wasn't a
I
war
think that they
criminal.
have the power to stop it. Well, they need Congress too, but you know.
I just want to
if they
point
were
out
good
American
leaders.
imperialism supersedes party, but the least likely party to participate in the gross manners that we see today by the Republicans are going to be Democrats. Ah!
Yeah. So, like, one is bad. I do think it is bad that virtually every president has committed some kind of bombing campaign against a foreign nation. I do think it's bad that presidents have either purposefully or inadvertently harmed civilians. Difference is Donald Trump is gung-ho about that, is adamant about it. He removed the civilian casualty report. He upped drone strikes, several thousands of percentage increases in his first term above Obama. I think that's bad. I think that's very clearly worse. And the deprioritization of humanitarian aid towards those nations is not the case under Democratic administrations. They often present themselves as being more in line with refugee programs and status, with humanitarian aid deliverance, with organizations working within that regard. The Republicans are not.
I mean, I just believe that it's pretty shitty to like just kill a bunch of people and then give humanitarian aid like everything's okay.
It's not just killing a bunch of people; it's killing enemy states, dictators.
So when he does that, then you guys don't like it?
He's not just doing that though; he's killing the civilians you're talking about that you pretend to care about.
Those are all. That's also like a result of war, though. It's just what you're gonna get.
No, targeting civilian infrastructure such as the bridges and hospitals and schools and religious sites that he's targeted is not just a mere cost of war.
Well, to destroy like a fundamental idea embedded into a country, not saying you have to kill civilians, but you have to get rid of institutions.
You have to get rid of institutions?
Yeah, like their schools and places of worship, for sure.
No, you absolutely don't. And that's not what's causing the suffering in those societies. They don't derive from the schools and places of worship. They derive from the governments themselves that are subjecting them to those conditions.
Well, they use those institutions.
No, they don't.
You don't think that they're feeding propaganda in schools and like stuff like?
Those children aren't the ones that are going out killing people.
Well, they're
There's
learning.
propaganda in
They're
all
learning
schools,
to
but
kill
those
people,
children are
learning to
still
be
in it. No, they're not.
desensitized to it.
No, they aren't.
I mean, have you not seen like clips of
So wait, now
Israeli
you're
soldiers being
justifying.
taught that?
Wait. Now you're justifying killing children because of a
No,
warped ideology that they may
no,
or
but
may not be.
no.
Well, yes, you are.
No, but I'm saying that like
Wouldn't you be
if it's
against
a
that?
if it's a result of war, then nothing can be done about that. It's for the greater good, so it's
Yeah,
gonna
it
happen.
can. Is the prevention of civilian casualties and loss of life.
It's for the greater good, though.
No, it's not. There's no greater good in civilian casualties. And I personally
Really?
believe that Hiroshima was avoidable. There was no need for that.
Well, you disagree with the U.S. intervention in World War II, then, right?
I disagree with Hiroshima. That was not an
Really?
interventionist. That was not an interventionist
Actually,
move that we
yeah,
did.
yeah, I'd probably disagree with that too. That was a bit crazy.
Yes, it was. The
Yeah.
war was all but over at that point.
Who was president? Was it a Democrat? I wouldn't be
It was
surprised.
Truman.
Oh. Yeah. I mean, yeah, you have a fair point for that, but yeah, I'm not justifying civilian casualties, and like for
You just
that,
did.
like, no, but not for that. I'm just saying that if it's a byproduct of war, and it's for the greater good, then like,
There's
what
no greater
happens?
good in civilian casualties. You can target
I mean, to
terrorists.
prevent
You can
further
target
casualties,
terrorist
yeah.
networks. Well, what the fuck do you mean preventing further casualties? They are the further
Like,
casualties.
like the trolley problem where like you pull a lever and like, you save like 5 people, you kill one. It's kind of
Killing
like that.
civilians doesn't save anyone, though.
Could save potential, like if you like wipe out like a
I'd say
leader and
no.
like,
The trolley problem is killing civilians creates more terrorists.
well, they get radicalized. That's why you have to like take down institutions. That's why like when people
Yeah, you
claim there's a
radicalize more people.
when people claim there's a
You
genocide,
incentivize foreign governments to attack, right? And form coalitions against the United States because they fear. They create networks and fund proxy groups, right? Which target U.S. bases, which target U.S. personnel and infrastructure.
yeah.
Yeah, so that's the trolley problem. Okay, you bomb a school, you create 100 more terrorists or terrorist sympathizers.
I mean, not wrong, but that can be stopped though.
How? By bombing more schools?
Intervention.
Intervention? What the fuck does that mean?
Like you gotta like you gotta
Civilian
get
casualties and interventions are not the same thing. Frankly,
okay, so you have to
diplomacy
get
should
in
be
the
used
country.
first.
We have to find the root of the problem. And once we
It's not
eliminate that root of the
children.
problem, what?
It's not children.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. No one's targeting children, dude.
So yes, we have.
When?
We used an accelerated AI overview
to target a school which was falsely believed to be a military bunker or military testing site. We fast-tracked that so as to kill more people in due time using faulty information.
Aren't they hiding in the building?
No.
You know that?
Yes.
Okay, I mean, then I disagree with that
Because
then if
there's
they
been
weren't.
independent investigations that proved no such thing. They used outdated equipment and information to fast-track the killings of innocent civilians.
Not good then.
Republicans are fucking
Anyway.
What?
I said, anyway, you're not making a strong enough case as to why I should be for accelerationism. Especially in reasons that you say you're against. Everything that you have laid out you're against, Donald Trump is embodied and creates a worse scenario here and geopolitically.
Yeah, but that's the point, though. That's how you get better in the future.
We can get better now without that.
I'm trying to make sure humanity lives, dude. We might
By
die
killing
before.
more people?
No, but like we might get wiped out before I die of old age, which is really bad.
Your opinion is wrong.
Opinions
Go
can't
get
be
a
wrong,
new
though.
one, bitch! You dumbass!
Opinions
Your
can't be
stance
wrong.
does very little to minimize suffering and unnecessary loss of life.
Be
that on terms of public health, be that on terms of the environment, be that on the terms of geopolitical conflicts. You are asking more people to die for what you call the greater good of society. You can't guarantee that better things would be there at the end of the day when there are fewer
That's
people
up to people to
achieve
continue
that.
it.
You're asking people to continue the conditions of suffering, though.
For the great. Okay, so here's the thing. If we take the time between when the entire, because like we'll be able to, like, if humanity lives on, we'll be able to get to other planets and stuff. Let's just take the time between right now until the sun's gonna explode. Multiply that by how many children we're gonna have per year. Just average it out to what we're having right now.
This is
That's how many future people
this
there
needs to be
are to
said.
take
This
care
is
of.
a eugenicist argument because the people at the end of the day that are going to be making those trips to Mars and the other planets they'll be colonizing will be wealthy white people. People who are going to die first will be the impoverished, poor, disabled people of color, queer people as well, that are going to feel the brunt of the policies you are saying are going to kill more people. That's who's going to die. Those are not the people that are going to create this multinational, multicultural society on a different planet. Those people will be long gone because of the accelerationist suffering that you're advocating for.
I thought you guys wanted rich people to like go away though. They could all live on Mars.
That's not what that not at the fucking expense of everyone else dying on this planet.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I've ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought.
Who said all these?
Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it.
Very specific.
I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
So, okay, like you understand that, like, I'm not saying sacrifice, like, all of Earth just to get to another planet. Like, Earth doesn't have to be at rock bottom for us to, like, try to go to Mars or, like, the moon and live there.
You're trying to make it that, though.
No, but we can do that at the same time while having Earth prosper.
You don't believe that, though. You just said we need more suffering for the greater good. I do believe that we can prosper and achieve great things simultaneously. You think that that great thing must be contingent upon human suffering and the maximalization thereof. I don't. And I'm correct in saying that is a eugenicist argument.
Okay. Like the suffering won't last, like, forever.
You don't know that.
Well, if my plan if my plan's continued on, then yeah, it won't.
What is the timeline of this so-called plan?
You give me like millennial vibes. So past you.
So past me, what does that mean?
You'll perish before
this
plan gets
timeline,
done.
please. Give me a timeline. We're the same age, so give me a timeline, man.
Probably a couple generations because, like, here's the thing: as soon as the world created leaders in monetary value, that's when we went on downhill.
Shut up,
We have to
bitch!
spend that much time destroying it all now. Actually, but destruction takes longer, so maybe cut that by
But you aren't calling for that level of destruction. You're not calling for the destruction of people at the top. You're not calling for a more equitable society.
You understand that if we destroy the foundation of the stick building, then the bricks get destroyed on top
They aren't
too,
the
right?
foundation. They're the rooftop. The foundation are the people at the bottom. The
Yeah,
people
that's
that
what I'm saying.
build
If we destroy the foundation, the top is destroyed as well.
No, the top would
Yes.
fall last.
It would fall last, but it would fall nonetheless.
You've seen a controlled demolition, right? The bottom tends to cave in first.
Yeah, I have.
Right. The top is usually the last thing standing.
I mean, we all get there at the end, so it's whatever.
What? No, it's not whatever.
No, but here's the thing, what you're not understanding though, I think building terms is good because what I'm saying is it'll take a really long time for us to destroy the foundation enough where the entire thing collapses. I'm not saying the building collapsing is the long part. That's the short part. The long part is actually making it collapse, like getting the permits to collapse it and stuff, you know? That's a good analogy to use.
No, that's a terrible fucking worldview and analogy.
That's fine. That's fine. You can
It's
keep
not
voting
fine.
Democrat and you can keep voting for status quo all you want.
It's not the status quo that I'm supporting. I'm a progressive. That's beyond the status quo. I don't support Karen Bass in this state. Hell, I'm not even a big fan of Becerra here. I didn't vote for him. I'm not a fan of the status quo, but I'm not, in addition to that, a fan of maximalization of suffering. You are. That's worse than the status quo, if anything.
No, I disagree, bro.
So how is killing more people worse than not killing more people?
Because more people die at the end anyways, potential human life.
What do you mean more people die at the end anyway?
Dude, I hope you understand, like,
it can't be more. It can't be
my-
more if it's the status quo. You're calling for more. How can they both equal out to the same
because
result?
because if we continue with the status quo, like I said, from now to the sun's explosion and all the possible human life, that's more than the humans that are gonna die with my plan.
How would make that math make sense?
Okay.
By
You just
speeding
look it up, the number
ethylene
of
oxide. Just a second. You're saying that by speeding up the dumping of ethylene oxide into waterways, that fewer people would die as opposed to the status quo, which is, I guess, regulation of that.
No, because
I fucking hate
like
you, bro.
This goes
Okay.
specific to that point. You're saying that not poisoning water systems through ethylene oxide and other remnants of coal and other things like that would kill more people than poisoning waterways.
no. What I'm saying is that, like, the human life that we kill now, the human life that we kill now is gonna make sure the human life in the future prospers, like the quintillions of people that could possibly exist. Which is why my worldview is consistent, and that's also why I support banning abortion as well.
Consistent upon what? What are you drawing upon? First of all, that in and of itself is an inconsistent argument because more people have died as a result of anti-abortion policies nationwide.
How many kids have died though?
More abortion has occurred. If we're talking about kids dying, more abortion has occurred as a result of the post-Roe v.
Well,
Wade
every
ruling.
abortion is one kid dying.
I know. I'm measuring it based on how you view kids dying. More abortions have occurred, as have more maternal deaths and infant mortality due to the lack of prenatal care and access to abortion.
Okay, well, it's
Especially in
just
instances where
one
medically
life
necessary.
dying. Just one life
It is
dying for the
more
survival
people
of another.
dying. You're saying that the greater good is banning abortion to save more lives, except in the immediate aftermath,
God
more
bless
people
you.
have died. More abortion cases,
If I-
more
Thank you,
maternal
Apple.
cases, more infant mortality. Not
100
abortion,
people-
but infant mortality, that's a different thing, have died.
100 people get abortions and the kid, dies, versus one mother dying while giving birth. Like, what's
It's
the
not
trade? Like,
one
that's just
mother
one life
dying.
for one
It's
life.
an uptick in mothers dying.
I
More
view
so
life
than was the
being the
case when
same.
abortion rights were protected. You can look up the Guttmacher Institute, an 11.9% increase
In abortions?
in maternal deaths.
Oh, okay. Okay, like there's more lives that are dying because of abortion than there are lives dying because of the lack of abortion.
I just gave you the math that more abortions have occurred in spite of pro-life policy, and infant mortality and maternal mortality has increased. So across the board, following these pro-life policies across the South and these other states that are doing it, more people have died, and yet somehow that saved more lives? Where's the math in that?
You're probably right.
I am right.
Well, yeah. I just assumed that like if someone dies because of lack of abortion, the baby survives, but that's not always the case. Usually not the case, actually. So yeah.
Republicans are fucking dumb.
It's getting sad, man. I think
Not a
the problem
Republican.
is you base your argument off of meaningless assumptions that are not
Rather die than be a
quantifiable, that are
Republican.
not measurable, that are not rooted in history, that are not referenced by any other scholar.
History doesn't
or
really
any-
matter.
Excuse me. It does matter because that's a reference point that we can draw upon as to where policy directions can go. Such as, say, lack of vaccines tend to kill more people historically.
True.
Okay, you can draw you can draw upon the flu of 1918 as a historic example of that.
I mean, yeah, fair. That was probably a dumb thing to say.
Yes.
Whatever.
Let's go, Paris!
What?
What do you do for work?
Why?
Just curious. You can lie,
HVAC.
even. You can
No,
lie.
no, I'm not gonna lie.
Just for the
HVAC.
sake of my question, what do you do?
Okay, male stripper.
Okay, let's say you were a male stripper.
Yeah.
All right. And let's say that we worsen every single working condition possible for your industry.
Yeah.
Got it? We're talking
Yeah.
exposure to mold and salmonella in whatever restaurant you work at, long hours, no ability to collectively bargain, exposed to harassment with no pushback or security. Would you
Yeah.
believe that those exposures to greater deals of stressors and suffering would create a better situation?
Let's go, April!
No, it wouldn't. Obviously,
Okay,
I'd be in a worse
it's
position.
pretty obvious, right?
Yeah.
It would drive more people out of that.
Let's
industry.
go,
Kill it
Daddy!
entirely.
Yeah, I'd be in a worse position. Well, my worldview comes from a point of privilege.
It sure does.
No fucking shit, Sherlock. No fucking shit, Sherlock. All you goddamn little baby, crybaby, whine fucking crap shits who want to talk about burning the world down are privileged little fucks who it's fun to explore in your brain and in your books than in actual reality, considering the people that is going to negatively impact, which, as Jaden already mentioned, is predominantly black and brown bodies. Women, otherwise, folks already marginalized, folks already in the minority, are going to be less impacted, considering compared to the people who have been predominantly running the country into the shitter that you're fucking complaining about. And while you run on about all this shit that you want to happen so we can start the new oasis because you keep watching too many fucking movies, people will die. That's it. People will die. We can't combat the United States military. We can't stop American imperialism. Everything burns down, it would be by an invading force, and then we have to worry about their version of authoritarianism. The shit doesn't work the way that you fucking want. You know what does work? You know what's impactful right now? If actual people in the United States, the overwhelming population, decides to participate in our elections and votes for the people who are going to do what we want them to do. I'm sick and tired of people crying about how elections don't matter and votes don't matter when we don't even have, what is it?
Didn't Trump win the
last
popular
election?
vote, though?
70, no, the fuck he didn't, dumbass. 77 million
He
people
did,
voted
with
for
Harris.
Donald Trump. 75 million people voted for Donald Trump. 90 million people sat out the election. 90 million. We don't even have the right numbers of people to actually make shit
But
go
didn't
around.
Trump win the
But
popular
all you
vote
want to
with
do is cry. The popular vote is 50%. Dumbass. He didn't get 50% of the vote.
But he got more votes than Harris.
Yeah, third time
He
around.
didn't win with the electoral college though. Yeah, I don't really care about the other lives though. That fucking other lives. Bye bye.
So, Jaden, there's several reasons why I chose not to engage in that conversation with Armand. Because 2 lives ago, he was a Trump dick sucker. It was nothing about accelerationism or anything of that nature. It was just about Trump is good, and abortion and this and immigration, all this different shit. Right? So when I saw him in the request, I'm like, Jaden wants to have fun with him. I'm going to give him his room to play. But also, not that he's ever slurred to me before that I recall, but there's that right there. That's the reason why, I don't know, I just have a vibe about some people where you can just tell they don't actually give a fuck about what they're saying. They're just saying shit. They just want to argue. They don't want to debate. They don't give a fuck. So he comes up here and he does all that. And those of you who didn't hear it through the music, all that to slur. All that to slur. I hate dumb nigger lives. Dumb nigger lives. See? That's who we're
It doesn't
wasting our
bother
time
me
with
because I
sometimes.
know I'm smarter than him.
Oh, no. When you have to resort to something like that because you got cooked in a fucking debate, I have no reason whatsoever to be offended or feel insecure about myself over you. You're the bitch-ass motherfucker who got in your feelings.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, he slurred
So who
through
cares?
the music, guys. That, yeah,
But
some of you
you
heard,
know
some
what
of you
rhymes with that is bigger, which I am, than him. Ask both of his parents; they can attest to that. But anyway, they can vouch.
Debs in chat to Val, who for the $1 caller, the U.S. hit Manab Elementary School after the school day had started 2 times, killing over 100 girls, some parents who had arrived to collect their daughters and school employees. No one was hiding. We did that. Another $1 Valerie sent to say, also, men debating abortion. No kid dies because of abortions. It's a fetus. Anti-abortion laws kill both mom and fetus. Anti-abortion laws and positions have to be the most anti-pro-life policies or position you can ever hold. It's the most ridiculous thing ever. Most ridiculous thing ever.
Yeah.
The reason why the call-in line wasn't working is because I put it on Do Not Disturb because I'm done. I'm tired.
I don't blame you. It's been alive, but
Going on 5 hours. Jesus.
It's a lot of fun, and you're sounding a lot better. You were feeling sick the other day, so good to hear you're doing better.
Yes. I am better now. Unfortunately, I just have to deal with the asthma parts and just coughing up all that garbage. But other than that, yeah, I'm basically back in good health. By the way, I forgot to thank some of you guys for this. To the individuals who still sent donations for the last couple of days when I was off, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Literally, people were sending me donations for the sick fund. Or someone even said for the Get Well Boba fund, in which case I will tell you right now, I will not be using that money for a boba. The last thing I need is that amount of sugar. I appreciate you. I'll get a nice spicy chicken soup to help with that and bring all this shit up. And that's why I had to step away, actually, because I'm still... I have, like... When I get sick, there's the period where I'm sick, and then there's the week or sometimes 2 weeks afterwards where I'm having to get all that shit up out. My body does not process mucus the way normal people do. Like, I can literally, and this happened to me last night, the last 2 nights, wake up in the middle of the night choking on mucus that comes up.
Oh, man, I hate that.
Yeah. So I just have to keep taking the right stuff. I've been eating a lot of spicy Indian food. Indian food will clear your shit out. It will clear your shit out. It's been helping a ton. So I appreciate it. I appreciate y'all. And thank you so much for the individuals who took care of Jaden. The reason why I set the gifts that way, you had a fireworks gift. That was the last gift you had in your gift gallery for the week. So I set the firework and then, of course, the galaxies because niggas' labors ain't free. I don't know what else to tell y'all. Niggas' labors ain't free. And I know y'all heard Jaden up here cooking and stir frying and grilling and air frying and goddamn all the shits, right? So we have to make sure we take care of our co-hosts. Thank you for all of you who helped me do that. I appreciate every last one.
Yes, thank you. I came here because I had reset my live 3 times, and then I got a phone call on the third reset. It was my girlfriend, so I talked to her for a little bit. I had to end my live, and then I saw you were live and figured, I'm not gonna do this shit again tonight. Let's have some fun with Hector. But thank you for letting me join. Thank you for encouraging all the support. I do appreciate you, my brother. It's been nice. It's been fun. You're always welcome on my lives whenever. Just hit the request, send you right up, and pay a nigga. Anyway, thank you. Take care. See you later, folks. Support Hector. Subscribe on all the pages. See you later. Have a good night.
Thank you so much, Jaden, for coming up. YouTube, his link tree is pinned there, so please check that out. Follow him and everything. Support him that way. Those of you who already have his account, I'm sure he'll have something in the comments. If you haven't followed him already, make sure you go and do that there. Brilliant man. Brilliant man. And he does voice acting too. Y'all know people who, want a character. Hey, Jaden can do several fucking accents. One of my favorite things to do when I go into his lives is I'll do like real-time commissions. I'll do real-time commissions. I'll just get up on his panel. I'll say, hey, send 5 right now and tell Jaden the impression that you want. And then we'll spend, especially on the downtime, because, ops be scared of Jaden. I get lucky sometimes. Ops be fucking scared of Jaden. And then the algorithm suppresses the fuck out of him. But we'll just have like real-time impressions of different people that people ask for. It's fucking cool. It's the coolest shit ever. We love Jaden, man. We love Jaden. Because I'm not an entertainer, right? Like, whenever I don't have ops, no one wants to hear me fucking ramble. People come into my life to hear me cook some stupid motherfucker. That's I've accepted that. Erica's the person who can ramble on for hours and y'all will listen to her. Y'all don't give a fuck about what I have to say. It's about how I debate. I love it. Appreciate it. I don't care. I know my place. Jaden's an entertainer as well, and he is a load of information. We love Jaden over here. Anyway, YouTube already have the live set up to automatically redirect you to Matt, or Politics of Matt, with Matt, whatever the fucking name is now. So that's where you're going to go. TikTok, we will do the same, I think. I don't think we have anyone else that is live. Thank you guys for helping me in my gift gallery. I think we have 6 of the gifts knocked out. 4, never mind. Oh well. It's helpful, but guys, once they change the gift gallery to put these literally hundreds of dollars gifts in there, I would literally just tell y'all to send me the money. Why the fuck are we throwing hundreds of dollars of gifts on people? I mean, if you got it like that and you like the effects, by all means, it helps me. I get a portion. But, like, the lives where people be throwing fucking $200 in some big ass gift. I'm like, y'all can, like, send that shit to their links. You know that? The fuck are we doing? Bill will be going live? Just the Bill? I don't see him. I'm not finna wait on him. Yeah, we're gonna go see Matt. Currently, Nemo is big screened for some reason, debating a guy with an Omni-Man profile picture. So I'm sure he has the greatest political positions. He's doing a restart. I don't see him. I don't see Bill. I don't know why he's not showing up as live. I love his Trump impressions. His Trump impressions are fantastic. 6,000%. So YouTube, we're going to end you guys first. I appreciate every last one of you sitting in for the stream. Don't expect this late night shit to be normal. Because this is way over my time. I hate going live this late. But I got to get back in the algo and stuff because of the sickness. This app really punishes you for taking a break. It's insane. But I appreciate every last one of you for showing some good old love. Whether it's through the likes, the shares, the comments, the subscriptions, the super chats, super stickers, or memberships. It all helps a ton. So thank you so much. Shout out to some of the hardest working mods on my platform. Thank you guys for watching all this stuff. I really don't catch. So WC y'all, my Vals, my Devons, my Roots, my what's his name, Dre's, all my folks. Y'all know who you are. My Feisties.
God bless you.
Appreciate y'all. Thank you, Isla Bonita, for the gem gun. I appreciate you. WCU. Thank you so much. But yeah, we're going to go. I'm going to end this here. Like I said, I have the live set to raid, what's his name? Politics with Matt. So enjoy his debates. He's up there with Nemo. It's going to be good.